Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 51, Arc 11. Outside interference, Ichigo said. Ichigo looked at an empty wall of the temple. Everyone looked at the empty wall in confusion. Someone wrote the story and quickly found it out that the characters weren't following the story. So, the writers tried to force the characters to follow the story. All the Olympians figured out who Ichigo was referring to. Slowly the air around the empty wall of the temple began to ripple to reveal the outside interference. You, Zeus said. The ripple revealed three ancient women with silver hair and bony arms. They wear cotton dresses and have their hair tied back in a white bandana. They glared at Ichigo. You have interfered with matters that don't pertain to you, they said in a monotone voice in unison. Ichigo laughed at them. Everyone stared at Ichigo. So what? The Titans are dead, and the Olympians won the war. Ichigo replied. The fates pointed at Luke and Ethan. These two are destined to die. Ichigo grabbed them and moved them behind him. So, you are going to kill them right now? Ichigo challenged. Everyone stood there in shock. There never been someone who openly defied the fates like this. The fates looked at Ethan and Luke. Your mere presence disrupts the balance, they said. Ichigo turned to Luke and Ethan. They are wrong, Ichigo objected. They are upset that their little story didn't end exactly how they wanted to. But the balance, Ethan began, will continue to fluctuate, someone said. Ethan turned to see a woman with short, curly black hair and golden eyes. She's wearing a red jacket, black jeans, and boots. Mother, Ethan said as he went to hug his mother. The woman accepted the hug from her son. She turned to Ichigo. I saw what you did to save my son. Thank you, she said. No problem. Ichigo turned back at the fates. Leave. None of us wish to see you, Ichigo said. We will leave, but know this, all bows to fate, they said before disappearing. Annabeth's sneeze finally gave out. Percy quickly caught her before she fell, but she cried out in pain. Percy, that's her broken arm, Talia said. Oh gods, Percy said. Annabeth, I'm sorry. It's all right, she said as she passed out in his arms. She needs help, Percy yelled. I've got this. Apollo stepped forward. His fiery armor was so bright that Percy had a hard to look at, and his matching Ray-Bans and perfect smile made him look like a male model for battle gear. God of medicine, at your service. He passed his hand over Annabeth's face and spoke an incantation. Immediately the bruises faded. Her cuts and scars disappeared. Her arm straightened, and she sighed in her sleep. Apollo grinned. She'll be fine in a few minutes, he said. The next few hours were a blur. Both Luke and Ethan allowed themselves to be chained and sat with Hestia and Nemesis by the hearth. The Olympians began to repair Olympus. Those with medical knowledge helped care for the wounded, and once the sky bridge reformed, they were greeted their allies who had survived the attack. Nico D'Angelo came into Olympus and was greeted with a hero's welcome, his father right behind him. The god of the dead looked stunned when his relatives clapped him on the back. Hades noticed Ichigo. They gave each other a quick nod, acknowledging each other's presence and the impending private meeting. Clarice marched in, still shivering from her time in the ice block, and Ares bellowed, "There's my girl." The god of war ruffled her hair and pounded her on the back, calling her the best warrior he'd ever seen. That dragon slaying? That's what I'm talking about. She looked pretty overwhelmed. All she could do was nod and blink like she was afraid he'd start hitting her, but eventually, she began to smile. Poseidon and his army marched into Olympus. Many of them nodded at Ichigo, remembering who was helped save their city. Ichigo noticed a big giant with so many arms standing far back. The giant noticed Ichigo and waved at him with 2 hands. Ichigo replied with a nod. Ichigo to Akasha, Gilgamesh, or Medea, Ichigo said through the peerage link. About time, Gilgamesh said. We just landed in New York City, Akasha said. Okay then. Go to the Empire State Building. If anyone tries to stop you, let them know you are friends with me. Poseidon looked at Percy. Well done, my son. And Percy, his face turned stern. He wagged his finger at him. I even forgive you for sitting on my throne. You have saved Olympus. He held out his arms and hugged him. From the corner of his eye, he could see Akasha, Gilgamesh and Medea just arrived at Mount Olympus. He could see Medea cast a few spells to obscure her face. Poseidon, a voice roared. Zeus had taken his throne. All the other Olympians, even Hades, sat in their respective throne. Nico sat cross-legged on the ground at his dad's feet. Well, Poseidon? Zeus grumbled. Are you too proud to join us in council, my brother? I would be honored, Lord Zeus. Poseidon strode over to his fishing seat, and the Olympian Council convened. Ichigo, Percy, Annabeth, Talia, and Grover volunteers sat with Luke and Ethan, who was still chained. Zeus began a long speech about the bravery of the gods, the heroic sacrifice of many demigods that fall during the long battle, and the greater good of Olympus. Both Luke and Ethan felt guilty when they remembered all the demigods that died in the war. Ichigo placed a reassuring hand on Ethan while Annabeth did the same for Luke. Which leaves us, Zeus said, only the matter of thanking our young demigod heroes, who defended Olympus so well even if there are a few dents in my throne. Talia was first to be called forward, likely because she was his daughter. You have done well, my lieutenant. Artemis began. You have made me proud, and all those hunters who perished in my service will never be forgotten. They will achieve Elysium, I am sure. She glared pointedly at Hades. Probably. He shrugged. Artemis glared at him some more. Okay, Hades grumbled. I'll streamline their application process. Talia beamed with pride. Thank you, my lady. She bowed to the gods, even Hades, and then limped over to stand by Artemis's side. Grover Underwood of the Satyrs. Dionysus called. Grover came forward nervously. Oh, stop chewing your shirt, Dionysus chided. Honestly, I'm not going to blast you. For your bravery and sacrifice, blah blah blah, and since we have an unfortunate vacancy, the gods have seen fit to name you a member of the Council of Cloven Elders. Grover collapsed on the spot. Oh, wonderful, Dionysus sighed, as several naiads came forward to help Grover. Well, when he wakes up, someone tell him that he will no longer be an outcast and that all satyrs, naiads, and other spirits of nature will henceforth treat him as a lord of the wild, with all rights, privileges, and honors, blah blah blah. Now please, drag him off before he wakes up and starts groveling. FOOD, Grover moaned as the nature spirits carried him away. Annabeth Chase, my own daughter. Annabeth nervously stood up and walked forward and knelt at her mother's feet. Athena smiled. You, my daughter, have exceeded all expectations. You have used your wits, your strength, and your courage to defend this city, and our seat of power. It has come to our attention that Olympus is, well, trashed. The Titan Lord did much damage that will have to be repaired. We could rebuild it by using magic, of course, and make it just as it was. But the gods feel that the city could be improved. We will take this as an opportunity. And you, my daughter, will design these improvements. Annabeth looked up, stunned. My lady? Athena smiled wryly. You are an architect, are you not? You have studied the techniques of Daedalus himself. Who better to redesign Olympus and make it a monument that will last for another eon? You mean I can design whatever I want? As your heart desires, the goddess said. Make us a city for the ages. As long as you have plenty of statues of me, Apollo added. And me, Aphrodite agreed. Hey, and me, Ares said. Big statues with huge wicked swords and... All right. Athena interrupted. She gets the point. Rise, my daughter, official architect of Olympus. Annabeth rose in a trance and walked back toward me. Way to go, I told her, grinning. For once she was at a loss for words. I'll have to start planning. Drafting paper and, pencils. Percy Jackson. Poseidon announced. His name echoed around the chamber. All the side chatter died down. The room was silent except for the crackle of the hearth fire. Everyone's eyes were on him, all the gods, the demigods, the cyclopes, the spirits. Percy stood up and walked into the middle of the throne room. Hestia smiled at him reassuringly. She was in the form of a girl now, and she seemed happy and content to be sitting by her fire again. First, he bowed to Zeus. Then he knelt at his father's feet. Rise, my son, Poseidon said. Percy stood uneasily. A great hero must be rewarded, Poseidon said. Is there anyone here who would deny that my son is deserving? None of them protested. The council agrees, Zeus said. Percy Jackson, you will have one gift from the gods. Any gift? Zeus nodded grimly. I know what you will ask. The greatest gift of all. Yes, if you want it, it shall be yours. The gods have not bestowed this gift on a mortal hero in many centuries, but, Perseus Jackson, if you wish it, you shall be made a god. Immortal. Undying. You shall serve as your father's lieutenant for all time. Percy stood there stunned by Zeus's works. A god? Zeus rolled his eyes. A dim-witted god. But yes. With the consensus of the entire council, I can make you immortal. Then I will have to put up with you forever. Ares mused. That means I can smash him to a pulp as often as I want, and he'll just keep coming back for more. I like this idea. I approve as well, Athena said, though she was looking at Annabeth. No, Percy said. The council was silent. The gods frowned at each other like they must have misheard. No? Zeus said. You are turning down our generous gift? There was a dangerous edge to his voice, like a thunderstorm about to erupt. I'm honored in everything, Percy started. Don't get me wrong. It's just... I've got a lot of life left to live. I'd hate to peak in my sophomore year. The gods were glaring at me, but Annabeth had her hands over her mouth. Her eyes were shining. I do want a gift, though, Percy said. Do you promise to grant my wish? Zeus thought about this. If it is within our power. It is, Percy said. And it's not even difficult. But I need your promise on the river Styx. What? Dionysus cried. You don't trust us? Someone once told me, Percy looked at Hades, you should always get a solemn oath. Hades shrugged. Guilty. Very well. Zeus growled. In the name of the council, we swear by the river Styx to grant your reasonable request as long as it is within our power. The other gods muttered assent. Thunder boomed, shaking the throne room. The deal was made. From now on, I want you to properly recognize the children of the gods, Percy said. All the children. Of all the gods. The Olympians shifted uncomfortably. Kronos couldn't have risen if it hadn't been for a lot of demigods who felt abandoned by their parents, Percy continued. They felt angry, resentful, and unloved, and they had a good reason. Zeus's royal nostrils flared. You dare accuse? He's right, Ethan said as he stood up. I joined Kronos as an attempt to earn the minor gods their place at Camp Half-Blood, where their children are respected and not seen as outcasts. I fought for the future children of the minor gods don't have to suffer what I went through. Percy nodded at Ethan, who sat back down. No more undetermined children, Percy resume. I want you to promise to claim your children, all your demigod children, by the time they turn 13. They won't be left out in the world on their own at the mercy of monsters. I want them claimed and brought to camp so they can be trained right and survive. Now, wait just a moment, Apollo said, but Percy ignored him. And the minor gods, Percy said. Nemesis, Hecate, Morpheus, Janus, Hebe, they all deserve a general amnesty and a place at Camp Half-Blood. Their children shouldn't be ignored. Calypso and the other peaceful titans should be pardoned too. And Hades. Are you calling me a minor god? Hades bellowed. No, my lord, Percy said quickly. But your children should not be left out. They should have a cabin at camp. Nico has proven that. No unplanned demigods will be crammed into the Hermes cabin anymore, wondering who their parents are. They'll have their own cabins, for all the gods. And no more pact of the big three. That didn't work anyway. You've got to stop trying to get rid of powerful demigods. We're going to train them and accept them instead. All children of the gods will be welcome and treated with respect. That is my wish. Zeus snorted. Is that all? Percy, Poseidon said, you ask much. You presume much. I hold you to your oath, Percy said. All of you. Percy got a lot of steely looks. Strangely, it was Athena who spoke up. The boy is correct. We have been unwise to ignore our children. It proved a strategic weakness in this war and almost caused our destruction. Percy Jackson, I have had my doubts about you, but perhaps, she glanced at Annabeth and then spoke as if the words had a sour taste, perhaps I was mistaken. I move that we accept the boy's plan. Humph, Zeus said. Being told what to do by a mere child. But I suppose. All in favor, Hermes said. All the gods raised their hands. Thanks, Percy said as he sat down. Luke Castellan and Ethan Nakamura, Zeus said. Both stood up and walked to the middle of the throne room. They bowed to the gods. Both of you are traitors of Olympus, who fought and killed many of your fellow demigods. How do you plead? We both plead guilty, Luke said. Both Ethan and Luke stood tall ready to accept their crime. Ichigo stood up. Despite being guilty, I request that the Olympians be lenient on them, Ichigo said. Both Luke and Ethan betrayed the god not out of the desire for world domination. They betrayed the Olympians to bring change. They felt that the Olympians didn't care for the children. Both lived in the Hermes cabin where they experienced this feeling. They have seen other children who experience this same feeling. Ichigo looked at Percy. Percy's wish was the thing that they wanted. With the Olympians sworn to carry out those acts, they are willing to face their crimes with a smile. Ichigo sat back down. Zeus looked at his fellow Olympians. We shall take a brief recess to deliberate, Zeus said. All the Olympians were enshrouded by a wall of divine energy, preventing anyone from seeing what was going on from the other side. No one could see or hear anything from them. Luke and Ethan turned to Ichigo. Why did you speak up? Luke asked. Many demigods looked at Ichigo, curious as well. I did it because it is the truth. Only a few people knew why both of you joined Kronos. Many people believed you did it for power. When reality you joined Kronos to help the unrepresented. The divine barrier began to lower itself. Everyone quickly took their seats. After careful deliberation, Zeus began. We decided to forego the normal punishment for traitors. Zeus began. Luke Castellan and Ethan Nakamura will be sentenced to 10 years at Camp Half-Blood. Both of you will become staff members there. Zeus said. Everyone was shocked at the punishment. Luke and Ethan turned to Ichigo. Thank you, they said. Ichigo nodded his head. It's the least I can do, Ichigo replied. Zeus stood up. Ichigo Kurosaki, please come forwards. Ichigo stood up and walked to the middle of the throne room. Unlike the other, Ichigo didn't bow to the Olympians. The very act shocked the minor gods and demigods. Zeus ignored Ichigo's action and continued. Ichigo Kurosaki, the price for your assistance in defeating Typhon was that each Olympian present at the battle owes you a debt. Zeus began. All the demigods there, who didn't see Ichigo battle Hyperion, looked at Ichigo in further shock. So, Ichigo Kurosaki, name your price. I wish to receive a part of your authority from each of you that was at the battle, Ichigo said. The Olympians that were at the battle were Hera, Hermes, Ares, Dionysus, Hephaestus, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, and I, Zeus said. Please, as if we need your help. Ares started. Oh really? Ichigo said. I'm pretty sure you were there when Typhon walked off Zeus's attacks. Are you able to do that? Ares growled as he stood up. Ares, Zeus said. I had enough. Ares yelled. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Very well then, I accept, Ichigo replied. What do you want? I want that power. The power to defy the fates. Ares growled. Very well then. In that case, if I defeat you then I can claim your authority over war. Ichigo replied. Deal. Ares recklessly said. Zeus sighed. A wave of divine energy appeared in front of the demigods. The divine energy transformed into a clear wall, protecting the demigods from the battle. Ares began to transform. Ares is now 6 feet tall, the same height as Ichigo. He is now dressed in a golden war helmet and armor. In his right hand was his spear while his left hand was a golden shield. Clarice and her cabin cheered for their father. Ichigo calmly shifted into his Shinigami form. Ichigo didn't summon a weapon. Everyone could feel the aura of hate and rage flow from Ares. Ichigo easily resisted the aura. Come at me dog, Ichigo said. Don't underestimate me. He roared as he ran towards Ichigo. He used his spear to send quick and precise thrusts at Ichigo. Ichigo easily dodged the attack by taking a step back and swerving side to side. Everyone could tell that Ares continued to get angrier every second. Stand still you Jap. Ares roared in anger. Ichigo finally went to the offensive. He lunged towards Ares. Ares wasn't expecting it. Ichigo used his shock to his advantage. He grabs the spear and sidekick Ares in the gut. Ares was forced to let go of his spear as he was sent flying. He crashed into the barrier. Ichigo pointed the spear down and slammed it into the ground, embedding the spear into the marble floor. Ichigo turned to Ares who stood back up. I will kill you. Ares roared as he threw his shield at Ichigo, like a discus. The golden shield lit itself on fire as it soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo moved to the side. The shield crashed into the embedded spear, letting out a loud clink. Gore, Ares growled. He sent a wave of fire at Ichigo. Ichigo activated Script T, the Teo, absorbing the wave of fire. Ichigo could feel himself getting stronger. Is that it? Ichigo asked. To think the god of battle, lust and rage would be this weak and pathetic. Ichigo criticized. You want to see the rage? Ares yelled as his body began to glow red. Behind Ichigo, Ares' spear and shield glowed red as well. I'll show you the rage. Ares yelled. Ares' spear and shield, still glowing red, shot towards Ares. He was engulfed in blinding red energy. The energy died down. Ares' helmet and armor are gone. Ares' hair and eyes are on fire. He is now topless, revealing his heavily scarred, tanned, muscular body. Ra! Ares yelled as he charged towards Ichigo. He began to attack him with his entire body with absolute ferocity. Ichigo blocked Ares' attacks, which infuriated him even more. All the other gods sat in their thrones. To think he would be able to force Ares to go primal, Aphrodite said. Primal? Zeus asked. Yes, Lord Zeus. Ares named this state as his primal state. He reabsorbs all of his diverted divinity and push all of that energy into his body, further augmenting his physical abilities. And you named it primal because? Athena questioned. Aphrodite blushed. Ares realized that he couldn't keep up with me in bed, so he accidentally created primal as an attempt to keep up with me, Aphrodite admitted. Wouldn't him entering his divine form work as well? Athena asked. No. In his divine form, he doesn't have his big tool. Aphrodite said. Suddenly something hit the divine barrier. They turned to see it was Ichigo who slammed into the barrier. So, this dog can bite back, Ichigo said. He vanished his Shihakusho. He is now topless, revealing his scared, lightly tanned, muscular body. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the large circle scar on his chest. Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Shunko, Ichigo said. His Ryatsu exploded around him, circled around his body. Ichigo lunged at Ares and began his assault. Ichigo was way faster than Ares. Grr, Ares growled as he was forced to take the hits. Rah! Ares yelled as he surprised Ichigo with a fiery headbutt. Ichigo was briefly stunned by the headbutt. Rah! Ares yelled as he began to attack Ichigo. Shunko, enduring flash war cry, Ichigo said. His Ryatsu began to take a light brown color. It coiled around Ichigo's body as if it became armor. Ares, unaware of the change to Ichigo's body, continued to recklessly attack Ichigo. Ichigo stood there with his arms up, enduring all of Ares' attacks. Everyone looked to see Primal Ares' attacks were slowing down and weakening. Ichigo stood in the same spot. Is this at Ares? Ichigo asked. Primal Ares was exhausted. His entire body was sore. The only thing he could do was glare at Ichigo with absolute hatred. Ichigo raised his right hand. Everyone noticed the Ryatsu around Ichigo became dark brown, almost black. Yashin, aftershock. Ichigo yelled as he punched Ares in the chest. The punch sent Primal Ares flying. He broke through the temple wall and continued to fly out of Olympus. The dark brown Ryatsu returned to light brown. Anyone have any idea how far Ares is flying right now? Ichigo asked. Zeus closed his eyes. Suddenly Zeus's eyes widened. He turned to the other side of the temple. Ares crashed into the temple and he slammed into Zeus, who was in his giant form, in the gut. Gah! Zeus gasped in pain. Primal Ares returned to normal as he fell onto the floor. Everyone could see Ares was bleeding everywhere. Zeus had a bruise in the shape of Ares' body on his stomach. Ares! Aphrodite shouted, concerned for her lover. Apollo stood up and ran to Ares and began to heal him. Wow, that's a lot of damage, Apollo said as he pulled out a goblet and force-fed the contents to Ares. How bad? Athena asked. All of his bones are broken, a lot of internal bleeding, he doesn't have much energy in him in general, Apollo reported. Damn, what was that? Ares asked as he struggled to stand up. That was the unique power of Shunko, Ichigo said. Shunko decreases my speed and agility. In return, it gives me extremely high defense and endurance. It also can absorb all the kinetic energy from attacks and release all that collected kinetic energy in one strike. Ichigo explained. That explained why all my attack didn't do jack shit, Ares said. Ichigo nodded his head. Anyone else wishes to test their strength against me? Ichigo asked. None of the Olympians volunteered. Who wishes to start? Zeus asked. Apollo helped Ares return to his throne to help accelerate his recovery. Apollo resumed healing Ares. I guess I will, Hephaestus said as he paused tinkering with a gadget. I am the god of fire, forge, volcanoes, metalwork, and technology. I doubt you would want anything from me. Too many things to choose. Ichigo said. Don't lie, Hephaestus said. Not many would want my blessing. I swear I am not lying, Ichigo admitted. He's not lying. Apollo hollered as he finished healing Ares. He walked over to Zeus and began to heal the fractured ribs, internal bleeding, and the bruise on his stomach. Each of those authorities helps you do what you are best at, creating things, Ichigo said. I will go with technology, Ichigo said. Why? Hephaestus asked, curious why a warrior like Ichigo would choose technology over fire or volcanoes. Technology is the key to the future. Technology will continue to evolve. Even now, technology is evolving further beyond our understanding. Spoken like one of my kids, Hephaestus said. I, Hephaestus the god of fire, forge, volcanoes, metalwork, and technology, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over technology and metalwork, Hephaestus said. Ichigo quickly summoned a blank script. Red and silver energy flowed out of Hephaestus. It entered the blank script. The script gained a few streaks of red and silver. Wait, shared jurisdiction? Athena questioned. I feel he would surely appreciate the gift, Hephaestus replied. Who is next? Ichigo asked. Hera turned to Ichigo. I doubt you want anything from me, but I am the goddess of motherhood, marriage, family, and women. Ichigo thought. Ichigo, ask her about Argus, Medea asked. How did you create Argus? Ichigo asked. Hera cracked a small smile. Someone knows their Greek mythology, Hera said. Argus is a powerful giant that I created. Could you bestow me with that ability, to create giants? Ichigo asked. I cannot consent to give you the ability to create life, Hera started. But I can consent to you to create golems. I'll accept that, Ichigo said as he summoned a script. Please cast the blessing to this, Ichigo said. Very well, Hera said. I, Hera the goddess of motherhood, marriage, family, and women, grant Ichigo Kurosaki the ability and knowledge to create golems. Light brown energy flowed from Hera to the script. The script gained a few streaks of light brown, joining the red and silver. Who is next? Ichigo asked. I'll go, Apollo said. I'm the god of light, music, poetry, truth, prophecy, plague, oracles, knowledge, and medicine, Apollo said. Which one of these authorities would be best suited in combat? Medicine would be an important one since you can use your energy to create the necessary medicine if you know the sickness or increase the power of medicine/healing techniques. As the god of music, what do you do with that? Ichigo asked. Nothing besides a musical aptitude, Apollo admitted. Yawatch, do you think you can evolve that authority to be more combative and supportive? What do you have in mind? Yawatch asked. Maybe manipulate sound waves for offensive and defensive purposes, Ichigo said. Yawatch nodded his head. Anything else? Depending on the song that is played, it could buff allies or debuff enemies. That sounds interesting, especially since there are psychological studies that correlate music effects on people. I will take your authority over music, Ichigo said. Sure, Apollo said. Ichigo pointed the script over to Apollo. I, Apollo the god of light, music, poetry, truth, prophecy, plague, oracles, knowledge and medicine, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over music, Apollo said. Orange-yellow energy glowed from Apollo into the script. The script gained a few streaks of orange-yellow, joining light brown and the red and silver. I'll go next, Artemis said. I am the goddess of the hunt, archery, wilderness, forests, the moon, radiance, maidenhood, and childbirth. I wish to receive a blessing for the moon. Ichigo quickly answered. Why? Artemis asked. Because of my soul, Ichigo said. My primary weapon's name is Zangetsu. Artemis's eyes widened as understood Zangetsu's origin. Very well, Artemis said. I, Artemis the goddess of the hunt, archery, wilderness, forests, the moon, radiance, maidenhood, and childbirth, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over moon, Artemis said. Silver energy glowed from Artemis into the script. The script absorbed the energy. I'll go next, Athena said. I am the goddess of wisdom, civilization, mathematics, strategy, war, city defense, crafts, the arts, and skill. How do you two distinguish between war? Ichigo asked. In many conflicts, Ares was more offense-minded while I am more defensive, Athena said. I see, then defensive warfare and maybe city defense if possible. Sure. Athena said. I, Athena the goddess of wisdom, civilization, mathematics, strategy, war, city defense, crafts, the arts, and skill, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki my blessing for defensive warfare in city defense. Light red and white energy flowed from Athena and entered the script. The script gained a few streaks of lighter red and white, joining the orange-yellow, light brown, and the red and silver. I'll go next, Ares said. Are you sure? You took a major beating and exhausted all the divine energy in you. Ichigo said. I am. You defeated me fair and square. Ares said. I, Ares, the god of war, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over war. Crimson energy flowed from Ares and entered the script. I guess I'll go next, Dionysus said as he sipped his Diet Coke. I'm the Greek god of grape harvest, wine, madness, parties, religious ecstasy, and theater, Dionysus said. I guess madness, Ichigo said. Sure, Dionysus said with a shrug. I, Dionysus, the god of grape harvest, wine, madness, parties, religious ecstasy, and theater, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over madness. Violet energy flowed from Dionysus and entered the script. I'll go next, Aphrodite said. Thank you, Aphrodite, for the offer, but I have something else I want from you, Ichigo said. Oh? Aphrodite said with a seductive look. Nope, not that, Ichigo said. He turned around. Part of the sea. Ichigo commanded. All the demigods quickly parted as Medea, still covered in her robes, walked up. Medea soon stood beside Ichigo. Aphrodite, come down here, Ichigo said. Aphrodite shrank down to be slightly taller than Medea. She walked over to Ichigo, seductively shaking her hips. To pay off your debt, you will become her servant, Ichigo said. What? Aphrodite yelled. You will, Medea said. To pay off the mind control you placed on me. Medea yelled as she pulled off her cloak. All the gods recognized her. Am Medea, Aphrodite said in shock. Yeah, I'm back, bitch. Medea shouted. She grabbed Aphrodite. I'm back for revenge for what you did, bitch. Medea began to fight Aphrodite. Aphrodite struggled against Medea. I'm all for a good catfight, but should we stop them? Hermes asked. I believe that will be a suitable punishment for Aphrodite, Hera said, partially feeling guilt for what happened to Medea. What? Aphrodite shouted. I think this will teach Aphrodite some important lessons, Athena said. Artemis nodded her head. I am in favor of it, Hephaestus said. Aphrodite looked at the other gods for help. I am also in favor of it, Poseidon said. Zeus turned to Poseidon. So do I, Zeus said. I'm for it, Hades said as he glared at Aphrodite. Aphrodite turned to Apollo, Hermes and Dionysus for help. I am Apollo started. Suddenly a silver arrow barely missed Apollo's head. He turned to see Artemis whistling while looking away, appearing innocent. I am for her punishment. Apollo corrected, nervously looking at Artemis, who cracked a smile. Aphrodite turned to Hermes and Dionysus for help. Go punish her, Hermes said, slightly looking at Zeus and Ichigo. Sure, Dionysus said. So, it has been spoken. Until Medea passes away, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, love, desire, passion, sexuality, pleasure, and fertility, will be Medea's, the princess of Colchis, servant. Zeus proclaimed. I got just the thing, Hephaestus said as a golden collar appeared in his hand. He threw the collar at Aphrodite's neck. The golden collar opened up and wrapped itself around her neck. A golden chain shot out of her collar and into Medea's hand. Aphrodite shuddered as she felt severely weakened. This golden collar prevents Aphrodite from using any of her powers. It also shocks her with crimson electricity if she disobeys your orders. Thank you, Lord Hephaestus, Medea said as she bowed to him. She noticed that the golden collar had a blank nameplate. Your new name is Bitch, Medea proclaimed. The word bitch was written on the nameplate. Thank you, Ichigo and the Olympians. Medea thanked. She kissed Ichigo on the cheek and walked away. Bitch walked behind her. Medea stopped. She turned to Bitch. Crawl on all four, bitch, Medea ordered. Bitch refused. Suddenly Bitch was shocked by crimson electricity. Ah ha ha! She screamed in pain. Get on your knees, bitch. Medea ordered. Bitch got on her knees. Suddenly the crimson electricity stopped. Medea and Bitch walked away from them. All the demigods stared at the two as they walked away. Ichigo, we'll find a hotel room to use as our base, Akasha said. Very well, Ichigo replied. Akasha and Gilgamesh followed Medea out of the temple. I'll go next, Hermes said, getting everyone's attention again. I am the god of roads, travel, loads, gymnasiums, athletes, diplomacy, orators, thieves, commerce, trade, and invention, Hermes said. For keeping your promise to me about Luke, you can choose 2 authorities to share with me. 2 authorities. Zeus yelled. Hermes turned to Zeus. Is there a problem, Lord Zeus? He asked. Zeus didn't reply. I choose travel and thieves, Ichigo said. Very well, Hermes said. I, Hermes, the god of roads, travel, loads, gymnasiums, athletes, diplomacy, orators, thieves, commerce, trade, and invention shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over travel and thieves. Gray's energy flowed from Hermes to the script. I'll go, Poseidon said. Wait, brother, Zeus said. You weren't a part of the deal. Poseidon nodded his head. Indeed, I wasn't, Poseidon said. However, I swore an oath to him saving Atlantis from Oceanus. Thought I am not bounded by your oath, I am bound by my own debt. Poseidon explained. He turned to Ichigo. I am Poseidon, god of the sea, storms, earthquakes, droughts, floods, and horses. For your actions to save Atlantic, you can choose any of 2 of my authorities to share with me, Poseidon said. All the other gods looked at Poseidon as if he was crazy. 2 authorities. Zeus yelled. Ichigo thought. I choose the sea and the earthquake. Ichigo picked. Very well, Poseidon said. I, Poseidon, god of the sea, storms, earthquakes, droughts, floods, and horses, shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over the sea and the earthquake, Poseidon said. Sea green energy flowed from Poseidon and entered the script. Ichigo turned to Zeus. I am Zeus, god of the sky, thunder, lightning, kingship, honor, and justice, Zeus began. Which 2 authorities do you want to share with me? I choose sky and lightning, Ichigo said. Very well, I, Zeus, god of the sky, thunder, lightning, kingship, honor, and justice shall grant Ichigo Kurosaki shared jurisdiction over the sky and lightning. Golden energy flowed from Zeus and entered the script. The script covered with streaks of different colors, each representing the gift each Olympians gave him. Ichigo sent that script to Yawatch. With that, the ceremony is over, Zeus said. Suddenly wood nymphs appeared out of nowhere carrying food and drinks for everyone. Everyone began to enjoy themselves. Ichigo noticed Hades was planning to leave. I guess it's time for our meeting? Ichigo asked. Hades cracked a small smile. Sure, Hades said. He turned to Nico. Have fun with your friends, Hades said. Yes, father, Nico replied. Hades wrapped Ichigo in his shadows as they teleported away. Scene change, Greek underworld. Ichigo and Hades appeared in a throne room of some kind. Hades, who is this? Persephone asked. Is that another stepson? No, dear. He is someone who I have business with. Hades said. Persephone glared at Hades. May I be with you too for this personal business? She asked. Hades turned to Ichigo. Sure, Ichigo said. But please keep what you find out a secret from the Olympians, Ichigo replied. Very well, Persephone said. Give me few moments, Hades said as he began to gather a few items and began to call Charon and Thanatos. This palace is beautiful despite the sense of eeriness it gives, Ichigo said. Indeed, Persephone said. Ichigo, what are you doing here? Ichigo turned to see Francesca and Mila Rose just walked in. Hello, ladies. Ichigo greeted. It seems you two are done taking care of Cerberus, Persephone said. Yes, Lady Persephone. Is there a problem with Cerberus? Ichigo asked. Yes, our Cerberus feels really lonely, Persephone said. Mila Rose and Francesca are one of the few that are strong enough to handle playing with Cerberus. What if I told you I have a more permanent solution to your problem? How? They asked. Ichigo smiled. Hades soon reappeared. Ah, Francesca and Mila Rose, Hades said. Lord Hades, Francesca said with a bow. Mila Rose quickly followed after. I told Ichigo about our problem with Cerberus, Persephone started. He said that he has a permanent solution. We'll see about it after our meeting. He said. Now then, Ichigo, follow me, Hades said. Ichigo and Persephone walked down a set of hallways. They soon arrived in a bedroom with 3 beds. The headboard was decorated with glowing Greek and Roman writing. Hades, what is going on? Ichigo asked. To expedite the meeting process, we will meet by using the mind. Hades started. This will allow both our Greek self and Roman self to attend the meeting without dealing with the headache. I see. It also helps since Sharon, Thanatos, and Morse can't physically meet us in my palace, Hades explained. So simply lay down and allow the magic to do its job? Ichigo asked. Exactly. Everyone laid down on the beds. The Greek and Roman writing glowed. Scene change, void. Ichigo opened his eyes to see himself sitting at a round table. Ichigo looked to see Hades and Persephone sitting on his right side. To his left was a very pale man with greasy black hair and dressed in a dark suit with a black and platinum striped tie and a tombstone gray shirt. Beside him was a beautiful woman. Her hair was dark and long, floating, and curling down. Her eyes were multicolored but washed out. She wore a dress that billowed around her like smoke. 1. I am Pluto, and this is my wife, Proserpine, Pluto said. Next to Persephone was a man with dark skin. He was lean and muscular with a regal face, honey gold eyes, and black hair. He was bare-chested with only a piece of black robes covering his waist. I am Thanatos. He said. Besides him were women. She has similar skin, eyes, and hair as Thanatos. She was dressed in black robes that cover most of her body. I am Mors, Thanatos' Roman counterpart, too, she said. The last person was a man. He was tall with chocolate-color skin and bleach blonde hair, shaved military style. He had on tortoiseshell shades and was dressed in an Italian suit that matched his hair color. A black rose was pinned to his lapel. The name is Sharon. For those who don't know me, I am Ichigo Kurosaki, the current Emperor of Hell. Ichigo said as he summoned the Jigaku no Yoroi. We are here to renew the old contract that the previous Emperor of Hell had with you, Ichigo said. Indeed. Hades and Pluto said. For us, all the souls in the fields of punishment will be sent to Hell, Hades said. The previous Emperor of Hell didn't have a way for the sinners to pay for their sins. Do you have a method to take care of this? Pluto asked. I've established a gateway which judges the sinners and it determines if they paid for their sins, Ichigo said. Very well, Hades and Pluto said. May I join this meeting? Someone said. They turned to see someone slowly rise from the shadows. He stood 8 feet tall. He has muscular purple skin and dressed in armor that is decorated with all kinds of creatures. His face is obscured by darkness, only his red gleaming eyes shine from the darkness. I am Tartarus. He said. All the gods stood up in shock. Tartarus chuckled. Don't worry, my grandchildren. I am not here to fight. What can I do for you? Ichigo asked as the other gods sat back down. I think it's time for the monsters are reminded about my rules, Tartarus said. Rules? The gods asked. Indeed, Tartarus said. Those stupid fates designed the monsters to attack the mortals, allowing the demigods a chance to feel important. But with the end of the Age of Gods, the fates haven't adjusted the monsters' fate. So, I am forced to step in. Tartarus said. So, I decreed that all monsters that rest in my domain are only supposed to attack demigods, close family members with the demigods, or if they are attacked first. They are not supposed to attack the mortals who aren't aware of us. Tartarus said. I assumed many monsters disregarded that rule, Ichigo said. As soon as I fell asleep, the monsters ignored my rule. So those monsters that break that rule will be sent to me, Ichigo concluded. Indeed, Tartarus said. There is someone else that I want to be removed from my realm. He said. Who? Ichigo asked. Perez, the Titian of Destruction. He established a Colosseum in my realm. He was able to prevent the inhabitants of the Colosseum to feel pain from my domain. He has his minions go out, capture monsters, and imprison them in his Colosseum. The captured monsters submit to him in exchange for living in the Colosseum. Ichigo nodded his head. I want his Colosseum gone. What do I get if I do this for you? Ichigo asked. Tartarus chuckled. I will grant you a reward upon completion, Tartarus said. How will I know you will keep your end of the bargain? Ichigo asked. Ha, I like you, kid. Tartarus said. I swear upon the void that created me, to pay Ichigo Kurosaki back for helping me. They heard the ground rumble and a loud boom echo through. Very well, Ichigo said as he summoned a piece of paper. Do you have any idea where his Colosseum is at? It's somewhere located in the central wasteland, Tartarus said. After this meeting, I will go there, Ichigo said. Tartarus nodded his head. When you finished, yell out my name, Tartarus said. Very well. It's fine if you end up permanently killing Perez, Tartarus added before he disappeared. Ichigo turned to the remaining gods and goddesses. Do you know about the death quest? Ichigo asked. Everyone except for Persephone and Proserpine nodded their heads. What's the death quest? Persephone asked. I'm sorry, my dear, Hades said. But it is something that only the gods and goddesses of death are allowed to know, Pluto said. Persephone and Proserpine sighed. Fine. They accepted. In exchange for our blessing, Hades said. We need you to help us with something, Pluto said. What is it? Ichigo asked. I am supposed to only accept the souls of Greek demigods, Roman demigods, or their descendants, but recently we've been getting all kinds of souls, mortals, wizards, and witches and more, Pluto said. Grimm is supposed to escort these miscellaneous souls to their correct place, Hades said. Grimm? Ichigo questioned. Yes, you could say he is the closest being associated with the concept of death, for he is not a part of any pantheon. His job is to collect the soul of the dead and bring them to the correct pantheon. If the soul doesn't belong to a pantheon, he drops that soul into the reincarnation cycle. But he stopped doing his job, Ichigo said. Indeed. We don't know why he stopped. Hades said. I managed to find his last known location was at a city called Ensville, in Arizona, 3, Pluto said. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways, when you find Grimm and kick his ass back to work, come find us, Hades said. Where's the entrance to the underworld? The main entrance is located in Los Angeles, California. The mortal front is called DOA Recording Studios. Pluto said. What does DOA stand for? Dead or alive? Ichigo joked. No. It's dead on arrival. Hades corrected. That's usually where I am, Sharon said. Ichigo nodded his head. Is there anything else? Ichigo asked. The remaining gods and goddesses shook their heads. With that, everyone left the void. Scene change, underworld. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Hades and Persephone wake up. With that meeting done, let's go see your solution to Cerberus, Hades said. Hades, Persephone, and Ichigo walked out of the palace to see a black coach with a pair of horses made of shadows. The coach doors opened for them to enter. To Cerberus, Hades commanded. The coach began to move. Ichigo looked out to see the long lines of souls waiting in line. Those are the souls that are to be judged, Hades said. I see. Ichigo said. They soon arrived at a three-headed Rottweiler lying down. Its red eyes screamed sadness and loneliness. Upon seeing the coach, the Cerberus stood up and let out an excited bark. Hades, Persephone, and Ichigo stepped out of the coach. Hello, Cerberus. Hades greeted. The Cerberus let out an excited bark. Hades turned to Ichigo. I would like to see that permanent solution, he said. Can I open a portal? Ichigo asked. Go ahead, Hades said. Ichigo ripped open a red garganta and jumped in. Ichigo appeared in the second layer of hell. Ichigo noticed a few sinners were playing with his Cerberus. The sinners noticed Ichigo's presence and tried to run away. Ichigo shunpaied in front of them. Thank you for taking care of Cerberus. Good luck with your second chance in life, Ichigo said as he cut off their chains and sent them to the reincarnation cycle. Ichigo turned to his Cerberus. Come here, boy, I have a friend for you, Ichigo said. Ichigo's Cerberus let out a loud bark as he followed Ichigo. Ichigo and his Cerberus entered the red garganta. Ichigo returned to the Greek underworld with his Cerberus following right behind. Hades's and Persephone's eyes widened. You're giving your Cerberus to us? Hades asked. It's not my Cerberus. I founded him, Ichigo admitted, remembering Kokobile using it during the battle with him. The two dogs sniffed each other before they start playing around with each other. Thank you for that, Hades said. No problem, Ichigo said. How do I get to Tartarus? You're planning to go there now? Hades asked. No. Maybe tomorrow, Ichigo said. Just send us Iris message, Hades said. Do you have a phone number? Ichigo asked. Hades smiled as he gave Ichigo his phone number. Thank you. Could you get me back to New York City? Ichigo asked. Hades nodded his head. Ichigo could feel the shadows surround him and he was teleported away. Scene change, New York City. Ichigo appeared out of a shadow from an empty alleyway. Ichigo walked around the rubble. Ichigo could see obliviators from the Makusa running around trying to cover up the battle. Remind me to send Hecate a bottle of whiskey after this, one of the obliviators said. Agree, another obliviator said. Her mist made it that it was due to one of the old steam pipes exploded, Yeah, we just need to adjust the destruction to match that. One of the many obliviators noticed Ichigo walking through. Sir? An obliviator walked towards Ichigo, ready to obliviate him. I was at the battle with the Greek gods, Ichigo said. Oh, sorry, he said as he returned to what he was doing. A few minutes later, with Akasha's help, Ichigo founded their hotel. Ichigo nodded to the receptionist as he used the elevator to arrive at the top floor. Ichigo could sense the magical barriers Medea and Gilgamesh casted. Ichigo walked to the door. Before Ichigo could knock on the door, Akasha already opened it. Ichigo could see Medea using Bitch as a chair. Gilgamesh was watching some television. Ichigo could see the news channels was blaming the destruction as a pipeline explosion. I'm going to bed early, Ichigo said. Want me to give you a massage? Akasha asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Gilgamesh waved his hand as a bottle appeared beside Akasha. Use this. It helps reduces soreness, allows the body to relax, and fall asleep easier, Gilgamesh explained. Thank you, Ichigo said. They walked to their bedroom. With a flick of his hand, one of the chairs transformed into a massage bed. Ichigo stripped down and laid face down on the massage bed. Akasha began to use the ointment on Ichigo. Ichigo allowed himself to relax and fall asleep. Scene change, morning. Ichigo woke up to see he was in his bed. Akasha and Gilgamesh were cuddling on each side of his body. Kyoka appeared. Yawatch wants to see you in the trainer, she said. Very well, Ichigo said. Ichigo entered his spirit form, leaving his soulless body there. She sent him into the trainer. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Yawatch. Ichigo could see the bags around his eyes. You okay, Yawatch? Ichigo asked. I am and I am not, Yawatch said. Why? Ichigo asked. I just finished converting the gathered divinity and authorities into new scripts, Yawatch said. Some of the divinity and authorities merged with the older scripts, while other divinity and authorities combined into one powerful script. I see, Ichigo said. Script A. The Aqua Dominum absorbed a part of Oceanus's authority, Poseidon's sea authority, and Artemis's moon blessing. This gives you full control over water, its alternative forms, and any item that contains water. It also allows you to transform yourself into water or anything with water. It also can create, use, and store water-based divine energy. You also gain an increase in power depending on the phase of the moon. I see, Ichigo said. Due to this change, I suggested Yawatch that we should rename the script, Kyoka said. To what? Ichigo asked. Maybe Fengari Nero, Water Moon, Kyoka said. Sure, Ichigo said. Ichigo could see a light shining from the Tower of Scripts. A light shot out from the tower, which likely belonged to Script A and moved to another location. The change has been done, Yawatch said. Script A, the Aqua Dominum, is no more. It is now Script F, Fengari Nero, Water Moon. I see, Ichigo said. Yawatch pointed at Script G. The next script that received an upgrade is Script G, the Gaia Crusher, Yawatch said. It merged with Poseidon's Earthquake Authority and Hephaestus's Metalwork Blessing. You can easily cause earthquakes and have an easier time to manipulate metals. Just like before, it creates, uses, and store earth-based divine energy. I also suggested that we rename the script, Kyoka said. To what? Ichigo asked. Simply, the Earth, Kyoka said. Sure, Ichigo said. Ichigo could see a light shining from the Tower of Scripts. A light shot out from the tower, which likely belonged to Script G, and moved to another location. The change has been done, Yawatch said. Script G, the Gaia Crusher, is no more. It is now Script E, the Earth, Yawatch announced. He pointed at Script T. Script T, the Teo, also received an upgrade from Hyperion and Krios. You obtained absolute control over fire and light. The amount of power you gained from the sun tripled. You also see anything that the sun shines down upon. Yawatch pointed at Script V. Script V, the Ventus, received an upgrade from Zeus's Sky Authority. You can create stronger winds and clouds, Yawatch said. Before we continue, your elemental scripts gained a unique ability due to Hera's Golem Blessing, Yawatch said. Oh? Yes, you can create golems by using the energy from those scripts and the elements around you, Yawatch said. I see, Ichigo said. With a wave of his hand, the ground began to shake as golems made from stone rose from the earth. The large gust of wind flew towards him before forming into a humanoid shape. A blast of fire shot out of Ichigo's hand and began forming a humanoid shape. The water vapor in the atmosphere condensed and began to form a human shape. There in front of Ichigo was 20 golems, 5 golems based on the 4 elements. With a flick of Ichigo's wrists, the 20 golems merged into 5 golems that contained all 4 elements. I see, Ichigo said as the golems denigrated. The last script that gained an upgrade is W, the Warlord. Upon activation, you are no longer affected by magic. This includes magic, spells, magecraft, and Kido. Only a bladed weapon can harm you. You can also bless your allies with a dramatic boost in their overall physical abilities, but it may turn them into mindless berserkers that only obey your orders, Yawatch explained. Can this blessing be added to the golems? Ichigo asked. Not sure. But I believe it would work on them. Yawatch said. Wow. Didn't expect them to get that much of a power boost. Ichigo said. Now we got the new scripts to talk about. Yawatch said. He presented the first of the new scripts. The first one is from Chronos. This script allows you to freeze time, slow down time, speed up time, and manipulate the age of the target. Ichigo took the script from Yawatch. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. A 7-foot-long scythe appeared in Ichigo's hand. The scythe appears a combination of a normal scythe and a clock. The blade is curved like a crescent moon. The handle is silver and wrapped in black leather. Between the blade and the tang was a clock with Greek numbers on the right side and Roman numbers on the left side. Ichigo noticed attached on the other side of the scythe was halberd. Ichigo spun the scythe around. How do you use the halberd part? Ichigo thought. The scythe responded to Ichigo's question. The scythe blade moved. The scythe edge laid on the handle, as if they're one piece. Ichigo swung the halberd around. Despite all the weight in both the scythe and halberd configuration, Ichigo could easily hold it in one hand. Ichigo pointed it at a rock. Ichigo used his time powers to age the rock. The rock glowed sickly yellow as it began to erode. Ichigo stopped it when the rock turned into sand. I named this script, Script C, the Chrono Arcanta, Master of Time. Ichigo said. Yawatch nodded his head. Ichigo vanished the scythe halberd. The next script was using Apollo's Music Authority and Dionysus' Madness Authority to create this script. Yawatch pulled out another script. This music that is played can motivate allies, heal their wounds, and restore their energy. A different song can demoralize the enemy, cause unbeknownst terror, prevent their wounds from healing, drain their energy, cause madness, and spread hopelessness and despair. Yawatch said. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. Ichigo summoned his old guitar from his mindscape. Ichigo struck a few chords with his guitar. A large sound wave shot out of the guitar. Ichigo and Yawatch watched how powerful the sound wave was. Suddenly they heard a loud crack. Ichigo turned down to see his guitar split in two. Looks like we need to invest in a stronger guitar, Ichigo said. You could forge it yourself or ask Hephaestus for help, Yawatch said. Maybe, Ichigo said. I named this script, Script Y, the Yakubo no Yuta, Song of Desire. No Greek name? Yawatch commented. No, Ichigo said. This script is the last one. This will be one of the strongest scripts in your possession. Yawatch said as he handed Ichigo the last prepared script. This script contains all of Typhon's authority, Zeus's sky and lighting authority, Oceanus's, and Poseidon's remaining authorities. All of them are in this script? Indeed. All storms, hurricanes, cyclones, tornadoes, typhoons, lightning storms are yours to command. The storms you summon using this script will be beyond anything Poseidon and Zeus could produce due to how many different authorities in play for this script. Yawatch said. Ichigo took a deep break. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. A large gust of wind blew around him. Ichigo could feel the immense power and divine authority it gives him. It took a few moments for Ichigo to calm down. That was a rush of energy, Ichigo said. Indeed, Yawatch said. What about technology, travel, and thieves? Those are stored here, Yawatch said as he brought out another script. For now, I'm storing them here until we have a script that could work with them. Yawatch said. I see. Ichigo said. Yawatch, is it possible for us to combine script E, the Eliminator, and script L, the Law, to be one script? Ichigo asked. What would this hypothetical script do? Yawatch asked. It allows us to create an imitation of something like the source of power. Just like what you did with script E and script L. Ichigo said. I will work on that, Yawatch said. Ichigo activated Script P, the puppeteer again. Ichigo practiced using the Ryatsu strings. He accidentally discovered that they could also be used as a weapon. Suddenly hands appeared out of nowhere and covered his eyes. Guess who? Someone asked. Ichigo mumbled. Only one person would do this kind of thing, Akasha, Ichigo said. The hands moved away to reveal it was Akasha. So, whatcha doing? She asked. Just practicing a new weapon, Ichigo said. Revealing the Ryatsu strings. Ichigo demonstrated himself using Ryatsu strings to cut up a rock. The cuts were sloppy, and it required a lot of force to cut it. I think I got the perfect teacher for this, Akasha said as she closed her eyes. Behind Akasha, a red shadow formed behind her. An older man walked out of the shadow. He was slightly taller than Ichigo. He was dressed in a white dress shirt, black dress pants, and matching purple tie and vest. He has black gloves on. His long gray hair was tied in a ponytail. His eyes are red and devoid of life. He had a monocle that rests on his nose. His name is Walter C. Dornez. He is from the same alternative universe as my noble phantasm, Akasha said. She turned to Walter. Teach him how to use your microfilament wires and your puppetry ability, Akasha ordered. Yes, master, Walter replied in a monotone voice. In the next few hours, Ichigo followed Walter's teaching. He was able to help Ichigo control more strings at the same time and be more proficient with his technique. Yawatch appeared and helped Ichigo with his strings, due to practice with Ransatengai. Ichigo's strings are much longer, thinner, durable, and sharper than before. Ichigo accidentally discovered that he could channel his elemental Ryatsu and divine energy into the strings, enhancing them with the elements. By the end of the training, Ichigo could use one string to control a single person. With Walter's job done, Akasha reabsorbed him. Ichigo and Akasha left the mindscape. Scene change, hotel room. Ichigo and Akasha appeared out of the mindscape. Medea was making breakfast. Bitch was sitting down on the floor with a dog bowl beside her. She glared at us with utmost hatred. Ichigo and Akasha ignored her stares and sat down. Gilgamesh finally came down. Bitch glared at Gilgamesh. Unlike us, Gilgamesh didn't ignore her glare. Gilgamesh replied with her own glare. Gilgamesh's glare was an annoyed goddess glaring at a worm for daring to appear in her mere presence. Bitch looked away from Gilgamesh in fear. With the pet scared, Gilgamesh happily walked to the breakfast table. Medea finished breakfast and brought it over to them. So, what are you planning to do now? Ichigo asked. I plan to spend some time training Bitch, since she is still too disobedient, Medea said. What about you, master? Oh, I'm planning to go to Tartarus, Ichigo casually said. What? Medea asked. What's Tartarus? Akasha asked. It's the Greco-Roman equivalent to hell, Ichigo said. Why are you going there? Gilgamesh asked. Tartarus, the being, asked me to help him get rid of a resident of his. Who? Akasha asked. Perez, the Titian of destruction, Ichigo said. I see. Medea said. How long will you be down there? Akasha asked. I'm not sure, maybe a few days, Ichigo said. Zealot might have some ideas to break her, Medea said. You want me to drop you off at home before I go? Ichigo asked. Sure, Ichigo said as he finished up dinner. They stood up. Bitch, follow us, Ichigo said. Bitch followed behind them. Medea cast an illusion to make Bitch appear like a normal dog. They arrived at the basement level of the hotel. Ichigo summoned his car. Ichigo, open the trunk please, she asked. Ichigo sighed as he opened the trunk. Medea started at Bitch. Get in, she ordered. No. Bitch refused. She was shocked again by the collar. Gah-aha! She screamed in pain. After a few moments, the electricity stopped. Bitch slowly entered the trunk. Medea grabbed the trunk. Stay here and be quiet on the entire ride, Medea ordered. Why yes, mistress. She replied. Medea slammed the trunk close. Ichigo dropped Medea off at the estate before returning to his hotel. Ichigo, Akasha said. Are you sure you can do this alone? She asked. I'm sure, Ichigo reassured. If you say so, Akasha said. When you get back from Tartarus, what are planning to do? Gilgamesh asked. Maybe a road trip across America? Ichigo suggested. I have to go to a city called Evansville, Arizona, and Los Angeles, California. Might as well see other interesting parts of the country. Ichigo said. Very well, Akasha said. Gilgamesh nodded her head. Ichigo pulled out his phone and dialed Hades' number. Hello? Hades asked. Hello Hades, I am ready to go to Tartarus, Ichigo said. Very well, Hades said. Ichigo could feel the shadows rose and swallowed him. Ichigo appeared back in the underworld. Ichigo could see Hades standing before an open abyss. The entrance to Tartarus is jumping into this abyss, Hades said. I see. Ichigo said as he approached the abyss. Before you go, be warned there is different time flow in Tartarus. Days may appear to have gone in Tartarus when it's been minutes. Hades said. Thank you for the warning, Ichigo said as he shifted into his Shinigami form. See you soon. Ichigo waved to Hades as Ichigo jumped into the abyss. Chapter 52, Arc 11. Ichigo could feel himself falling into an endless void. He could feel nothing as he fell. Ichigo summoned himself one of his many books and began to read it. Ichigo finished 4 books before he reached the bottom. Ichigo began to explore Tartarus. Ichigo could feel the air was trying to harm him. Ichigo's body easily overcame this minor inconvenience. As Ichigo was walking, a pack of hellhounds noticed him and tried to attack him. Ichigo easily killed the hellhounds and continued his way. As Ichigo continued to explore the area, Ichigo spotted a few giants. Ichigo hid behind a few rocks and eavesdropped in their conversation. Anyone see interesting monsters? Giant 1 asked. No. Saw some regular hellhounds. Giant 2 said. Damn, Lord Perez isn't going to be happy. Giant 1 complained. I guess they work for Perez. Ichigo thought. Come on, we need to try harder. Giant 3 encouraged. He's right. We don't want to suffer in the Colosseum. Giant 4 said. Looks like they might be my ticket to Perez. Ichigo thought. It's not as if an interesting monster is going to come out. Giant 1 joked. Hello? Ichigo asked, revealing himself from his hiding spot. All the giants jumped out in shock. A human. Giant 3 said. My name is Ichigo and I'm looking for Perez, Ichigo said. We work for Lord Perez. Giant 2 said. Would you allow us to capture you? Giant 3 asked. He's not going to allow us to capture him. Giant 1 ridiculed Giant 3. Sure, Ichigo said. Really? Giant 3 asked. Sure, as long as I can talk with Perez. We could make sure you see Lord Perez, but we can't promise he would see you. Giant 3 said. Sure, Ichigo said. Giant 3 grabbed Ichigo, tight enough to make sure he doesn't escape but loose enough where Ichigo isn't squeezed. The giants walked away. Ichigo could see they caught a few other monsters. Unlike him, all of them are unconscious and in a net. They walked for hours before they entered a desert. Where are we? Ichigo asked his captor. We're in the central wasteland. Giant 3 replied. He's still awake. Giant 1 questioned. He is. He's in my hands since we found him. Giant 3 replied. What? The other yelled. Yep, Ichigo said. Still awake. The other giants stared at him in disbelief. You're a strange human. Giant 2 commented. Ichigo would have shrugged his shoulders if he could. After a few more hours, they arrived at a coliseum. I'll take him to see Lord Perez. Giant 3 said. Very well. Good luck, weird human. Giant 1 said as Giant 2 and 4 followed behind him. Ichigo didn't question how Giant 3 was able to move inside the coliseum, despite being his full size. He walked up a few stairs before arriving at a door. Giant 3 let go of Ichigo and began to shrink. Giant 3 now stood 6 feet 7 inches. He knocked on the door. Come in. Someone said. Giant 3 gently pushed open the door and entered. Ichigo followed behind him. Ichigo could see a well-decorated office. It was full of weapons, books, mystical artifacts, and other stuff. Ichigo could see someone dressed in a business suit, sipping an amber liquid. Beside him were 2 guards, dressed in black business suits with black shades. What do you need? Perez asked the giant. Lord Perez, I found a human that wanted to see you. Giant 3 said. Perez looked and noticed Ichigo standing there. I see. Perez said. He pulled a sheet of paper of his drawer. He wrote something on the paper before handing it to Giant 3. For the rest of the year, you are free from gladiator hunting, Perez said. Really? Yay! Giant 3 cheered as he took the paper. Bye, human. Bye, Ichigo replied. Ichigo turned back at Perez only to feel something wrong. Ichigo felt himself moving slower. Perez smiled. Looks like things still had enough energy, Perez said as he pulled out a small object. It was golden with a clock on it. It had a spike attached below it. Ichigo could feel some kind of energy resonating from the clock. Perez smiled. He pulled out a pair of golden handcuffs. He grabbed Ichigo's arms and handcuffed his hands. What's going on? Ichigo thought as he felt weaker. Those handcuffs are draining your powers, Kyoka said. Should I break them? Ichigo asked. No. These handcuffs are connected to Perez. He's absorbing the energy the handcuffs are draining us. Kyoka said. Reduce as much of the flow as possible, let him think he's draining us dry, Ichigo ordered. Already working on that. To think these handcuffs would work on you, Ichigo Kurosaki, Perez said. How do you know my name? Ichigo asked. Perez smiled. I watched you kill my brothers and drain them of their essence. Perez continued. I guarded the remaining part of Kronos that were trapped in Tartarus. Kronos tried to warn himself about you, but he wasn't able to. Fate intervened? Ichigo thought. Then you ripped his remaining essence from Tartarus to Olympus. Before he left, he gave me a present. Perez pulled out a weird-looking knife. It reminded Ichigo of Medea's rule-breaker. Show me his hands. He ordered his guards. The guards appeared behind Ichigo and slammed his head and hands to the table. The back of his hands faced Perez. He stabbed the knife into Ichigo's right hand. Pain shot through his body from the knife. Ichigo could feel some sort of curse being placed on his right hand. Perez pulled the knife out of Ichigo's right hand. He repeated the process on Ichigo's left hand. Soon the guards let go of Ichigo. Ichigo stood up and looked at the back of his hands. Ichigo could see a black tattoo of an inverted reptile eye on both hands. What did you do? Ichigo questioned. According to Kronos, he received this as a gift from Gia and Aurenas. It contained a special curse that can only be used once. Perez said. Kronos founded many enemies that we thought would be worthy of the curse, but he didn't. Until you came. During the process of claiming his divinity, he deemed you worthy of the curse. He made me swear upon Gia's name to inflict this curse on you. What does this curse do? Ichigo asked. Perez smiled. This curse is known as the Curse of the Monster. With this curse, whatever monster you kill, you shall become it. Perez laughed. Yawatch, are you able to quarantine the curse? Ichigo asked. I managed to force the curse into a script, Yawatch said. But the curse infected your body. You will still be forced to become the Greek monster you kill, but you should be able to return to your human form and be able to manipulate it. Yawatch said. I see. Ichigo thought. Perez stopped laughing. So, what are you planning to do now? Ichigo asked. You see, my watchers are getting a little tired with my regular gladiators. But then you walked on in. Perez said. Ichigo realized what Perez was about to suggest. You want me to be your gladiator, Ichigo said. Yep, Perez said. I'm aware of Grand Uncle Tartarus's dislike of me. He somehow contacted you and asked you to kill me. He probably mentioned that you can't leave Tartarus until you kill me or something like that. Perez said. What's stopping me from breaking free from these handcuffs and killing you right here? Ichigo questioned. I doubt you could break free of those handcuffs based on how little power you have right now, Perez said. But even if those handcuffs somehow fail, I still have a contingency plan. Indeed. Someone else said. Ichigo turned to see someone walk in. Ichigo, meet Prometheus, Perez said. Ichigo blared at Prometheus. He's the one that contacted Fairy Tail and Cow's Brigade. Prometheus ignored Ichigo's glare and handed Perez a file. He opened the file and began to read it. Oh. Perez said. So many potential hostages. Ichigo blared at Perez even more. Perez ignored Ichigo's stare as he casually threw the file on the table. The contents spilled out. Ichigo could see pages on Mocha, Elizabeth, Yasaka, and Kunu, luckily not in her true form. But there were still more pages in the file that hasn't been spilled out. If they're too hard to capture, we could also capture those demigods you're friends with, Perez said. We've already arranged for contingency plans in case you try and kill both of us right now, Prometheus warned. Fine then. I'll play your game. How many rounds do you want me to go before I fight you? Ichigo asked. Perez smirked. As many as I want, Perez said. Oh. Don't worry. I will be fair, the matches will not be back to back. I will give you a few days from each fight. Perez said. He extended his hand out to Ichigo. Very well, Ichigo said as he shook Perez's hand. Ichigo could feel something burn into his hands. Ichigo looked to see a P-shaped burn. You are mine now, Ichigo Kurosaki. The two titans laughed as Ichigo was dragged out of Perez's office. He didn't try to break free from the handcuffs, even though he could easily do so. Prometheus pointed out. Indeed, he's aware that energy naturally escapes through the wrists. He was able to decrease it. Perez said. Scene change, cell. Ichigo was escorted down a hallway of cells. Ichigo could see inside the cells were various monsters. The guard opened the cell door and uncuffed Ichigo. Ichigo entered the cell. It was occupied by someone else. Ichigo's cellmate is humanoid with cherry-red skin, a beard and hair the color of rusted iron, bushy eyebrows, and multiple scars on his face. Waist down, Ichigo could see red-scaled dragon legs. Damison, looks like you got a cellmate. The guard said as he locked the cell door behind him. Ichigo walked over to Damison. The name's Ichigo, Ichigo said. Damison. He said. He expected Ichigo to be scared of his name, but he wasn't. So why are you in here? Ichigo asked. Damison looked confused. You've never heard of me? Damison asked. I'm not a Greek demigod, Ichigo said. Damison's eyes widened. But I could sense the divinity on you, Damison said. Ichigo smiled. The Olympians owed me a debt for saving them from the Titans. They replied by blessing me. Ichigo said. Impressive, Damison said. Indeed, Ichigo said. If I may ask, why are you here? Damison chuckled. It's a unique feeling for me, Damison said. I am a giant, son of Gia and Tartarus, created to be the bane of Ares/Mars. But my mother made me become the literal bane of the god of war. A peaceful giant. Ichigo guessed. Indeed. I spent my time in the mortal world living as a farmer. One day, a draken appeared in the mortal world and killed one of my friends. In my anger, I hunted down that draken and killed it. My mother opened up the earth and imprisoned me in my father's realm, Tartarus. They decided to allow me to continue farming, but I was never allowed to see the sun or the stars again. Damison sighed. It was their way of showing me how meaningless my life was. To my utter annoyance, that draken I killed was granted immortality and my task is to kill it. But why are here, in this cell? Ichigo asked. Perez and his hunters ambushed both of us. I'm not sure what happened to that draken. Damison admitted. I think I know what happened, Ichigo said as he began to explain to him about the draken Kronos used. Well, at least I'm free from that draken for the time being, Damison said. Suddenly there was a loud bang on their cell door. They turned to see a guard standing there. Time for your first fight. The guard yelled. Ichigo sighed as he stood up. See you in a bit, Ichigo said. Damison nodded his head as the guard opened the door for Ichigo. They were soon escorted out to the arena. Ichigo could see the Colosseum was crowded with monsters. Ichigo could see Perez standing there. Ladies and monsters! Perez yelled. The monsters quieted down. I am here to introduce our newest challenger. He is the one who killed Kronos, Krios, Hyperion and Typhon. Perez yelled. Many monsters growled in anger. Many of them were allies with the Titans or descendants from Typhon or both. Give a warm welcome to Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo entered the Colosseum, ignoring the venomous glares from the surrounding monster. His challenger will be a famous monster. He's aware of who Ichigo is and he wants revenge for his father's death. Perez paused for dramatic effect. Give it up for the Nemean lion. Perez yelled. A large lion leaped into the Colosseum. The Nemean lion was as big as a pickup truck, with shiny silvery claws, fangs that gleam like stainless steel, and thick, glittering, metallic gold fur. The Nemean lion turned to Ichigo and let out a loud roar. Come at me, lion, Ichigo said. Roar! The Nemean lion replied. Start! Perez yelled. The Nemean lion pounced at Ichigo. The Nemean lion opened its mouth, ready to bite Ichigo. As soon as the Nemean lion was within striking distance, Ichigo uppercut the Nemean lion. The uppercut sent the Nemean lion flying in the air. Ichigo shunpaied above the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion looked nervous seeing Ichigo there. Ichigo jumped, pointing his elbow at Nemean lion's neck. Ichigo drove his elbow into the Nemean lion's neck, slamming it back down into the ground. Ichigo stood up to see the Nemean lion dead. It transformed into golden dust. The monster curse began to glow red and absorb the golden dust. Ichigo began to transform, against his will. Standing there was another Nemean lion, much larger than the other lion. The new Nemean lion let out a loud and intimidating roar before transforming back to normal. The Nemean lion has been defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki, the monster shifter. Perez announced. Ichigo could see Perez was amused. Shifter! 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 The audience yelled. Ichigo was escorted back to his cell. How did it go? Damison asked. Good. Fought the Nemean lion. Ichigo said. Damison nodded his head. They could hear someone clapping. They turned to see Perez was the one who was clapping. Good job, Ichigo. Knew you had it in you for an entertaining show. Perez complimented. So, when's my next flight? Ichigo asked. Perez smiled. 2 days. Will I have a place to train? Ichigo asked. You will. You will have a small private area to train in. Perez said. Very well. See you in a few days. Perez said as he walked away. Any ideas on what monster he'll bring to the arena? Ichigo asked. Damison shook his head. There are too many monsters he could pick, Damison said. I see. Ichigo said as walked to the cell door. Hey, guard. One of the guards walked over to Ichigo. I need to use of the private training grounds. The guard grumbled as he opened the door for Ichigo. Ichigo walked out. Before the guard could close the door, Ichigo called to Damison. Want to help me train? Ichigo asked. Sure, Damison said as he stood up. The guard escorted them to the private training grounds Perez arranged for him. Ichigo sat down and entered his mindscape. Scene change, mindscape. Ichigo could see Yhwach standing there staring at the script with the monster's eye on it. Did you find anything else about the curse? Yes. When you killed the Nemean lion, you claimed the soul of the Nemean lion and all of its abilities. Yhwach said. I see, is there any way for me to release the Nemean lion's soul? I'm not sure, Yhwach admitted. Ichigo picked up the script. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. Ichigo could feel absolute rage from the script. Ichigo concentrated at the script. Ichigo opened his eyes to see the Nemean lion glaring back at him. The Nemean lion tried to attack Ichigo. But a transparent barrier stopped the Nemean lion. Do you wish to be free? Ichigo asked. The Nemean lion looked at Ichigo, confused by his question. Do you wish to be trapped here forever? No. The Nemean lion growled. Then let's do something that benefits both of us, Ichigo said. What is it? The Nemean lion growled. Give me your powers, memories, and knowledge and I shall free your soul, Ichigo said. Impossible. Curse traps me. Nemean lion growled. The barrier is there to protect me from your influence, Ichigo said. You try to harm me, the barrier will not let you pass. The Nemean lion looked at Ichigo. It raised its paw at the barrier. The Nemean lion poked at the barrier. To the Nemean lion's shock, its paw phased through the barrier. The Nemean lion walked through the barrier. Seeing you walk past the barrier shows me that you want to do this. I do. Nemean lion said. The Nemean lion's eyes glowed white. Suddenly Ichigo could see the Nemean lion's memories. Ichigo could understand how the Nemean lion fights. With the knowledge transferred, Ichigo summoned Kokugetsu and gently tapped the Nemean lion's forehead. The Nemean lion began to break down into rainbow particles, freeing it from the thanks for keeping your end of the bargain. The Nemean lion said as it disappeared. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Yhwach standing there. Yhwach, please combine Script S, the Slayer with Script W, the Warlord. Ichigo said. Very well. I named this script, Script S, the Shifter, Ichigo said. Yhwach nodded his head as Ichigo left his mindscape. Scene change, Tartarus, Paris's Colosseum. Ichigo opened his eyes and stood up. Ichigo transformed into his Nemean lion form. Ichigo practiced moving around in his new form. Ichigo slowly walked around, getting used to using his 4 legs. Can you get me a few targets? Ichigo growled. Sure. Damison said. He grabbed a few stones and threw them at Ichigo. Ichigo dodged them. Damison continued to throw more stones. Ichigo leaped at the stones and used his claws and destroyed the rocks. Damison grabbed a dummy and threw it at Ichigo. Ichigo used his jaws to grab the lion and tore it apart. Can you do something else with that form? Damison asked. I can, Ichigo growled. From the Nemean lion's head, Ichigo's upper body appeared. Ichigo now looked similar to a centaur. Ichigo's skin is now golden, similar to the Nemean lion. Ichigo began to move around in his new form. "Rocks please," Ichigo asked. "Here you go." Damison threw a few more rocks. Ichigo leaped over the rocks. More rocks were thrown at Ichigo. Ichigo would either dodge the rocks or destroy them. Ichigo changed form again. Ichigo appeared in his human form. But his skin was still golden. His hands and feet have lion paws. Ichigo jumped side to side. He found his normal jumps were much faster and softer landing. "Looking good," Damison said. "Thanks," Ichigo said. Time skip, 2 days later. "Welcome everyone," Perez yelled from his spot. "Welcome to my Coliseum. Now then, this is his second fight. Will he be able to beat his opponent?" Perez said. "Give a warm welcome to Ichigo Kurosaki, the monster shifter." "Shifter! Shifter! Shifter!" The audience cheered. Ichigo transformed into his Ninian lion form. He let out a loud roar before he pounced into the arena. He turned to the audience and gave a few more loud roars before returning to his human form. "Now then, I have two beasts that wish to fight you, Ichigo," Perez said. "Both of them have heard what you did to their father and brother. Now, do you wish to fight them both?" "Bring it on," Ichigo said. The crowd goes wild upon hearing Ichigo's words. "Very well then, give a warm welcome to the Hydra and Chimera," Perez yelled. A lion-shaped creature leaped into the arena. Chimera has the head of a lion with a blood-caked mane, the body of a goat, and a 10-foot-long diamondback snake-headed tail that grows out of its shaggy behind. Behind the Chimera was the Hydra. It was a huge scaly lizard-like monster with 9 heads, each one diamond-shaped with a mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. "Begin!" Perez yelled. The Chimera leaped at Ichigo. Ichigo easily dodged the Chimera. Die mortal, the Hydra hissed as it spewed its venom at Ichigo. Ichigo dodged the venom. Attack each other, Ichigo ordered in Parseltongue. The audience watched in confusion as the Hydra began to attack itself and the Chimera's snake began to bite the rest of the Chimera. Ichigo raised his hand. Black fire began to dance around his hand. "Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi." Ichigo yelled as the aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in his hand. It was a long nodachi with a silver blade and a charred black edge. It has a simple circular tsuba. The handle crimson, like the sun. Everyone could hear sizzling from the nodachi. A small smoke trail began to appear. Ichigo held aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi with 2 hands. Ichigo shunpaed to the Chimera. Despite the snake's betrayal, the Chimera wasn't severely injured from the attacks. Ichigo swung his nodachi at the Chimera. The Chimera barely dodged the nodachi. The Chimera breathed a large blast of fire. Ichigo walked towards the fire. Everyone was shocked by Ichigo's lack of reaction to the fire. Anger filled the Chimera's eyes. The Chimera stopped its attack and pounced at Ichigo. In its anger, it forgot Ichigo's nodachi. With one swing, the Chimera was incinerated. The golden dust was once again absorbed by the monster curse. Ichigo resisted the transformation. He turned to the Hydra, which now has 27 heads, all of them still attacking each other. "Looks like Ichigo is in big trouble now," Perez yelled. "What will he do?" Ichigo walked towards the Hydra. "They will all burn," Ichigo said. Black flames erupted from Ichigo's nodachi. Everyone stared at the fire. Ichigo swung his nodachi. A wave of black fire shot out towards the Hydra. The Hydra turned to Ichigo. The wave of black fire hit the Hydra. The black fire exploded, consuming the Hydra. The Hydra hissed in pain before it was destroyed. Golden dust floated out of the explosion. Ichigo's monster curse activated again, absorbing the Hydra. Ichigo extinguished the black flames that were still in the arena. Ichigo deactivated Script T, the Teo. Ichigo transformed into the Chimera. The form was similar to the Nemean lion. It took Ichigo a few moments to get used to controlling both the lion and the snake at the same time. Ichigo let a loud roar. Ichigo walked around. He breathed fire on one side while sprayed venom on the side. Ichigo leaped in the air. Ichigo sprayed venom in the air. Before the venom could spread further, Ichigo sprayed the venom with his flames. The two attacks combined, creating a toxic explosion. Shifter! Shifter! The audience chanted. Ichigo shifted into his Hydra form. Ichigo grew until he was 10 feet tall. All 9 heads grew. Despite physically appearing to have 9 heads, Ichigo discovered that his conscious mind was in one of the heads, while his limbs controlled the rest of the snakes. Ichigo sprayed its venom around the arena, making sure none of it hit the audience. Shifter! Shifter! The audience cheered even louder. Ichigo had one of his snakeheads tore off one of the other snakeheads, the one his conscious mind was in. Ichigo's mind shifted to another head. From that torn neck, 2 more heads appeared. The crowd went even wilder. Ichigo turned back to Perez, who frowned at Ichigo. Is this all the great Perez, Titian of Destruction, ruler of the Colosseum, could bring? Ichigo challenged. The audience went silent, staring at Perez. Very well, Ichigo Kurosaki. Perez said. Your next challengers will be a small gauntlet of the monster, back to back to back. Oh, the audience said. They turned to Ichigo. He smiled. Bring it on, Perez. I will beat everyone that you bring into the arena. Even yourself. Ichigo declared. Shifter! 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 The audience went wild at Ichigo's challenge. Ichigo turned away and walked out. Ichigo returned to his cell. I can hear them chanting your name from here, Damison said. So can I. Ichigo joked. So who did they made you fight? The Chimera and the Hydra. Damison nodded his head. Powerful monsters in their own right, Damison said. Luckily I was able to order them to attack themselves, Ichigo said. Oh? Yep, Ichigo said. I'm going to use the training room. Okay, Damison said as he stood up. They both walked to the training room. Ichigo once again entered Script S, the shifter. Ichigo could see the Chimera and the Hydra there. They were locked in separate mental cages. The Chimera used his claws and attacked the barrier. The Hydra glared at Ichigo. I will be freed from this prison, the Hydra hissed. Ichigo stared at the Hydra. Submit to me or you will continue to suffer. Ichigo said. The Hydra replied by spraying a blast of venom at Ichigo. The barrier prevented the attack from hitting him. Very well then, Ichigo said. The black fire began to invade the room. The Hydra hissed as it tries to escape the black fire. The black fire continued to pursue the Hydra. Soon the Hydra was cornered by the black fire. The black fire began to burn the Hydra. The Hydra hissed in agony from the fire. Unlike the real world, death wasn't an escape for the Hydra. Ichigo turned to the Chimera, who stopped attacking the barrier. The Chimera could hear the Hydra's pain and suffering. I know you can understand your situation much easier than the Hydra, Ichigo said. I do. The Chimera growled. But so, what? Your sibling asked me the same question, Ichigo said. You mean? Yes. The Nemean lion. He was in here, but I set him free. Ichigo said. How do I know you're speaking the truth? The Chimera asked. Well, the Nemean lion isn't here. Ichigo pointed out. The Chimera stood there for a few seconds. It slowly walked towards the barrier. It managed to phase through the barrier. Ichigo placed his hands on the Chimera's head. The Chimera's eyes glowed white as Ichigo began to see the Chimera's memories. With the knowledge transferred, Ichigo summoned Kokugutsu and gently tapped the Chimera's forehead. The Chimera began to break down into rainbow particles, freeing it from the script. Ichigo turned to the Hydra. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The fire moved away from the Hydra. So, will you join your siblings, or will you want more? Ichigo asked. The Hydra stared at Ichigo. We submit, the Hydra said. Slowly the heads began to move and merge. Soon only one head on the Hydra remained. The Hydra slithered through the barrier. The Hydra's eyes glowed white as Hydra's memories were transferred over to Ichigo. Ichigo gently tapped the Hydra's forehead with Kokugutsu. The Hydra began to break down into rainbow particles, freeing it from the script. Ichigo returned to his body. Scene change, Tartarus, Paris's Colosseum. Ichigo opened his eyes and stood up. How did it go? Damison asked. Ichigo transformed his lower body into the Chimera's body. Try cutting the snake off, Ichigo said. Damison pulled out his blade and easily sliced through the snake tail. Suddenly 2 more snakes grew, replacing the one Damison cut off. Looks like I got the Hydra's main ability, Ichigo said. Can you combine all 3 of them? Damison asked. Ichigo smiled. Let's see, Ichigo said as he closed his eyes. Ichigo's body began to grow bigger. Ichigo's lower body changed into a scaly snake-like body. Ichigo's upper body remained humanoid. Ichigo's arms were replaced by snakes. Ichigo's skin is a golden shade with a lion's mane around his neck. Ichigo used his snake hands to spray venom around the arena. Damison looked amazed. He threw a few rocks at Ichigo. Ichigo used his snake hands to easily crush them. Damison used his sword and tried to cut Ichigo. His sword hit Ichigo's skin but couldn't cut it. How long can you stay in that form? Damison asked. As long as I want, Ichigo replied. Now we need a few stronger monsters to make that even scarier, Damison said. Indeed. Damison and Ichigo spent the next few hours increasing the speed Ichigo could change between each form and how much power Ichigo could exert in his forms. Ichigo and Damison began to walk back to their cell. Help us. Only you can help us. Ichigo paused. Damison, do you hear that? Hear what? Damison asked. I'm not sure. Someone is mentally messaging me right now. Ichigo said. Are you sure? It could be a trick from Perez. Damison warned. No. Perez would want to publicly defeat me. It would harm his reputation if he defeats me in private. Ichigo reasoned. Damison shrugged his shoulders. Okay then. Hurry up and come back. Damison said as he walked to his cage. I'm ready. Guide me. Ichigo said. Follow that corridor, the voice instructed. Ichigo walked down the corridor. Ichigo soon encountered 2 giants. They were 30-foot-tall giants with blue skin and icy gray hair. You not here. One of them said. You go away. The other said. Ichigo said. No can do. I need to go past you. We told to stay here. Not let anyone through. Ichigo sighed. Then I will make this quick, Ichigo said. Ichigo summoned Kokugutsu. Before they could react, Ichigo already killed them. Ichigo could feel the monster curse absorbing their golden dust. Ichigo sheathed Kokugutsu and continued farther down the hallway. Ichigo could see 4 monsters, standing guard of a door. All 4 of them were about 8 feet tall. 2 of them had arms heavily decorated with tattoos. They have yellow-pointed teeth and dress in white t-shirts and jean shorts. The other 2 appeared to made out of clay. They had 6 arms each and wore nothing but canvas loincloths. Hey Skull Eater, when are we relieved from guard duty? One of the giants asked. No ideas, Joe Bob. Skull Eater replied. Suddenly Joe Bob began to sniff the air. You smell something? Show yourself! Joe Bob yelled. Ichigo walked out. You're not supposed to be here. Skull Eater yelled. They charged at Ichigo. Ichigo Shuunpad past the giants. Omi wa Mao Shindiru, Ichigo said. They heard a clink. Suddenly their body began to move. Their body collapsed, bisected by Ichigo. Their golden dust was all absorbed by the monster curse. Ichigo turned to the door. Ichigo stabbed the door with Kokugutsu and released a nameless Kitsuga Tensho. The attack tore the door apart. Ichigo walked in to see two monsters chained to the walls. They stood more than 30 feet. Ichigo could see countless arms all over their bodies. Their arms are bounded together by black and silver chains. You're the ones who called for me? Ichigo asked. Indeed. One of them said. I am Kadas and that is Jiji's, my brother, Kadas said. Ichigo walked over to the chains. The chains are made from Stygian iron and bone steel. They're enchanted to prevent anyone from breaking them. Jiji said. We've tried. Ichigo said. Try using me, Nightingale suggested. I should be able to weaken the magic properties on the chains. You should save those chains. It may be useful. Mysteria chimed in. Sure. Ichigo activated Script D, Diablo Divider. Kadas and Jiji's were startled by the sudden appearance of the wings. Ichigo ignored their shocks as Ichigo summoned the divider strings. Ichigo shot them out to the handcuffs. Divide, Nightingale said. Divide. Divide. Kadas's eyes widened when he could feel the handcuffs were beginning to weaken. It's working. He said. Divide. Divide. Nightingale continued. With a mighty tug, 50 of the handcuffs broke off of his arms. Ichigo repeated the process on the other side. A few minutes later, both Kadas and Jiji's were free from the chains. Thank Ichigo. Kadas and Jiji's said. No problem, Ichigo said. We can now fade, they said. Why? Ichigo asked. No one remembers us, Kadas said. Our brother has likely faded, Jiji said. I don't think so. Ichigo said. What? Kadas and Jiji's questioned. I noticed someone looking similar to you in Olympus. Really? Ichigo summoned his pensive. What's that? This is a device that allows others to view memories, Ichigo said as he pulled his memory. Just dip one of your fingers in the liquid, Ichigo said. Kadas and Jiji's raised one hand and dipped one finger into the liquid. Ichigo, Kadas, and Jiji's appeared in the temple on Mount Olympus. Where are we? Kadas and Jiji's asked. We're on Mount Olympus, Ichigo said. More exactly, the temple which holds the Olympians' thrones, Ichigo said. I see. They watched as Poseidon entered the throne room. Behind him was his army. Kadas and Jiji's were amazed to see how many Cyclopes were in Poseidon's army. He's there. Kadas yelled, pointing to the figure in the distance. He's right. Jiji's yelled. Ichigo sent them back outside. Ichigo turned to Kadas and Jiji's. Seeing that your brother is alive, do you two still wish to fade? Ichigo asked. No. Kadas and Jiji's said together. But how will we hide from Perez? Kadas asked. Ichigo smiled. He summoned the trainer. What's that? Jiji's asked. This is called the trainer. It allows me to open a pocket dimension. Can Perez get in? Kadas asked. He could over my dead body, Ichigo said. Then send us to the trainer, Jiji said. Ichigo pointed his trainer at Kadas and Jiji's and uploaded them into the trainer. Ichigo picked up a chain and pulled it. It appears that the chains are attached to the wall by nails made from Stygian iron and bone steel. Ichigo thought. Ichigo activated Script E, the earth. Ichigo lightly stomped the ground, sending vibrations up to the stone wall, towards the nails. Ichigo began to tug on the chains. Ichigo repeated this a few more minutes before the nails finally dislodged itself from the wall. Ichigo sent the chains into his mindscape and walked back to his cell. Time skip, 2 days later. Ichigo and Damison spent the next day training with Ichigo's new forms. Damison was able to identify the monsters Ichigo killed. The 30-foot-tall giants with blue skin and icy gray hair are known as Hyperborean. Joe Bob and Skull Eater are known as Laestrygonian Giant. While the monster with 6 arms and appeared to be made out of clay are Jejins or Earthbound. During those 2 days, Ichigo and Damison learned more about each other. Ichigo learned that Damison dreamed of seeing the sky again. Ichigo mentally swore to reason with Tartarus to allow Damison free. "Hello, monsters!" Perez yelled. "Welcome to the arena." He defeated the Nemean Lion, Chimera, and the Hydra. "Give it up for the shifter," Perez announced. Ichigo shifted into his hybrid Nemean lion form as he leaped into the air. Everyone gasped as they noticed Ichigo's arms were snakes, similar to the Hydra. On Ichigo's behind was a 10-foot-long diamondback snake from the Chimera. "Hello, Perez," Ichigo yelled. "Who will be my opponent today?" Ichigo asked, returning to his normal form. "Ichigo, your challenger will be someone interesting. A king if you will," Perez said. The shadows began to move. Hellhounds began to appear from the shadows. "He is the first child born from Nyx, primordial goddess of the night, and Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld," Perez said. The nearby shadows began to pull together. "Give it up, the king of hellhounds," Perez yelled. From the large shadow, a giant hellhound appeared. This hellhound was much larger than the other hellhound. This one appeared also the size of an airplane. "Today you will die, mortal," the king of hellhounds howled. The other hellhounds growled at Ichigo. "Begin," Perez yelled. "Attack the mortal," the king of hellhounds ordered. Before the other hellhounds could react, Ichigo stomped the floor, sending a large earthquake through the stadium, stunning the hellhounds. "King of hellhounds, it appears age has made your ears dull," Ichigo said. The king of hellhounds growled at Ichigo's words. "Halt!" the king of hellhounds ordered. The hellhounds stayed at their place. "You are my challenger and yet you order your subjects to attack me, trying to weaken my for you to easily win this fight," Ichigo said. "Pathetic. To think Nyx's and Cerberus's eldest son is such a coward and weakling. Enough!" the king of hellhounds yelled, stomping his front feet down on the ground. All the hellhounds turned to their king. "All of you stay to the edge of the arena. This mortal will be mine to kill." All the hellhounds replied with a bark before moving to the edge of the arena. The king of hellhounds charged towards Ichigo. Ichigo stood his ground and waited. He opened his mouth wide, big enough to swallow Ichigo in one bit. When the king of hellhounds was close enough, Ichigo reacted. Ichigo jumped up and kicked the king of hellhounds on the top of the mouth. "Gah!" he howled in pain. Everyone flinched. They all could imagine the pain of being kicked there. Ichigo flipped and landed a few feet away. "Is that it?" Ichigo said. The king of hellhounds glared at Ichigo. If I charge at him right now, he would do the same thing. The king of hellhounds thought. What if he doesn't see me? The king of hellhounds let out a loud howl. The shadows around them began to move. The stadium began to be swallowed up by the shadows. The king of hellhounds slipped into the shadow, trying to sneak up on Ichigo. The audience who could see in the darkness noticed Ichigo stood there. Some speculated that Ichigo couldn't see in the darkness. Others speculated that Ichigo was waiting for the king of hellhounds. The king of hellhounds moved behind Ichigo. It slowly rose out of the shadows. He tried to be as silent as possible. Perez smiled, expecting Ichigo to lose. The king of hellhounds opened his mouth, ready to bite Ichigo. He lunged for the kill. Suddenly something stopped the king of hellhounds. The shadows slowly moved away. Everyone was shocked. Ichigo turned around and stopped the king of hellhounds with his bare hands, each one holding jaws. Ichigo forced the jaws shut. He wrapped his arms around the king of hellhounds' mouth and began to lift him off the ground. Ichigo slammed him into the ground. Ichigo turned around and lifted him off the ground again before slamming down on the other side. The audience stood in shock at this feat. The giants were one of the few monsters strong enough to do similar feats. But Ichigo was a human. The audience knew what it had to do. Shifter! 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 They all began to chant. The audience was mostly made up of common monsters. They enjoyed seeing legendary monsters being crushed and humiliated in their home. The various hellhounds looked nervously among themselves. Many of them were trying to figure out if they should intervene. Ichigo answered for them. With one final slam, the king of hellhounds began to break down into golden dust. The monster curse activated, absorbing all the king of hellhounds' golden dust. Ichigo transformed into the king of hellhounds. Ichigo let out a loud howl. All the other hellhounds followed suit. Their howl joined with Ichigo. Shifter! 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 The audience chanted. Ichigo, the king of hellhounds, turned to the other hellhounds, all of them bowing to Ichigo. Ichigo could feel a mental connection with the hellhounds in front of him and beyond Tartarus. "What are your orders, king?" they all asked. "I am Ichigo Kurosaki, your new king. My order is simple. We shall now ally with the demigods. For now, stay in the shadows and watch over the demigods that can't protect themselves. I will speak to the Olympians about this new change." Ichigo could feel gratitude through the connection. "Thank you, your highness. Many of my kind call me a traitor disobeying the previous king." "By helping the demigods," she said. "I assume you must be Percy's hellhound." "You know Percy?" "I do. I fought with him at Olympus." Ichigo said. I think I remember who you are, the man with the orange hair, right?" "Yep. Don't tell the Olympians that I am down here." "As you wish." All the hellhounds leaped into the shadows, leaving Ichigo alone in the arena. Ichigo returned to normal. He turned to Perez. "Who's next?" Ichigo asked. The audience went silent. Some stared at Perez. "Here's the next monster. He is a well-known monster with a large axe to grind against demigods, the Minotaur." Perez yelled. Ichigo could see something leap from the edge of the arena. He landed with a loud boom. "Raha!" he bellowed. Ichigo could see the Minotaur stood over 8 feet tall. He appeared humanoid with a bull's head. The horns were pointed towards Ichigo. The Minotaur was dressed in armor. In its arm was a large axe. The blades were shaped in an omega. Minotaur pointed it at Ichigo. "You shall die, today mortal," the Minotaur bellowed. "After I defeat you, I shall be allowed to return to the surface to get my revenge on Jackson." Ichigo raised his eyebrow. "Bring it on," Ichigo said. "Begin!" Perez yelled. The Minotaur let out a roar before charging towards Ichigo. As soon as he got near Ichigo, he began to swing his axe at him. Ichigo began to casually swerve to the side, dodging his attacks. "Stop dodging!" he roared in anger as he swung his axe down again. "Sure," Ichigo said as he raised his left hand up towards the axe. The Minotaur smirked as he brought the axe down. His smirk turned to shock as Ichigo easily stopped his axe with his 2 fingers. "Impossible!" he yelled as he lifted his axe and swung again. Ichigo easily caught the axe in his fingers again and again. The Minotaur tried to trick Ichigo with a few sideswipes. Ichigo caught them with his left hand. Ichigo gave the Minotaur a bored look. "Are you done yet?" Ichigo casually asked. He used his right hand to cover a yawn. "Die!" the Minotaur yelled as he swung his axe again. Ichigo sidestepped the axe. The Minotaur leaned towards Ichigo, off-balanced by Ichigo's sidestep. Ichigo grabbed the axe with his left hand and pulled. The off-balanced Minotaur was forced to let go of it. Ichigo uppercut the Minotaur into the air. Ichigo tossed the axe to his right hand. Ichigo looked at the Minotaur. He began to fall towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his axe, aimed it at the falling Minotaur, and threw it. The axe soared in the air and bisected the Minotaur. Gah! He screamed in pain. Ichigo noticed the axe continued to fly higher and higher. Suddenly it slammed into a barrier, stopping it from going any further. The axe fell back down. The Minotaur's bisected body began to turn into dust. The monster curse absorbed the Minotaur's golden dust. The axe finally landed beside Ichigo. Ichigo picked up the axe and raised it. Ichigo noticed the audience clapped for Ichigo's victory. Unlike their maddening chant, Ichigo turned to Perez, pointing the axe at him. "Looks like the audience is tired of these weak monsters, Perez," Ichigo said. Perez grit his teeth, trying to control the anger from Ichigo's words. "I think the monsters want to see you go against me, seeing which one is stronger. Fight! Fight! Fight!" The audience chanted. Perez stood up. Everyone quickly got silent, paying close attention to Perez. "Win 2 more fights and I will fight you," Perez announced. "Very well, I will defeat them and you," Ichigo said as he turned away. Perez walked away. Prometheus sat in Perez's office. The door suddenly slammed open as an annoyed Perez entered his office. He collapsed into his office chair. Prometheus silently handed Perez his drink. "So what's the plan now?" Prometheus asked. "Get in contact with both of our intended opponents and tell them they need to be ready in 2 days," Perez said with a sip of his drink. "You want both of them in the arena? Do you think that's a little overkill?" Prometheus asked. Perez grabbed his drink and chucked it at Prometheus. "I don't care if it's a little overkill. If they don't kill him, then you're next, Prometheus." Perez growled in anger. Prometheus sighed. "Let me get them." Prometheus stood up and walked out. Perez opened Prometheus's folder on Ichigo, trying to learn as much as he could before his inevitable fight. Time skip, 3 days later. Perez sat in his throne, looking at the arena. He watched as the audience poured into the stands. His audiences tripled since Ichigo joined the arena. Many of them are fans of Ichigo. Perez stood up from his thrones, ready to invite the challengers into the arena when they heard a loud bloodthirsty roar. Something leaped into the arena. One look at the creature and everyone knew who it was. The creature stood 8 feet tall. The upper body appeared humanoid while the lower body appeared to be of a hellhound but with 2 10-foot-long snakes as its tails. The upper body and arms were very muscular. In his arm was a large axe with an omega-shaped blade. The head was human with long orange hair and a matching orange mane around his neck. His skin was a bronze color. It was Ichigo Kurosaki, the monster shifter. Ichigo let out another roar, this time shaking the entire arena. "Shifter! Shifter! Shifter!" The audience chanted, seeing the current champion of the arena. Ichigo turned to Perez. He pointed his axe at Perez. "What monster are you sending here to die, Perez?" Ichigo asked. Perez smiled. "Monsters, Ichigo. Monsters." Perez replied with a snap of his fingers. The 2 doors opened up as a squad of monsters entered. Entering the stadium is a woman seeking vengeance for the death of her lover and her children. Echidna, the mother of monsters. Perez announced. The first monster has a woman's head, but her body was snake-like. As she slithered in, Ichigo noticed her tongue was forked and had fangs instead of teeth. Her skin is bright Greek and scaly. Her eyes are sideways slits. The second monster was one Ichigo seen during his time at Hogwarts. The monster also had a woman's head. Her head was covered with brown hair and hazel eyes. Her body was of a lion. The third monster reminded Ichigo of Cerberus, but instead of 3 heads, this monster had 2 heads. The fourth monster was a literal giant pig with wings. The fifth monster a giant eagle. With her is her remaining children, the Sphinx, the Orthus, the Klasmonian sow, and the Caucasian eagle. Perez announced. The audience cheered. Echidna turned to Ichigo. You are the one who killed my husband and my children. My children and I will seek vengeance for your action. She hissed. Her children all glared at Ichigo. If you manage to defeat them, then you have one more opponent to fight, Perez said. Bring it on, Ichigo replied as vanished his Shihakusho. He is now topless, revealing his scared, lightly tanned, muscular body. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the large circle scar on his chest. Very well then. Begin! Perez yelled. The Klasmonian sow and the Caucasian eagle took to the sky, soaring above them. The Sphinx and the Orthus charged towards Ichigo. Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Shunko, Ichigo said. His Ryatsu exploded around him, circled around his body. The Sphinx stopped moving, watching to see Ichigo in action. The Orthus recklessly advanced. Its twin canine heads opened wide, ready to bite Ichigo. Ichigo jumped up in the air, dodging the attack. The Orthus looked up. Ichigo smirked as he stood in the air. Ichigo jumped up, began to kick downwards, using his Ryatsu to increase the speed and power. Ichigo's attack crashed into one of the Orthus's heads, slamming the monster into the ground. The other head shot at Ichigo. Before the Orthus could open its mouth, Ichigo replied with a powerful roundhouse. The attack ripped the Orthus into 2. The Orthus turned into golden dust and was absorbed by the monster curse. Ichigo turned to the remaining monsters. The Klasmonian sow saw her fallen brother, flew down towards Ichigo. Ichigo stood his ground and waited. All the monsters realized what was about to happen to the Klasmonian sow, except for the sow herself. Ichigo aimed a powerful right-hand punch at the Klasmonian sow's snout. The shockwave from the punch blew the nearby dust away. The Klasmonian sow squealed in pain as it ran to Echidna. Ichigo looked at the Sphinx and the Caucasian eagle. Who's next? Ichigo taunted. Do you find pleasure in ripping us apart? Echidna questioned. Ichigo looked at her confused. What do you mean? While I do like a good fight, my goal is to fight Perez. He is the one who wanted me to fight all of these monsters. That's not what Prometheus said. He told me that you found pleasure in ripping my husband and our children apart and used them for your personal gain. Typhon terrorized the entire United States with his action. As for your children, it was Perez's idea for me to fight these monsters before earning the right to fight him. Ichigo said. I swear to the river Styx, what I'm saying is the truth. A loud thunderous boom echoed around Tartarus, silencing the audience. Is this true, Perez? Echidna glared at Perez, who was sitting on his throne. I'm not sure what Prometheus told you, Perez replied with shrugged his shoulders. But you did agree to the fight. Very well then. Echidna looked at her remaining children. I, Echidna, mother of the monsters, surrender. Ichigo nodded his head. He turned to Perez. Send out the other monster, Ichigo said as Echidna and her remaining children walked out of the arena. Entering the stadium is a monster that doesn't need much introduction, but she wants it anyway. Perez paused. She is the jailer of Cyclopes and Hecatonkires. Give a warm welcome to Camp. Camp stood over 20 feet tall. She had a human head with snakes for hair, like Medusa. She has a half upper human body and a lower dragon half. Her dragon half is black with white stripes down her back. She has huge dark reptilian wings, a huge venom-dripping scorpion tail. At her waist, where her halves meet, Ichigo could see mutated animal heads, like a gruesome, monstrous belt. Hundreds of violent darting vipers are sprouted from her legs. Her eyelids blink sideways, like a reptile. On her belt were a pair of bronze scimitars. In her hands was a huge fiery whip. Ichigo could feel a poisonous fog began to spread around them. Begin! Perez yelled. Die! Camp yelled as used her whip at Ichigo. Ichigo jumped to the side. Attack Camp, Ichigo ordered in Parseltongue. The snakes and vipers heard Ichigo's orders. To Camp's and everyone's shock, the snakes and vipers began to attack Camp. Stop it! Camp yelled as she tried to regain control of her snakes. Ichigo charged towards Camp. Camp grabbed her whip and swung it at Ichigo. Ichigo grabbed her whip and pulled hard. Camp pulled her whip back, creating a tug of war. Everyone watched as Camp tried her hardest not to lose. While on Ichigo, he was using significantly less effort compared to Camp. You want this whip, then take it. Ichigo yelled as he let go of the whip. Camp stumbled backward. Ichigo appeared beside her. She was too distracted to see Ichigo. Ichigo kicked Camp in the right leg, breaking the bones. Gah! She screamed in pain, accidentally dropping her whip. She looked down only to see Ichigo kicked her other leg, breaking the other bone. Camp fell to her knees from the pain of the broken bones. Do you admit defeat? Ichigo asked. Never! She yelled as used her scorpion tail to attack Ichigo. Ichigo dodged the attack and countered before Camp could respond. Ichigo chopped the scorpion tail before she could move. Her venom sprayed all over the place, hitting Ichigo. Fool! Camp managed to say. A sting from my tail could incapacitate an elder cyclops for hours and keep them in excruciating pain for even longer than that. Everyone watched as Ichigo, who was covered by the venom, didn't react to Camp's words. They noticed Ichigo's body glowed purple and absorbed Camp's venom. Ichigo looked at her. That venom was something. Took a while for me to counter it. Ichigo said as he walked towards Camp. Her eyes widened in shock. She drew her scimitars. Ichigo could see the weapons glowed with a greenish aura. Camp swung her scimitars at Ichigo. Ichigo easily dodged the attacks. Ichigo grabbed the scorpion tail he cut and threw it at Camp. Camp easily cut apart the scorpion tail. Ichigo shunpoed up in the air. Ichigo's Ryatsu gathered around the leg. Ichigo roundhouse kicked Camp's face. Gaha? Camp cried, shocked at Ichigo's sudden appearance and the pain from the kick. The kick made Camp fall on her side. Ichigo raised his leg, still has his Ryatsu around, and dived towards Camp. Camp didn't see the attack at all. Ichigo's kick slammed into her neck, crushing it and killing her. Her body began to dissolve into golden dust. The monster curse glowed red as it absorbed Camp's golden dust. Ichigo picked up Camp's whip and scimitars. He turned to Perez. One more match before our match, Ichigo said as he walked away. Perez gripped his throne tightly, breaking his armrests. He stood up and stomped away. He walked into his office. He collapsed into his chair. He heard someone knock on his door. He turned to see Prometheus. You're next, are you ready? Prometheus sighed. I can't see what happens next, but I have enough monsters to fight with me. Prometheus handed Perez a small folder. Perez opened the folder. Do you think these will be enough? Perez asked. Prometheus shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. I know Ichigo was holding back a lot. Perez nodded his head. Good luck. You need some too, Prometheus said as he left. Time skip, 2 days. Prometheus stood outside of the arena with a large number of monsters. He was dressed in armor. Prometheus was on the Lydian Draken. Beside him were 2 large bears. They stood 8 feet tall, wearing nothing but blue jeans, being covered in shag-carpeted thick brown fur, with claws for fingernails, feet like paws, snouts for noses, and all their teeth being pointed canines. They rode a pair of griffins. Agrius. Aureus. Are you 2 ready? Prometheus asked. We are. One of the bears replied. The arena entrance opened up as they all flew into the arena. Ichigo stood there, calmly observing them. He was bare-chested again. Our challenger is Prometheus, Titan of Forethought and Crafty Council, on the Lydian Draken. Beside him are Agrius and Aureus the Bear Twins. With them are 2 griffins, Perez announced. All of them landed. Prometheus, Agrius and Aureus got off their companion. Are you ready, Prometheus? Ichigo asked. As much as I could, Prometheus said as he drew a sword. Fight! Perez yelled. The Lydian Draken charged at Ichigo. It remembered Ichigo. Shunko, Ichigo said. The Lydian Draken opened its mouth, spewing its toxic breath. Ichigo ignored the breath. Ichigo Shuunpayad next to the Lydian Draken. He kicked the Draken's mouth shut. Everyone heard the loud crunch, likely a broken jaw. Ichigo grabbed the Lydian Draken's mouth, keeping it shut, and lifted him off the ground. Ichigo began to spin the Lydian Draken around. The generated winds pushed everyone back. Ichigo suddenly let go of the Lydian Draken towards Prometheus. Prometheus managed to dodge the Lydian Draken, but one of the griffins flying near him was instantly killed by Lydian Draken as he crashed onto the ground. Ichigo could feel the monster curse activating, absorbing the golden dust from the killed griffin. The other griffin soared down towards Ichigo, ready to avenge its fallen brethren. Ichigo could sense the anger and wrath of the griffin. Ichigo stood his ground and waited. At the last moment, Ichigo punched the griffin in the face, piercing the griffin's skull and crushing its brains. The monster curse glowed red and absorbed the other griffin's golden dust. Ichigo turned to Prometheus and the 2 bears. Who's next? Ichigo asked. Go, Prometheus ordered. Die. One of the 2 bears said as they charged at Ichigo. They attacked Ichigo with a barrage of punches and kicks. Despite outnumbering him 2-1, Ichigo easily blocked all their attacks. Tired. One of the bears said exhaustion began to slip in. Come on. He's getting tired. The other bear said. Not exactly, Ichigo replied as he walked towards the bears. Do you admit defeat? No. They both started to rise back up. Ichigo sighed. Why do you guys never give up? Ichigo Shuunpayad next to the twin bears and uppercut both of the bears, sending them flying into the air. Ichigo Shuunpayad next to them. Still want to fight? Ichigo asked. The bears tried to grab Ichigo. Ichigo grabbed their extended arms and threw them towards the ground. The bears landed headfirst into the ground. Everyone could hear the loud boom from the impact. The dust obscured everyone's view. Ichigo could see golden dust slowly floated out of the dust. The monster curse absorbed their golden dust. Ichigo turned to Prometheus. Suddenly there was a loud angry roar. Ichigo turned to see the Lydian Draken. Its wings were broken. The Lydian Draken charged at Ichigo. It fired a large blast of flames. Ichigo Shuunpayad behind the Lydian Draken. Ichigo grabbed the Draken's tail. Ichigo turned around and slammed the Draken on its back. Gah! The Draken roared in pain. It tried to escape. Ichigo turned around and slammed the Draken on its belly. This continued for a few more minutes before the Lydian Draken died. It turned to gold dust and was absorbed by Ichigo. Ichigo turned to Prometheus. Are you ready? Ichigo asked the Titan. Would you go easy on me if I said no? Prometheus joked. You could always give up, Ichigo said with a shrug. Prometheus chuckled. I can't. Ichigo nodded his head. Very well then, Ichigo said. He Shuunpayad in front of Prometheus. Good luck, Ichigo said as he sucker punched Prometheus in the face. Prometheus staggered back as Ichigo continued his assault. Prometheus tried to dodge Ichigo's attacks, but Ichigo easily overwhelmed him. Come on, Prometheus, is this it? Ichigo paused. Prometheus's face covered in bruises. His armor was severely dented in many places. His sword was long gone. Prometheus chuckled. I'm no fighter, but I am a tactician and you fell into my trap. Prometheus said. The ground began to rumble around Ichigo as giant scorpions rose out of the ground. Many of them the size of a car. These are pit scorpions, very dangerous and aggressive monster, Prometheus said. Ichigo looked around them. Is this it? Ichigo asked. Is this what the great tactician of Chrono's army could consider? How disappointing. Attack! Prometheus ordered. The pit scorpions skittered towards Ichigo. Nagar Shunko, flowing flash war cry, Ichigo said. His Ryatsu turned into water. It began to flood the arena. The pit scorpions began to slip and fall. Ichigo raised his hands. The water began to rise up. Stop him! Prometheus ordered. The pit scorpions managed to get traction and tried to attack Ichigo. Ichigo pushed his hands towards the pit scorpions. The water fell down upon the pit scorpions. The pit scorpions began to drown from the wave. Golden dust began to float out of the water. The monster curse activated and absorbed the golden dust from the pit scorpions. Ichigo waved his hands in a knife motion. The nearby water lunged towards Prometheus, like an animal pouncing towards its prey. Prometheus dodged the water. Suddenly a wave of water hit him from behind, pushing him down into the water. Prometheus fought against the water, trying to stand up. It's no uses, Prometheus. You can't fight these waters. Ichigo said. Despite being underwater, where sound could barely travel, Prometheus heard Ichigo's voice loud and clear. Think, what can I do to get out of this? Prometheus thought as the water continued to assault him. He could feel his body slowly getting weaker and tired. Just admit defeat, Ichigo said as the more water rose above him, pushing him deeper below. Prometheus touched the bottom and discovered the bottom was mud. Prometheus smiled as a plan formed in his head. He gathered as much mud as he could and molded it. Prometheus brought it close to his mouth and whispered something. Prometheus quickly let go of the mud. It began to glow as it began to expand. Ichigo stood there, watching Prometheus. A giant golem burst out of the water. Ichigo could see Prometheus was standing on the golem's right shoulder. Attack! Prometheus yelled. The golem let out a roar as it swung its fist towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his right hand up. A large wave of water rose up, creating a wall. The golem's fist hit the wave. The golem raised another fist and began to punch the water wall. Ichigo calmly stood there. Prometheus smiled as he stood on his golem's shoulder. Ichigo looked at Prometheus with a smirk. Why is he looking at me like that? Prometheus thought. The golem stopped moving. Prometheus turned to his golem. Why did you stop? Prometheus asked. The golem moved its left hand and swatted Prometheus off of its shoulder. Prometheus soared towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his right hand, the nearby water rose up and shaped itself into an image of a hand. Ichigo swatted the air in front of him. The water mirrored his action, hitting Prometheus and sending him back to the golem. To Prometheus's shock, the golem smacked Prometheus back to Ichigo. This continued for a few moments. Ichigo ended Nagar Shunko, allowing Prometheus to crash in front of Ichigo's feet. All the water from Nagar Shunko returned to Ryatsu, which Ichigo reabsorbed. Any last words? Ichigo asked. Prometheus turned to Ichigo with a smile. I'm tired. Please end me. Prometheus whispered. Very well, Ichigo said as he summoned a script in his right hand. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Prometheus, the Titan of Forethought and Crafty Counsel, Ichigo said. I invoke the rights of conquest. For defeating Prometheus, the Titan of Forethought and Crafty Counsel, I lay claim to Prometheus's divinity and authority. The script began to absorb Prometheus's golden blood. The audience watched in shock and awe. A few moments later, the script finished absorbing all of Prometheus's divinity. Prometheus turned to Ichigo. Thank you. he said as he turned into dust and faded away. Ichigo sent the script to his mindscape and turned to Perez. Do you want to fight now, or do you still need some time? Ichigo asked. Perez growled, anger in his eyes. Fight, fight. Ichigo chanted. Fight. 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 The audience quickly joined the chant. Perez began to growl. Enough! Perez yelled. Everyone turned to Perez. He slowly stood up from his throne. Perez snapped his fingers. His black suit transformed into a suit of gold and silver armor. Perez leaped from his balcony into the arena. We fight now. Very well, Ichigo said as he disappeared using Shuunpa. Ichigo appeared in front of Perez and sucker punched him in the face. Perez was sent flying. Ichigo felt pain, a feeling he hasn't had for a long time, from his right hand. Ichigo looked at his hand. He could see a few broken bones in his hand. How did that happen? Ichigo asked. It appears Perez has an aura of some kind around him. Anything that touches him is destroyed. Kyoka reported. Don't worry, King, I got this, Zangetsu said as the damage was quickly regenerated. That's going to be a pain, Perez mumbled as he stood back up. Destruction is my game. Whatever you use to attack me, then be prepared for it to be destroyed. Perez explained as a dark violet aura began to surround his body. I see. Ichigo said. Then let's try this. Ichigo activated Script D, the Diablo Divider. White and sky blue wings appeared on Ichigo's back. Nightingale, can you use the dividing strings from the back? Hold on, Nightingale said. Ichigo could feel the dividing strings appeared from his back. Ichigo charged in and began to attack Perez with powerful punches and kicks. Perez tried to block them as much as he could. Nightingale, use this time to begin to divine Perez's aura and try to strengthen my body against it. I will try, Nightingale said. I'll help you, Hogyoka said. Ichigo could feel Perez's aura destroying his hands and legs. He would take turns between limb to allow at times Zangetsu to regenerate his damaged limbs. Nightingale, how is the dividing and absorbing coming? Ichigo thought as he continued his assault. It's working. I can slowly drain Perez of his power. Nightingale said. And I'm able to use it help strengthen your body against his power, Hogyoku added. The audience expected Ichigo to slow down, stop from the pain, or stop because of the broken limbs. But he isn't stopping. To the audience's point of view, Ichigo is going faster and harder. Perez is the one who is slowing down. What's going on? Why is he still attacking me? Is his rate of recovery faster than my destruction? Perez thought. Suddenly Perez's armor shattered into millions of pieces. Perez's eyes widened when he could see little strings attached to the armor and his body. He could sense his energy was in those strings. You were draining my energy? Perez asked. Indeed. Since you gain power from destruction, I need an alternate way to beat you without causing destruction. Ichigo said. Smart, Perez said. But not smart enough. Perez lunged at Ichigo and punched him in the gut, focusing on destroying his ribs. To Perez's shock, Ichigo's ribs didn't break. You're right. Just draining your energy wouldn't be smart enough. Ichigo said. Ichigo's eyes returned to its true form. Perez stared into two spiral galaxies. Ichigo appeared in front of Perez and punched him in the face, sending him crashing into the ground. My body can resistance destruction aura. Perez's eyes widen. Impossible. Perez yelled. He jumped up and began to attack Ichigo, hitting him with punches and kicks infused with his aura. All of them did nothing to Ichigo. Weak, Ichigo said as he vanished Script D, the Diablo Divider, and summoned Script B, the Battle Booster. A pair of red gauntlets appeared on Ichigo's hands. Ichigo slammed the gauntlets together. Everyone could hear the loud clang from the gauntlets. Let me show you how to punch, Ichigo said as he lunged at Perez. Aura! 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 Ichigo yelled as he began to rapidly punch Perez with the battle booster gauntlets. Everyone in the audience could hear the punches impact Perez's body. Boost! Boost! Vermilion whispered as the battle booster gained a counter every 10 seconds. Ichigo could feel Perez began to slow down and get weaker. Okay, Vermilion, time to unleash those counters, Ichigo said. Yes, Master, Vermilion said. The green gem on the gauntlet began to shine. Ichigo raised his right hand. Perez could see the number 10 on the green gem. Overload. Ichigo and Vermilion said. Ichigo tightened his fist. Perez's eyes widened as the gauntlet began to glow red. Green seals began to appear around the gauntlet. Ichigo suddenly appeared in front of Perez. Explosion! Ichigo and Vermilion yelled together as Ichigo punched Perez's face. There was a large explosion obscuring Ichigo and Perez. The dust settled to see Ichigo standing tall. On the ground was the Perez's headless body, leaking golden blood everywhere. Everyone stood shocked at what they say. Counter reset, Vermilion said. Ichigo summoned a script. He held it in front of him. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Perez, the Titan of Destruction, Ichigo said. I invoke the rights of conquest. For defeating Perez, the Titan of Destruction, I lay claim to Perez's divinity and authority. Perez's golden blood began to flow into the script. The audience stood there frozen in shock and awe. Soon there wasn't any more golden blood on the ground. Ichigo summoned a ball of hellfire and threw it on Perez's body. Ichigo made sure all remnants of him was destroyed. Ichigo looked up to the red sky. Tartarus! Perez is dead! Ichigo yelled. All around the realm, the ground began to shake. All the audience panicked and quickly evacuated the arena. Some flew away. Some used the shadows. While many used their legs to get themselves out of there. The ground in front of Ichigo split open as Tartarus rose up. He now stood 20 feet tall. Besides that, he looked exactly how Ichigo saw him in the void. He looked down at Ichigo, who calmly stood there. Hello, Ichigo. He said. His voice boomed through Tartarus. Hello, Tartarus, could you reduce your height? Ichigo asked. Tartarus shrunk down to Ichigo's height. So, you've managed to kill Perez, Tartarus said. Indeed, Ichigo replied. I, Tartarus the Protogenos of the Abyss, hereby acknowledge my debt to Ichigo Kurosaki. Tartarus began. Ichigo pulled out an empty script. In return for Ichigo's action, I grant Ichigo my blessing over the darkness and the Greek monsters. Jet black energy flowed out of Tartarus and into the script. The script quickly turned black. With that, I believe our deal is done, Tartarus said. Before you leave, I have 2 questions for you. Go ahead. How do I leave? Ichigo asked. You could use the shadows to take you out of Tartarus. He replied. What's the other question? Can Damison be freed from Tartarus? Ichigo asked. Tartarus looked at Ichigo. Why? I owe him a debt. He helped me control my monster forms and helped me strategize against potential monsters Perez would send out. The darkness around Tartarus's face didn't allow Ichigo to see what he was thinking about. Fine then, Tartarus said. But he cannot be in America. I accept, Ichigo said. Damison! Tartarus yelled. His voice echoed through the realm. Hello, father, Damison said as he walked into the arena. Tartarus ignored Damison's lack of respect. Do you wish to leave my realm? Tartarus asked. Damison looked at the Tartarus's obscured face. I do, Damison answered. Tartarus turned to Ichigo. Explain what just happened and get yourselves out of my realm, Tartarus said as he disappeared. Damison looked at Ichigo with confusion. I asked Tartarus to give you permission to leave Tartarus. And? He allowed it dash. Suddenly Damison hugged him. You mean, he allowed me to leave Tartarus? Damison asked. He did. You just can't be in America. Ichigo said. So where will I go? Damison wondered. Well, you could live with my family in Japan? Really? Would they allow me there? Ichigo laughed. My family is unique. I'm pretty sure you'll fit right in. Ichigo reassured. Thank you, Damison said. Tears began to drip. Ichigo pulled out the trainer. What is that? Ichigo explained to Damison what the trainer was. Why are you planning to put me in there? To prevent the Olympians from going crazy and calling me a traitor, Ichigo explained. Makes sense. Damison said. Ichigo pointed the trainer at Damison and sent him to the pocket dimension, making sure he was separate from Kadas and Jaiji's. With that done, Ichigo closed his eyes and entered the shadows, slowly leaving Tartarus. Chapter 53, Arc 11. Hades was currently talking with Persephone in his palace when he felt something powerful moving in the shadows. He stood up from his throne as he focused on the moving shadow. His eyes widened as his helm of darkness and the sword of Hades appeared in his hand. Dear? What's wrong? Persephone asked. Something is coming from Tartarus, Hades said as he entered the shadows, leaving Persephone in the throne room. Damn him and his shadow travel. Persephone complained as she was stuck there. Hades appeared at the cliff which led down to Tartarus. Hades stood there, ready to battle whatever monster dared come here. Soon the invader arrived and slipped out of the shadow. What's with the full-on battle mode? Ichigo asked. I sensed something large rising from Tartarus. I feared that one of the remaining Titians in Tartarus was coming. Hades explained. Understandable, Ichigo said. Where are the other Olympians? They're at Camp Half-Blood, celebrating their victory over the Titans and mourning over the countless lives lost in the battle, Hades said. Why aren't you there? Ichigo asked. I wasn't invited. But you played a part in the battle. You and your army held back the rest of Kronos' army. Ichigo reasoned. Hades sighed. I also have an important announcement that all the Olympians would want to hear, Ichigo said. Very well, Hades said. He wrapped Ichigo in the shadows and returned to the palace. Hades and Persephone took a few minutes to change. With that, they were enveloped by the shadow. Scene change, Camp Half-Blood. Everyone was sitting in the mess hall. All the gods, except for Ares and Zeus, were sitting with Chiron. Luke and Ethan were forced to attend, enduring the hateful glare of the surviving campers. Despite this, everyone was drinking to their delight. The nearby shadows began to expand. Everyone turned to see Hades, Persephone, Nico and Ichigo appeared from the shadows. Are we too late for the party? Hades asked. Nonsense, brother, Poseidon said. Your son could join the table with Percy. Ichigo, Hades, and Persephone joined the other Olympians at the table. Nico joined Percy and Annabeth at their table. Ichigo turned to Poseidon. Poseidon, I have a quick question for you. Go ahead, Ichigo, Poseidon replied. Where is Briars? He's back in the underwater forge with the other Cyclops. They're celebrating in their way. Can I see him? I have something to show him. Sure. Poseidon said. A small pool of water appeared. It showed Poseidon's reflection. It soon shimmered to show Briars's face. Lord Poseidon, what can I do for you? Briars asked. In the background were Cyclopes were partying in their forges. Briars, a friend of mine, wishes to see you, Poseidon said as he showed Ichigo. Hello, Briars. Ichigo started. I have a present for you, Ichigo said. Briars looked confused. Why do you have a present for me? You don't even know me. True, but someone that knows you asked me to give you this present, Ichigo said. I would even swear to the sticks that I don't have any ill intentions towards you, Ichigo reassured. No. I trust Lord Poseidon. Briars said. The water portal ended. In the distance, everyone could see Briars slowly walking out of the water. He carefully walked towards the mess hall. Ichigo left his seat and walked to Briars. Ichigo pulled out the trainer. You must miss your brothers very much, Ichigo said. Briars looked at Ichigo. Why are you bringing them up? They faded away because no one remembered their story. Who said they faded away? Ichigo asked as he took out the trainer. He released Katas and Jaiges from the trainer. Briars' eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Katas and Jaiges. He said. Briars. Katas and Jaiges replied. The three Hekatonkaier hugged each other. Tears of joy began to fall. Where were you two? Briars asked. We were trapped in Tartarus, Katas admitted. Briars turned to Ichigo. You rescued them from Tartarus. Briars realized. You were in Tartarus? The many demigods shouted in shock, turning to Ichigo. Ichigo sighed. Yes, after the war, I was sent to Tartarus. I will not say why I was there. Ichigo said. He turned to the other Olympians. This leads up to the other reason why I am here, Ichigo said. Ichigo snapped his fingers. Hellhounds began to rise up from the shadow. All the demigods looked weary at the hellhounds. During my trip to Tartarus, I became the king of hellhounds. Ichigo casually said. All the Olympians and demigods looked at Ichigo as if he was crazy. Ichigo ignored their looks. Anyways, I ordered the hellhounds to help the demigods. Ichigo continued. They'll help keep an eye out on the demigods. They will not attack a demigod unless someone attacked them. Ichigo said as he looked at the demigods. Anything else? Poseidon said, taking temporary control. Yes, Ichigo said. Tartarus has temporarily reawakened. All the Olympians looked shocked. Ichigo ignored their shocked reaction and continued talking, and enforced a new rule upon all monsters. What is that rule? Hades asked, the only one who wasn't shocked by Ichigo's revelation. Monsters will not attack the mortals who aren't associated with the demigods, Ichigo said. So, brother, where are you staying? Jaiges asked. I am working with the Cyclopes in Poseidon's underwater forges, Briars said. I guess we're joining you, brother, Katas said. Jaiges nodded his head. Briars turned to Poseidon. I give you my approval, Poseidon said. The three Hekatonkaier cheered. Suddenly there was a loud boom. They turned to see Zeus and Ares just arrived. Zeus was the one who caused the loud boom. Lord Zeus. The Hekatonkaier said with a bow. Poseidon will not have all three of the Hekatonkaiers in his domain, Zeus said. Lord Zeus, Poseidon said, looking at his brother. Are you planning to separate these brothers who just reunited? It will give you too much power, Zeus argued. Are you still thinking that I will take over your domain? Poseidon accused. Zeus looked at Poseidon. Everyone could feel the tension forming. What will you do, Zeus? Ichigo asked, waking in front of the Hekatonkaiers. If the Hekatonkaiers refuse to listen to you. Zeus glared at Ichigo. They will obey me willingly, Zeus said as he held his master bolt tightly, or by force. Briars, Katas, and Jaiges are under my protection, Ichigo said. He glared back at Zeus. If you attack them, then I will reply with force. You dare tell me what to do? Zeus yelled. His voice echoed. I do, Ichigo replied. Zeus pointed his master bolt at Ichigo. It began to glow with yellow divine energy. Ichigo wasn't intimidated by Zeus's action. Everyone stood there, nervous to move. Nobody knew what to do. Brother, don't do it. Hades thought. He was one of the few gods who had a general idea of what Ichigo was capable of. Zeus threw his master bolt at Ichigo. Everyone was blinded by the light. Zeus arrogantly smirked. The bright light died down. Everyone was shocked to see Ichigo holding the Master Bolt in his hand. Was that it? Ichigo asked in a bored voice. Zeus opened his hand, trying to summon the Master Bolt. The Master Bolt glowed with yellow divine energy. To his shock, Ichigo pulled the Master Bolt away from him. You want this back? Ichigo asked as he channeled his own Ryatsu into the Master Bolt. The Master Bolt began to turn glow-black. Then take it! Ichigo yelled as he threw the Master Bolt back at Zeus. The Master Bolt slammed into Zeus's chest, causing a massive explosion and forcing him back a few feet. You dare attack those who are under my protection, Ichigo said as he summoned rebellion. You will pay! Zeus yelled as he began to throw lightning bolts at Ichigo. Ichigo used rebellion to block the attacks, absorbing the energy from the attacks. Ichigo turned to the other Olympians. Get a barrier up! Ichigo yelled. Poseidon and Hades nodded their heads as they formed a barrier around them. You think your sword can handle this? Zeus yelled as the Master Bolt glowed white, releasing a large amount of divine energy. He threw it at Ichigo. Ichigo stood his ground as he blocked the attack with rebellion. Upon impact, there was a massive explosion of white light. The light died down. Everyone was shocked to see the entire area was scorched black, except for Ichigo and the bit of ground behind him. This sword was forged to withstand the full power of destruction when he is in his He Who Destroys all state. Ichigo cryptically said. Zeus's and Hades' eyes widened in disbelief. You? Yes, I am aware of him and much more, Ichigo revealed. He pointed rebellion at the sky. Release! Ichigo yelled. The skull on rebellion began to glow as black fire began to surround the blade. Hades gasped. Everyone looked at Hades. Zeus is done for, Hades said. Feel my wrath, Zeus! Ichigo yelled as he swung his sword down. A wave of black flames shot out towards Zeus. Zeus jumped to the side, dodging the black flames. The black flames hit the barrier. To the Olympians' shock, the fire began to destroy the barrier. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The black fire stopped destroying the barrier. It turned around and began to chase Zeus. Zeus tried to dodge the black flames. To his shock, the black flames followed him. No matter where he went, the black flames never stopped. Suddenly, Ichigo appeared in front of Zeus. Rebellion was pointed at his neck. Do you admit defeat? Zeus glared at Ichigo. Everyone stood there, waiting for Zeus's answer. I admit defeat. Zeus finally said. Good, Ichigo said. Ichigo sent rebellion back to his mindscape. The other Olympians lowered the divine barrier. In Percy's request, he asked that those Titans who didn't join the Titans during this conflict to be freed from their punishment. When do you intend to free them? Ichigo casually asked. After all, Percy made you swear to the river Styx to free them. Zeus didn't reply. Ichigo turned to Apollo. Apollo, as the god of truth, you can tell if someone is lying, right? I can, Apollo said. He appeared beside Ichigo. Ichigo turned to Zeus. Zeus, did you have any intentions of freeing those Titans? I do, Zeus answered. He's lying, Apollo said. Zeus glared at Apollo for his betrayal. Ichigo turned to Zeus. There is no point in forcing you to swear to the river Styx since you don't fear the repercussions. Ichigo summoned a piece of parchment and began to write on it. After a few moments, Ichigo stopped writing. I, Zeus, the king of Olympus, god of sky, thunder, lightning, kingship, honor, and justice, swear on my divinity and authority to uphold these tasks. First, is to honor Percy Jackson's request. All Titans who were punished for allying with the Titans during the first Titanomachy and didn't join the Titans again during the second Titanomachy will be freed from their punishment. All gods and goddesses will have a cabin in Camp Half-Blood, even those who don't have children will have one in their honor. All demigods will be claimed and escorted to Camp Half-Blood by the age of 13. Second is the Hekatonkaier known as Katas, Jijis, and Briars will be free to live and do whatever they wish, unless working in someone's domain. The third and final task is to be a loyal husband to Hera, a loving father to his children and an honorable king of Olympus. Ichigo read. He passed the contract and a blood quill to Zeus. This is a blood quill. It is enchanted to write with your blood. Ichigo explained. Zeus glared at Ichigo. Ichigo looked to see Hera smiling. Zeus grumbled as he picked up the blood quill and signed the contract. He flinched as his signature appeared on his right hand. The contract glowed golden, signifying the signing of the contract. The contract split into two, one of Zeus and the other for Ichigo. He picked them up and walked to the Hekatonkaiers. All three of you don't need to worry about Zeus forcing you three to separate, Ichigo said. Thank you, Ichigo, Briars said. How can we ever pay you back for what you did for us? Jijis said. Gamma. What about forging a weapon for him? Gamma Katas suggested. Everyone couldn't understand what Katas was saying. Gamma, does he have divine energy? Gamma Jijis asked. Gamma, he does. He received a blessing from many of the Olympians, Gamma Briars said. Gamma, it also helps that I understand you, Gamma Ichigo casually said. The Hekatonkaiers all turned down and stared at Ichigo. Gamma, you can speak the tongue of the old times, Gamma? Briars asked. Gamma, I learned how to speak it from Killing Camp, Gamma Ichigo said. Gamma, anyways, we agree to forge Ichigo a few weapons for each of his divine abilities, Gamma Katas asked. Gamma, agreed, Gamma Katas and Briars said. Briars turned to Poseidon. Lord Poseidon, my brothers and I will be returning to the forge with Ichigo. He said. Very well, Poseidon said, already assuming what the Hekatonkaiers were planning to do. Poseidon wasn't the only one who figured it out. You have my permission to venture into the underworld to gather any needed material, Hades added. Thank you, Lord Hades, Briars said. The Hekatonkaiers and Ichigo walked into the water, teleporting to the underwater forges. Scene change, underwater forges. Ichigo, Briars, Katas, and Jijis stepped into the underwater forges. They could see the various Cyclopes were there. Some were making weapons. Others were partying. Impossible. One of the Cyclopes said. The other turned to see all three Hekatonkaiers were standing there. We're not worthy. They all shouted and bowed to them. Katas and Jijis were shocked to see all the devotion and worship from the Cyclopes. Briars turned to his brothers. These Cyclopes are devoted to us. In their eyes, we are slightly lower than the Olympians. They are eager to learn the ancient forging techniques that were lost to them. I see. Katas and Jijis said. Ichigo, follow me, Briars said. Ichigo was taken to a large empty room. The room was simple with a bed big enough for Briars to sleep on. This is my bedroom, the most private place in the forge, Briars said as he sat down. Katas and Jijis sat beside his brother. Ichigo sat in front of them. As you may have heard, we decided to forge you your weapon of power, Katas said. Similar to Zeus's master bolt, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helm of darkness, Jijis said. So where do we start? Ichigo asked. I'm aware you have a few different divine authorities in you, Briars said. We need you to bring forth that energy. We take a piece of that energy and use that energy to forge a weapon suitable for that weapon. In the end, when we present you with the weapon, you must name that weapon and allow your divine energy to flow into that weapon, Katas said. Okay, Ichigo said. How are we starting this? Ichigo asked. Just gather a ball of the individual divine energy, Jijis said. Ichigo activated Script F, Fengari Nero. A ball of water appeared in Ichigo's hands. It contained a mix of water Ryatsu and divine energy. He handed it to Jijis. He carefully took the orb. It reminds me of Poseidon. Ichigo repeated the process with Script E, the Earth, Script K, the Kataijita, Script U, the Umbra, and Script V, the Ventus. Ichigo activated Script W, the Warlord. Ichigo began to gather his energy for Jiji's when suddenly a sword appeared out of thin air. Wah! The Hekatonkaiers were startled by the sudden appearance of the blade. Ichigo recognized what this blade was. Excalibur, Ichigo said. The sword floated down to Ichigo, who grabbed the sword. Divine energy flowed from Ichigo to the sword. May your light shine down upon the battlefield and bring me victory, Excalibur. Ichigo said. Excalibur glowed. Ichigo could feel Script W, the warlord, merging with Excalibur. After a few moments, Ichigo deactivated Script W, the warlord. Ichigo could still feel the power flowing from Excalibur. Ichigo sent Excalibur into his mindscape. Ichigo turned to the Hekatonkaiers. Is that what is supposed to happen? Ichigo asked. They nodded their heads. That is exactly what is supposed to happen when we present you with the weapon, Briars said. Though I'm not sure what that sword was. Don't worry about it, Ichigo said as he showed them the last script, Script Y, Yakubo no Yuta. Jiji's collected the last ball of energy from Ichigo. For that dash, Jiji's cut him off. Allow the energy to speak for you, Jiji said. These weapons will be interesting, Briars said. We'll let you know when they're ready. Kadis escorted Ichigo back to the entrance of the forge. Sorry for my brothers. He can't control himself sometimes. Kadis apologized. No problem, Ichigo said. He opened a garganta and jumped in. Scene change, hotel room. Ichigo walked out of the garganta to see Gilgamesh and Akasha were awake. Gilgamesh was watching TV while Akasha was using his laptop. So, you're back from Tartarus, Gilgamesh said. Yeah, Ichigo said as he gave each of them their own hug. Ichigo noticed Akasha had a map beside her. What are you doing? I was looking up some interesting places to explore in the United States since you still have to travel to Evansville, Arizona, and later Los Angeles, California. And I told her it would be pointless since we could use the Varama to fly there, Gilgamesh argued back. Ichigo sat down in the chair. Ichigo though. While Gilgamesh brings up a good point in using the Varama. Ichigo started. Gilgamesh smirked at Akasha. But Akasha also brings up a good point. I don't know when I'll ever return to the United States, so I should make this time worth it. So, you're saying? Akasha started. Ichigo turned to Akasha. Yes, we're going with your idea, Ichigo said. Great. Here are some of the places I thought about. Akasha said as she began to share with Ichigo her ideas. Gilgamesh sighed as she walked over to Ichigo and Akasha. Ichigo, Akasha, and Gilgamesh spent a few hours on the internet. They planned a road trip from New York City to Los Angeles. They looked up interesting places or events that the peerage might find interesting. So, what do you two want in the end? Akasha and Gilgamesh gave Ichigo a predatorial smile. When you return from Japan, you'll spend a few days alone with each of us, Gilgamesh said. Don't worry about planning it, we'll plan our own dates. You just have to tag along. Akasha said. Very well, Ichigo said. Great. Akasha said as she stood up. Let's go get something to eat. Finally, Gilgamesh said. With that, the three left their hotel room to find dinner. Scene change, Olympus. Zeus and all the other Olympians, including Hades and Hestia, were having a private meeting. Zeus turned to Poseidon and Hades. Why did you allow the Hekatonkaiers to forge weapons for him? Zeus questioned. Everyone knew who him was referring to. I allowed it because it was the right thing to do, Poseidon answered. Easy for you to say, Zeus growled. I should have placed those forges near my domain, Zeus grumbled. The forges need to be near a large body of water during the heat treat, Hephaestus said. Zeus ignored Hephaestus as he turned to Hades. What about you, Hades? Why did you open up the underworld for the Hekatonkaiers? Because Zeus, it would be good to help grow our international relations, Hades replied. What do you mean? Athena asked. Hades and Zeus turned to Athena. Do you want to explain it to her or shall I? Hades asked. Zeus growled. Allow me to explain, Hades said as he revealed the existence of the other pantheons to his fellow Olympians. So how come we haven't allied ourselves with these other pantheons? Athena asked. Hades turned to Zeus. Lord Zeus, explain to your daughter how come we haven't allied with the other pantheons, Hades said in a snarky tone. Zeus glared at his older brother. Athena turned to Zeus. How come Lord Zeus? Athena asked. Zeus let out a deep sigh. Because we are not as strong compared to the other pantheons, Zeus admitted. How? We have our divine concept, our connection to our followers, and our connection to our children. Athena said. True, but you overestimate how much power we gain from them, Zeus said. As all of you may be aware, ever since the end of the Age of Gods, most of us gain less power from our divine concept, except for a few concepts. Athena nodded her head. As for our followers, we've lost the majority of them in Europe due to the biblical fraction. Either killed by the Crusades, angels, fallen angels, or the devils. I see. Athena said, slightly embarrassed by the lack of awareness of the global situation. And finally, our children. Zeus said. We forced them to imitate our fallen followers and to reenact the stories of legend, but to what end? Indeed. According to Luke, reenacting one of Hercules' 11 labors was the thing that broke the camel's back. Hermes said. Because of this, if we ally with the other pantheons, I fear they may take advantage of our weakness. I agreed with Zeus until today, Hades said. How are you aware of the other pantheons? Athena asked. Souls belong to the religion that they worship. Many Americans believe in biblical gods, so they would have to go to them. But since they don't have a foothold here, I have to deal with them. Hades explained. But what do you mean until today? Athena asked. Ichigo Kurosaki is affiliated with both the Shinto pantheon and the biblical fraction, Hades said. How could you tell? Athena asked, hungry for new knowledge. During the battles, the black robes he wore are the uniform of a soul reaper of the Shinto pantheon. Athena and a few other Olympians nodded their heads. As for the biblical fraction was due to the sword and fire he used against Lord Zeus, Hades said. What's special about the sword and fire? Apollo asked. I've never seen fire that destructive or sentient, Hephaestus commented. It is hellfire, one of the most dangerous fires that exist, Hades said. Greek fire is nothing compared to hellfire. As for the sword, anyone remembered the name of the blade? Rebellion, the sword of wrath, Artemis said. That makes too much sense, Ares said. Everyone turned to Ares. You know, when I fight, I can easily make people extremely angry. They nodded their heads. He wasn't affected by that ability of mine. In turn, he was able to make me even angrier than before. Hades nodded his head. Either he is allied with someone who can control wrath, Zeus said. Not just control wrath. Ares said. This person rules wrath, controls the sin of wrath. So, you're saying that we should ask Ichigo to help us ally with the Shinto pantheon and biblical fractions? Hermes asked. Indeed, Hades said. He turned to Lord Zeus. With all this new information in mind, do you wish to pursue an alliance with them? Zeus was thinking. Suddenly 2 of the 3 Fates appeared. Fates, where is your sister? Zeus asked. She is currently unavailable right now. They said. Suddenly the 3rd one appeared. Clotho. Lachesis. The darkness. Everywhere. Damn that defiler of fate. She screamed. The Olympians turned to the remaining 2 Fates. Atropos, calm down. One of the Fates said as she walked to the 3rd sister. Atropos grabbed her sister and held her tightly. Sister! She screamed in hysteria. What happened to her? Zeus asked. It's due to that defier of fate. His action in the Battle of Manhattan, the Battle of Atlantis, and the battle with Typhon drastically interfered with the future that Atropos foresaw. Clotho said. To the point where she is blinded for the time being, Lachesis said. Lachesis! Where are you? Atropos yelled in fear. Lachesis sighed as she walked over to her blind sister. I am here, sister, she said. Atropos grabbed Lachesis and pulled her closer to her. She held Clotho and Lachesis tightly. What can we do to help her? Apollo asked. Stop interacting with the Defier of Fate, Lachesis said. The longer this pantheon interacts with the Defier of Fate, we can't do our job. This includes making prophecies. Clotho added. The Fates disappeared. So, what shall we do? Zeus said. If we ally with the Shinto pantheon and biblical fractions, there is no doubt the Fates will continue to be blind, Athena said. But is that truly bad? Ares said. Everyone turned to the god of war. We've always allowed fate to lead us down the path it wants us. Remember Thetis? Poseidon said. Prometheus told you that Thetis' son would be destined to be stronger than his father. Wait. Thetis' son was Achilles. Hera said. Not to mention the great prophecy being void now, Hades said. I think it's time for this matter to be down to a vote, Zeus said. All of us will participate in this vote. Zeus paused as he looked at Hestia and Hades. This vote will include both of you. They nodded their heads. Who wishes to go first? I'll go, Poseidon said. I vote for the alliance. So will I, Hades said. 2 for the alliance and 0 against, Zeus said. For the alliance, Ares said. It will allow us fewer enemies in the future. So will I, Hestia said. Our lives have been controlled by fate for too long. I'm all in for the alliance, Hermes said. Fate decided my son was worth the sacrifice. Ichigo said otherwise. So will I, Hera said as she looked at Zeus. I cared for a loyal husband and Ichigo granted me that. Zeus let out a nervous chuckle as he turned to the other gods. I need a way to hide from them. Apollo groaned. So? Zeus said. I vote for the alliance. He answered. In a way, this action of trying to defy fate makes mortals interesting, Artemis said. The other Olympians looked at her. All mortals, in one way or another, try to change their fate and destiny. We're doing this as the same thing. She looked at her father. I also vote for the alliance. Athena? Dionysus? Hephaestus? I think the fates have ruled enough, Dionysus said. They act as if they rule Olympus from the shadows, Dionysus said as he drank his Diet Coke. Zeus turned to the final 2 Olympians. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Dionysus, Athena said. I guess. Hephaestus said. You're conflicted? Zeus asked. I am, Hephaestus admitted. We followed the fates for so long and now we decided to leave them? They were born from Nyx and Erebus, 2 of the protogenos. They may have powers that we don't know about. Zeus nodded his head. I could see your point, Zeus admitted. We'll deal with it when it comes to that. Very well, Hephaestus said. Zeus nodded his head. It has been decided. We will ask Ichigo to help us establish an alliance with the Shinto pantheon and the biblical fractions. Zeus said. Scene change, morning. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was sandwiched between Akasha and Gilgamesh. Both were still sound asleep. From the wards, Ichigo could feel someone cross them, with intentions to see him. It's Hermes, Mysteria reported. Should I tell him to go away? No, Ichigo said as he ejected his soul out of his body. Ichigo walked over to the door and opened it. Hermes's right hand was up, ready to knock on the door. Hello, Ichigo. Hermes greeted. Hello, Hermes. What can I do for you? Ichigo asked. The Olympians wishes to meet with a representative of the Shinto pantheon and the biblical fractions. For what purpose? Ichigo asked. We, the Olympians, wish to ally with them. Sure. I'll let them know. Ichigo said. Are you willing to ally with the Norse pantheon? Hermes looked around as if trying to see if anyone was listening in. You're aware of them? Hermes asked. I am. They're also allied with the Shinto pantheon and the biblical fractions. I see, we have an informal pact of non-aggression with them. Hermes said. Oh? How did that come around? The Norse pantheon has a foothold in America, Hermes said. We agreed with each other not to mess with each other's business as long as it stays in their respective territory. Where's this foothold? It's in Minnesota, Hermes said. Okay. I'll see you in an hour with more information. Ichigo said. Great. Just tell the security guard near the elevator your name. He will give you a magical key that allows you to use the elevator to get to Olympus. Hermes said as he left. Ichigo turned around to see the ladies were having a tug-of-war with his soulless body. Ichigo chuckled. Ladies, can I have my body back? Ichigo asked. Akasha and Gilgamesh hesitantly let go of Ichigo's body. Ichigo merged back with his body. Yasaka? Good evening, Ichigo. What can I do for you? Do you want an alliance with the Olympians? Ichigo heard silence from Yasaka. This is barely the second day you're in America. How did you manage to get them to be willing to ally with us? Showed them who's boss? Only you would be able to do that. So, do you want to talk with them? Suddenly Ichigo could feel Yasaka giving him a sinister smile. I do want the alliance, but I'm not able to go to America to see them. You see, I'm currently on vacation. Yasaka started. As the King of Souls, you are capable of making this deal for me. Ichigo was astonished by Yasaka's reply. I see. Ichigo said. Suddenly he had an evil idea. It would be a shame if Kuno was sad right now, Ichigo said before cutting the connection. He pulled out his phone and called Mocha. Yes, Ichigo? Mocha asked. Is Kuno there right now? She's playing with Elizabeth right now, Mocha replied. I see, is Yasaka with them? Not right now. Bring the phone to them and turn the speakerphone on, Ichigo said. Mocha walked into the room. Elizabeth and Kuno were playing with Elizabeth's stuffed animals. Kaa-san. Elizabeth waved to her mother. Hello, girls. Your father is on the phone. Mocha said as she turned the speakerphone on and placed it on the table. Hello, Tusan. Elizabeth said. Hello, Papa. Kuno said. Hello, girls, Ichigo said. Do you two want to come to America with me for the weekend? Yes. Yes. The girls shouted. Go ask your mother, Ichigo said. Elizabeth turned to her mother. Can I go, Kaa-san? Elizabeth asked. I got something planned for us and the kids for the weekend. Ichigo mentally said. Fine, Mocha said. Yay. Where is Kaa-san? Kuno asked. She might be in her bedroom. Kuno took the phone and ran to her mom's room. Kaa-san? Kuno said as she knocked on the door. Yasaka opened the door. Need something, Kuno? Can I go to America with Papa? Kuno asked. Huh? Yasaka said. Don't tell me. Yasaka understood Ichigo's final message. Papa called us and asked if we want to go to America. Elizabeth and her Kaa-san are going. That devil. Yasaka mentally thought. I take that as a compliment, Ichigo commented. I'm not sure. Yasaka started. Kuno began to pout. Her fox ears drooped down. Come on, Kaa-san. Tamamoa Basin is taking over your responsibilities at Kyoto and we've never been outside of Japan before. Damn you, Ichigo! Yasaka mentally screamed in anger. Yasaka let out a long sigh. Fine. We'll join your father in America. Yasaka answered. Yay! Kuna shouted in joy as she hugged her mother. Kuna looked at the phone. Papa. Did you hear? Did you hear? Kuno asked. I heard. I heard. Ichigo replied. I'll be there in about 30 minutes to pick all 4 of you up at the estate, Ichigo replied. Okay, Kuno said as Ichigo ended the call. I will get you back for this. Yasaka mentally said. Scene change, New York City. Ichigo chuckled as he hung up the phone. I still can't believe you used Kuno to force Yasaka to come here, Akasha commented. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect Yasaka to blatantly refuse like that, Ichigo admitted. Ichigo dialed Surzek's number. Ichigo waited a minute before Surzek picked up the phone. This better be important, Ichigo, or I am going to America to kick you your ass, Surzek said. That's good. I need you in America in a bit. Ichigo said. Why? Surzek asked. Do you want to ally with the Olympians? Ichigo said. Ichigo heard silence from Surzek. You were in America for less than 2 days and you managed to do something that Serafall and I spent a few centuries trying to do. Surzek finally said. Yep, Ichigo said. You're unbelievable, Surzek said. So, you want me to negotiate with them? Yep, in less than an hour. I still want to kick your ass, Surzek grumbled. No balls. Grafia wouldn't allow you. Ichigo said. He's right, Grafia said in the background. The line disconnected. Ichigo chuckled as he put the phone away. Yuzu, Karen, Kazan, Ichigo called through the peerage connection. Yes, Ichigo? Masaki asked. Evening, Ichi and I. Yuzu and Karen replied. Yuzu, Karen, do you want to come with me to America for the weekend? Can we, Ka-san? Yuzu and Karen asked. Masaki was silent for a few moments. Fine. Just for the weekend, you still have school next week. Masaki said. Yay! They shouted in joy. I'll see you two in less than half an hour at the estate, Ichigo said and ended the call. Ichigo turned to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, do you have anything in your Gate of Babylon that could help with time zone changes? Gilgamesh raised her hand. A golden portal appeared as a goblet floated out of the Gate of Babylon. Is that wine? Ichigo asked. It is. Do you want some? Gilgamesh said. It's a unique wine made from fruit that helps people go to sleep. No thank you. Do you have something for the kids? Maybe a sleeping pill? Ichigo said. Gilgamesh nodded her head. The golden portal appeared again as a small potion floated out the Gate of Babylon. It's a weaker sleeping potion. Add 2 drops in a cup of water and they should fall asleep immediately and wake up in an hour or 2. She said. Thank you, Ichigo said as he took the potion from her. It's almost time to pick them up, Akasha said. Thank you, Ichigo said. Ichigo opened a garganta. Akasha and Gilgamesh entered their spirit form. They all entered the garganta. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo, Akasha, and Gilgamesh appeared in his bedroom at the estate. Thank you, ladies. Ichigo thanked as he gave them both a hug. No problem, Ichigo, Akasha said. She didn't let go of him. Ichigo could hear her licking her lips. Ichigo knew what Akasha was about to ask for. Ichigo tilted his head to the side. Yay! She said before she bit on Ichigo's neck. She began to suck Ichigo's blood. She let out a moan as she drank. After a few long seconds, she stopped sucking his blood. She licked the bite marks. The wound instantly closed up. She let go of Ichigo. "Thank you, Ichigo," Akasha said as she kissed him on the lips. "No problem, Akasha." Gilgamesh's eye twitched in annoyance. She walked over and pulled Ichigo away from her. She gave Ichigo a long kiss on the lips. She soon let go of him. "Remember the deal," Gilgamesh said as she walked away, making sure to sway her hips. Ichigo glanced at Akasha, who wasn't annoyed by Gilgamesh's action. "She was jealous of me," Akasha said with a shrug. "She reminds me of Artoria, based on your memories of her." "Kind of," Ichigo said. "See you later," Akasha said as she walked to her room. Ichigo walked downstairs and saw some of the maids cleaning around the house. "Good evening, Ichigo-sama." They greeted with a bow. "Good evening," Ichigo said. He paused and looked around the room. "Good job, ladies. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Ichigo-sama," they said as they resumed cleaning, much more motivated than before. Ichigo resumed walking. They soon arrived in the courtyard. Ichigo pulled out the trainer and released Damison. "Who's your friend?" Akasha asked. "This is Damison, a friend of mine from Tartarus," Ichigo said. He looked up at the night sky. He could see the stars. Tears began to fill his eyes. He turned to Ichigo and hugged him. "Thank you. Thank you," he yelled. "Damison, please let me go," Ichigo asked. "Oh, sorry," Damison said as he let Ichigo go. Ichigo, he clapped his hands. Sakuya appeared beside him. "Yes, Ichigo-sama?" she asked. "Who is in charge of the farming right now?" "That would be Yuri," Sakuya said. "Please get her," Ichigo requested. "Very well," Sakuya said as she disappeared. A few seconds later, Sakuya and Yuri appeared. "You've asked for me, Ichigo-sama?" Yuri asked. "Indeed," Ichigo said. "This is Damison. He will be living on the estate now. He used to be a farmer. See if you could use him to help with the farming." "Very well," Yuri said. She turned to Damison. "Follow me," she said. Damison nodded his head. "Thank you again, Ichigo," Damison said as he followed behind Yuri. Soon Mocha, Elizabeth, Yasaka, Kunu, Yuzu, and Karen arrived, all with a small bag. Everyone was casually dressed. "Hello Ichigo, Papa, Tusan, Ichi and I." They all said. "Hello everyone," Ichigo replied. He snapped his finger, summoning his car. Kunu and Elizabeth let out a yawn. "Oh no. It's their bedtime," Yasaka said. "Don't worry. I got something for that," Ichigo said as he clapped his hands. Sakuya appeared beside him. "Yes, Ichigo-sama," she said. "Can you get me 4 cups of water and a spoon?" he asked. Sakuya vanished. She soon returned with 4 cups of water on a tray. Beside each cup were a spoon and a napkin. "Here you go, Ichigo-sama," she said. "Thank you, Sakuya," Ichigo said. He pulled out the potion. "This potion is a sleeping potion. This potion will put you asleep for an hour. This will force your body to adjust to the time in America, since it's early morning there," Ichigo explained. "Allow me to mix the potion," Sakuya said. Ichigo handed her the potion. "Just 1 drop," he said. Sakuya nodded her head as she dropped a drop of potion in each of the cups. She stirred each cup of water. She handed the water to Kunu, Elizabeth, Yuzu, and Karen. "Thank you, Sakuya-san," they said as they drank the entire cup of water. "It should take a few minutes to take effect," Ichigo said. Everyone entered the car. Mocha sat in front with Ichigo while Yasaka sat in the back with the other kids. Ichigo started the car and drove into the Garganta. Scene change, New York City. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta into an empty alleyway. Yuzu, Karen, Elizabeth, and Kunu were all sound asleep. Ichigo drove the car towards the hotel. He parked the car in the hotel's parking garage. Ichigo made Yuzu and Karen invisible. He gently lifted them up. Mocha and Yasaka gently lifted their own daughters. Ichigo wrapped an illusion around them, making it appear they weren't carrying anything. They walked out of the car and entered the elevator. They soon arrived in their room. They placed the sleeping children on the large bed. Elizabeth and Kunu were on the inside, while Yuzu and Karen were behind them. Mocha, can you watch them for an hour? Ichigo asked. How come? She asked. This bastard used our daughter to force me to come here for a meeting, Yasaka said. In my defense, I planned to have you and the kids here beforehand, but the meeting forced my hand, Ichigo said. He's not lying. Akasha chimed in. Fine, but I need an energy boost, Mocha said as she walked over to Ichigo. Ichigo leaned his head to the side, exposing his neck. Mocha licked the spot for a few seconds before biting down on his neck. Mocha let out a moan as Ichigo's blood dripped out of his neck to her mouth. After a few moments, Mocha let go of his neck. She licked the wound close. Ichigo turned his head upright. Suddenly Mocha kissed him on the lips. Ichigo could see Yasaka was getting annoyed. Mocha stopped kissing him. See you later, she said. Ichigo chuckled. Come on Yasaka, we got gods and demons waiting for us, Ichigo said. Yasaka rolled her eyes as followed behind him. It took a few minutes before they arrived at his car, which was still parked in the parking garage. They both got in the car and drove off, towards the Empire State Building. They were forced to take a few detours, due to the construction efforts to repair the broken pipeline. The car was completely silent, neither Ichigo nor Yasaka were talking. Why are you angry with me? Ichigo said, breaking the silence. I'm still annoyed that you dragged me to this meeting, Yasaka said. Ichigo sighed. They soon arrived at the Empire State Building. Ichigo drove his car into the nearby parking garage and parked his car. Ichigo and Yasaka walked out of the car and walked inside the Empire State Building. Ichigo noticed that most of the destruction from the Battle of Manhattan has been fixed. Ichigo walked into the lobby and noticed Surzex and Graphia were already there. Surzex was dressed in a two-piece black suit with a white dress shirt. Ichigo noticed Surzex had a black tie with the Gremory rose embroidered on it. Graphia was also dressed in a business suit. Ah, Ichigo, Surzex said in English. Hello, Master Ichigo, Graphia greeted. Surzex turned to Yasaka. Lady Yasaka, he greeted. Hello, Lady Yasaka, Graphia greeted. Hey Surzex, Graphia, Ichigo casually said. Hello Mr. Surzex and Miss Graphia, Yasaka replied. So how do we get to the Olympians? Surzex asked. Allow me. Ichigo walked to the security guard near the elevator. He was reading a newspaper. Excuse me. The security guard closed his newspaper. He looked at Ichigo and gave him an intimidating look. What can I do for you, kid? He grumbled. I have a meeting on the 600th floor, Ichigo said. Kid, there is no such thing as a 600th floor. He grumbled. Name's Ichigo Kurosaki, he said. The security guard handed Ichigo a key. Ichigo took it from the security guard. With his job done, he resumed reading the newspaper. Ichigo and his group walked into an elevator. Ichigo could see a keyhole on the elevator. It has off on the left side of the keyhole and on the top of the keyhole. Ichigo inserted the key into the keyhole. Ichigo noticed another option appear on the keyhole. It was the Omega symbol. Ichigo turned to the Omega symbol. Going up, the elevator said as the elevator began to move up. Surzex, Graphia, and Yasaka snapped their fingers. Surzex was dressed in his formal armor. Graphia was dressed in her signature-made outfit. Yasaka was dressed in her Miko outfit. Ichigo shifted into his Shinigami robe with his white Haori on. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. They stepped out of the elevator. Ichigo could see most of the destruction from Kronos has been cleaned up. Ichigo led them towards the temple, where the Olympians' thrones are located at. All four of them are used to seeing people pausing and staring at them. They soon arrived at the temple. The doors opened up, allowing them entrance. They walked into the temple to see all the other Olympians sitting in their respective throne. "Hello, Ichigo. Who are your guests?" he asked. Ichigo turned to Surzex and Graphia. "This is Surzex Lucifer, one of the four leaders of the devils and representative of the biblical fraction. With him is his wife, Graphia Lucifuge." Ichigo turned to Yasaka. "This is Yasaka. She is the leader of the yokai faction and the personal avatar to Amaterasu." Ichigo said. "I see, greetings." Zeus said. He snapped his fingers as four chairs appeared behind them. They all sat down on the summoned chairs. "Due to us having two aspects, one for Greek and Roman, we are going to use a unique contraption to allow for both aspects to be present for the meeting," Hades explained. He turned to the guests. "Is this fine with you four?" "It's fine," Ichigo answered. Greek symbols began to glow above them. Scene change, void. Ichigo, Surzex, and Graphia appeared in a similar-looking room as before. However, more people were sitting beside them. All the Olympians sat in a semicircle. Each god began to introduce themselves. They were situated in a way that both Greek and Roman aspects were in the same position, just mirrored. Everyone noticed that Athena's Roman counterpart wasn't there. That wasn't the only difference. Sitting next to Yasaka was Amaterasu. "Hello, Amaterasu-sama." Ichigo greeted. "Amaterasu-sama, it's an honor to be blessed by your presence," Yasaka said. "Hello Ichigo-kun, Yasaka-chan," she said. "Surzex-sama and Graphia-sama, finally good to meet you." "Same to you as well, Amaterasu-sama," Surzex replied. Graphia bowed her head to the Shinto goddess. "Ichigo said that you wish for an alliance with us," Amaterasu said as she looked to the Olympians. "Indeed," Zeus answered. "Why now?" Amaterasu asked. "Indeed," Surzex said. "We've been trying to establish this alliance for a few centuries now. You would never reply to our attempts. This time you were the one who reached out to us. What made you change?" Zeus chuckled. "Ichigo," Zeus said. "He came here and defied everything. Things we were never able to kill finally died," Jupiter said. "Kronos and the other titans were protected by the fates," Poseidon said. "Nothing we could do would kill them," Neptune said. "Until Ichigo came and," Ares said. "Finally killed them all," Mars said. "He showed us that we were bounded by the fates," Artemis said. "Until now," Diana said. "He freed us from them, and if we wish to peruse this alliance," Apollo said. "We will be freed from them," Hera said. "Whether it's a good or bad thing," Juno said. "We wish for this alliance to help us if anything bad comes to bid us," Zeus said. Surzex, Graphia, Amaterasu, and Ichigo nodded their heads. "Your logic makes sense," Surzex said. "Ichigo does have a habit of inspiring rebellion," Amaterasu joked. "With that said, are you sure about this?" Ichigo asked. "We do." All the Olympians, both Greek and Roman, said together. "Very well," Ichigo said as he stood up. Surzex and Amaterasu stood up as well. "I would like to be the first to welcome you to our alliance," Ichigo said as he extended his hands out, one to Zeus and the other to Jupiter. Zeus and Jupiter shook Ichigo's hands. Ichigo moved aside for Surzex and Amaterasu to repeat Ichigo's action. Slowly everyone shook hands with each other. The more political side of the alliance would be dealt with later, by those who specialize in those topics, Ichigo said in the end. "So, who will be your political representatives?" Surzex asked. Zeus and Jupiter thought about the question hard. "I believe Hades, Athena, and Hermes would do well," Zeus suggested. For me, Pluto and Mercury would be fine but not Minerva. Jupiter said as he looked at the empty seat, likely for Minerva. She bears great hatred for what the Romans did to her. So, who would you suggest instead? Ichigo asked. Not at this time, Jupiter admitted. It's fine, brother, Pluto said. Indeed, Lord Jupiter, Mercury said. Though I do bear great hatred to the Romans, I will work with both of you fairly, Athena said. Thank you. Mercury and Pluto said. Lady Leviathan will reach out to all of you from our side, Circex said. For us, it will be Yasaka-chan and Ichigo-kun. She said. Ichigo's interruption was interrupted by Amaterasu's stern look, a look that promised fiery punishment if he said anything. Ichigo sighed as he accepted his fate. With that, there was a large flash, and everyone was forced out of the void. Scene change, Olympus, temple. Everyone opened their eyes. They were back in the temple. There were half as many Olympians as before. All of them were sitting on their thrones. Ichigo looked to see Yasaka was sitting with him again. Are all of you okay? Ichigo asked. I am, and so is Amaterasu-sama. Yasaka said. I'm good, Circex said as he glanced at his wife. Are you okay, dear? Yes, Circex-sama. She replied. Our selected people shall meet at a later time to discuss these matters, Zeus said. We should celebrate this accomplishment, Dionysus suggested. Second. Apollo said. Objection, for the time being, Zeus said. He turned to his children. Until a formal agreement has been written and signed by us. Apollo and Dionysus nodded their heads, understanding his reasoning. With that, Ichigo and his group left. They walked to the elevator and entered it. As they were going down, everyone returned to their normal clothes. Thank you, Ichigo, for your help, Circex said. Graphia nodded her head. It's nothing. Ichigo casually said. Ichigo, without your help, I doubt I would be able to get the Shinto pantheon to agree to the alliance, Circex said. Speaking of alliances, Ichigo started. Have you heard anything about the Celtic pantheon? They're supposedly fated due to our actions, Circex said. I believe a few of them remain. They mostly keep to themselves since there are so few of them left. Ichigo said as he told them about Anku, Morrigan, and Wingbind. Circex nodded his head. Your reasoning sounds right. Morrigan might have not faded like the rest of the pantheon due to either the seal she placed on Anku or her taking over Anku's responsibilities. Circex theorized. I'll ask Yukite Taicho to send a message to them. They soon arrived at the bottom of the Empire State Building. Everyone left their separate ways. Ichigo and Yasaka walked back to their car. They entered his car. So what are you planning for all of us? Yasaka asked as soon as they closed the door. First off, a road trip to Massachusetts, Ichigo said. Why? She asked. It's a surprise. He said. Tell me, Yasaka demanded. Ichigo smirked. Nope, Ichigo said as he drove back to the hotel. Yasaka spent the entire time bothering Ichigo, trying to get him to reveal the surprise. Ichigo resisted her attempts. They arrived at the hotel and walked up to their room. Ichigo opened the doors to see Mocha sitting on the couch, watching TV. Hello Ichigo, Yasaka, Mocha said. Hello, Mocha. They said. How are the girls? Yasaka asked. Still sleeping, Mocha said. Good, let's order breakfast, Ichigo said as he grabbed the room service menu. Scene change, bedroom. In the bedroom. Yuzu, Karen, Kunu, and Elizabeth laid there asleep. Ichigo walked into the room and gently woke everyone up. The sleeping potion would give them the benefits of sleeping for 8 hours in an hour. Morning Papa, Kunu said. Morning Tusan, Elizabeth said. Morning Ichi and I. Yuzu and Karen said. Good morning all of you, Ichigo said. Time for breakfast. All the girls walked to the nearby bathroom. A few minutes later, they walked out of the bedroom to see 7 platters of food on the table. Everyone exchanged greeting before sitting down. They lifted the lids to see a large plate of food in front of them. "What is this?" Kuno asked. "This is Sunnyside eggs, American bacon, hash browns, and sausage," Ichigo explained. "I see," Kuno said. "Itadakimasu," everyone said as they began to eat breakfast. "So what are we going to do now?" Kuno asked. "We're going on a road trip to Massachusetts," Ichigo answered. "Why?" Karen asked. "Don't bother asking him." Yasaka pouted. "I spent an hour bugging him and he didn't budge at all." Ichigo nodded his head. Soon they finished eating their breakfast. "So when are we leaving?" Yuzu asked. "As soon as all of you are ready," Ichigo replied. Everyone spent 20 minutes getting ready. Kuno was in her true identity but had the ears, whiskers, and tails hidden under an illusion. Ichigo made sure Kuno, Yuzu, and Karen were under the effects of a bilingual translation charm. The charm helps them learn English by using it. Everyone walked out of the hotel room and entered Ichigo's car. The interior was modified to be similar to a limousine, chairs wrap around the edges. They were able to see the outside while making sure the car doesn't look out of the ordinary. Everyone entered the car. Ichigo drove out of the parking garage towards Massachusetts. Ichigo used the camouflage feature in the car to avoid detection while driving over 100 miles an hour. Everyone in the back looked all through the windows. On the way to Massachusetts, Ichigo would occasionally slow down and stop the car. These stops were either for a bathroom break, snack break, or sightseeing. Everyone enjoyed the unique and mundane journey, excluding how fast Ichigo was driving. It was in the early afternoon when they noticed Ichigo driving at normal speed. "Why did you slow down?" Mocha asked. "We've near our destination," Ichigo said. Ichigo turned the car left. Everyone could see a sign. "Welcome to Oak Haven, Massachusetts." It read. Mocha's and Karen's eyes widened with realization. "We're in Oak Haven, Massachusetts, the home of the Hex Girls," Yuzu shouted. "Not only that, every year, the Hex Girls performs," Karen shouted. "At the Oak Haven Autumn Fest," Mocha shouted. "Indeed." All of them grabbed Ichigo and hugged him. "Ladies, Ichigo is still driving," Yusaka said. The girls let go of Ichigo. Ichigo drove them towards an old-looking mansion. "Where are we?" Yuzu asked. "We are at the Ravencroft Manor." Sarah Lestrange was a British witch who sailed to America to escape her family. To prevent others from finding her, she changed her last name from Lestrange to Ravencroft. Despite running away from them, Lord Lestrange at that time didn't disown her from the family. "When I laid claim over all the possessions of the Lestrange, the Ravencroft estate was claimed as well," Ichigo explained as he stepped out of the car. "Wait, why does Ravencroft sound familiar?" Yuzu asked. "Because of the books I have written," someone said. They turned to see a tall Caucasian male with a sturdy build. He had long black hair tied in a ponytail with a mustache and beard. He wore thin-framed glasses. His attire consisted of a reddish-brown blazer over a black sweatshirt, matching brown trousers, a black belt, and black shoes. Yuzu, Karen, and Mocha gasped. "You're Ben Ravencroft, the author of The Dead Mole, Skull Cap, The Caretaker's Coffin, and so many other horror stories," Yuzu said. Ben chuckled. "Indeed I am," Ben said. "Allow me to show you your rooms for the night," he said. Everyone walked inside to see the traditional-looking house. "These are first-edition versions of your books," Mocha said. "Indeed," Ben said. "How did you two meet?" Yasaka asked. "It's our first time meeting," Ben said. "Oh? Yes. I was looking over the Lestrange portfolio when I discovered that they owned land in America. I soon discovered the Ravencroft estate with Ben's number on it. It helps that I am a wizard, Ben said, as transfigured a tape dispenser into a pumpkin and back to a tape dispenser. I was aware that the Ravencroft originated from Britain. So when I called him and showed documentation that I technically owned the Ravencroft estate, he allowed me to stay there for the Oakhaven Autumn Fest. Ichigo looked at Ben. Though you should have told me you were also here. Sorry. Ben said. I was already here at the manor when you called me. I didn't want to scare you off or make you feel bad if you knew I was already here. Ichigo turned to the girls. Anyways, let's get you situated in your rooms, and then we can explore the city, Ichigo said. I apologize, but we have to break all of you up, Ben said. The manor doesn't have super large rooms. How come you don't use magic to expand the rooms? Because of the Makusa's regulations, Ben said. Due to the high concentration of non-magical here, magic is not allowed to be performed unless in emergencies. I see. Ichigo said. Mocha and Elizabeth were placed in one room. Yasaka and Kunu were in another room. Yuzu and Karen were placed together. Ichigo had his own room. Once they got situated in their room, they began to explore Oakhaven. They learned what Oakhaven was during the 16th century. Photos were quickly taken of everyone doing mundane tasks during colonial Oakhaven, such as churning butter, washing clothes, and making fresh bread. Slowly the afternoon turned to night. Everyone gathered around the Oakhaven concert hall. With Ben's help, Ichigo and his group were allowed up in the balcony, away from the general audience. Slowly the light died down. Smoke began to fill the stage as drums began to beat. The stage lights turned on and Ichigo could see 3 women on stage. The first one stood dead center on stage. She's a slender, beautiful young female, with long black hair with red highlights, pale skin, and green eyes. She was dressed in a black and red dress with red sleeves draping down her shoulders. The dress has both legs showing, and has a red sash around her waist. She has black ankle-strapped high heels with red tints, red and black fingerless gloves that end at the elbow, and a red bat necklace. She had a black and red guitar with her. The second girl was on the drums. She's a young Caucasian female with a pale complexion, a beauty mark on her cheek, and blonde hair that is styled in pigtails, tied with green bobble-like hair ties. She wears a long-sleeved dark green top with a matching green skirt that has a slit in it, and wears dark purple ankle boots. Her accessories are a black choker, with an X-shaped necklace and green triangle earrings. The final girl was playing the electric piano. She has red hair, black eyes, and a dark complexion, and wore a purple coat with a black shirt underneath, a long purple skirt with a slit at the hem, which shows part of her purple-black boots, gold hoop earrings, a gold necklace with a purple stone, and purple fingerless gloves. Good evening, Oakhaven. The first girl yelled. I'm Thorn. I'm Dusk, the second girl said. While I'm Luna, the third girl said. And we're they started. Hex Girls. The audience yelled in unison. Let's start our annual concert with a classic, Thorn said. Select music, Hex Girls, Hex Girls. I'm gonna cast a spell on you. You're gonna do what I want you to. Mix it up here in my little bowl, say a few words and you lose control. Thorn sang. I'm a Hex Girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm a Hex Girl. And I'm gonna put a spell on you. Put a spell on you. Thorn, Dusk, and Luna sang together. You'll feel the fog as I cloud your mind. You'll get dizzy when I make a sign. You'll wake up in the dead of night, missing me when I'm out of sight. Thorn sang. I'm a Hex Girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm a Hex Girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. Oh yeah. Thorn, Dusk, and Luna sang together. With this little cobweb potion, you'll fall into dark devotion. If you ever lose affection, I can change your whole direction. Thorn sang. I'm a Hex Girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm gonna put a spell on you. I'm a Hex Girl and I'm gonna put a spell on you. We're gonna put a spell on all of you. They sang. Red, green, and purple explosion littered the stage. The audience began to applaud. Ichigo glanced over to see the girls enjoying the show. I'm sorry to interrupt, Yhwach said. Yes, Yhwach? Ichigo asked. I finished creating the script from Paris's divinity and authority. Will this take long? No. It shouldn't take that long. Yhwach said. Ichigo sighed as he entered his mindscape. Scene change, mindscape. Ichigo could see Yhwach standing there. He had a few scrifts with him. Sorry for pulling you out of your family bonding time. Yhwach apologized. Ichigo sighed. It's fine, Yhwach. I understand you forced yourself to finish this as soon as possible for my sake. Ichigo said. Yhwach nodded his head. Anyways, let's talk about this script. Yhwach handed Ichigo the new script. This is script I, the imitator, Yhwach said. It can create a realistic imitation that will act and perform like the original. It's currently being used for Suzumabachi and Kaiten Kayakatsu. Is there a time limit when the imitation ends? Ichigo asked. It depends on the object, Yhwach said. Currently the imitation of Suzumabachi and Kaiten Kayakatsu are receiving Ryatsu from Suifong and Kairaku, which allowed them to continue to exist. I see. Ichigo said. I also merged Hermes' Thieves' Authority with the script, to allow you to steal an object and replace it without anyone noticing the subtle change, Yhwach added. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. Ichigo could see Ichigo notice the indicator for script E, the eliminator in script L. The law shot out of their compartment and entered a new compartment, likely where script I, the imitator, belongs to. What else? Ichigo asked. This script contains all of Paris's authority of destruction, Yhwach said. This script will likely be as powered if not more powerful than script K, the Kataijida, Yhwach warned. Ichigo picked up the script. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo pushed the script inside him. Ichigo felt his body explode from the power contained in this script. Ichigo's eyes widened when he realized the full capabilities this script could do. Ichigo began to let out a maniacal laugh. Are you okay, Ichigo? Yhwach asked. Sorry. I just realized the full capabilities of this script. Ichigo said. This script allows me full manipulation of destruction. When Perez was thinking of destruction, they think of storms, lightning bolts, earthquakes, and explosions. But he forgot that destruction could be smaller things such as destroying cells and separating atoms. Yhwach's eyes widen. I see. Yhwach said. I named this script, Script H of the Hakaimono, Destroyer. Ichigo said. The last thing is Tartarus's blessing, Yhwach said. The darkness portion merged with script U, the Umbra. It gives you greater control of the shadows. You can travel from one shadow to another without having them be connected, and you can drag people into the shadows. Yhwach said. I see. What about his blessing of Greek monster? Ichigo asked. I merged it with script S, the shifter. If you order it, all Greek monsters or monsters that are connected with Greek monsters will obey you. Yhwach explained. I see. Ichigo said. What about Prometheus? Prometheus is unique. His forethought authority was transferred to script W, the Warlord. You gained the ability to detect impending threats and respond to them without realizing it. Yhwach said. Interesting, similar to a hollow's instincts, Ichigo said. Indeed, Yhwach said. While your ability to create golems is more effective. It required less energy and materials to create a golem. Despite the decrease in energy and materials, these golems are much faster, more intelligent, and more durable. I need to try that out, Ichigo said. Looks like Mocha is saying something to you. With that, Ichigo was ejected out of his mindscape. Scene change, outside. Ichigo opened his eyes. Thank you, Ichigo, for taking us, Mocha said. Ichigo leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. No problem. Ichigo said. He looked to see everyone was having fun, singing along with everyone else. Soon the concert ended, and everyone left the Oakhaven concert hall. Ichigo and his group stood up and began to exit the balcony. Outside the concert hall, there was a booth selling exclusive Hex Girls merchandise dedicated to the Oakhaven Autumn Fest. Everyone purchased something from the booth. They soon walked home and noticed they weren't alone. In the living room were Ben and the Hex Girls. The girls were shocked by unexpected visitors. "Hello, Ben and ladies," Ichigo greeted. "Who are they, Ben?" Thorn asked. Ben began to introduce the Hex Girls to Ichigo and his family. "I assume you three are witches?" Ichigo asked. "Indeed," Thorn answered. "And I assume you have connections to the supernatural world?" "I'm a vampire," Mocha said as she showed off her fangs. "And these are real, unlike yours." Luna and Dusk chuckled when Thorn quickly removed her fake fangs. "While I am a kitsune," Yusaka said as she dispelled her illusion. "What's a kitsune?" Dusk asked. "Kitsune are Japanese fox spirits," Ichigo said. "And you?" "An overpowered older brother that casually kills gods and demons for his family," Yusu started. "Befriend devils, fallen angels, and gods," Karen added. "A loving papa," Kunu said. "A very overprotective father," Elizabeth said. Ichigo looked at his sisters and daughters. "Did you really need to tell them all of that?" he asked. "Well, they aren't lying," Mocha said. Yasaka nodded her head. "Anyways, let's get dinner started," Ichigo said as he walked into the kitchen. Thorn looked at Mocha and Yasaka. "He knows how to cook?" "He does," Mocha said. "Don't you just need to drink his blood to survive?" Thorn asked. Mocha started at Thorn. Sorry if I was rude. I'm just curious since I've never met an actual vampire." Mocha chuckled, breaking the tension. "Sure. Let's sit in the living room while we wait for Ichigo to finish cooking," Mocha suggested. "Can my two little helpers come on here?" Ichigo hollered. "Coming too, San," Elizabeth yelled. "Wait for me," Kuna shouted as the two little girls ran into the kitchen. Everyone sat down on the couch and began to talk. During their discussion, Kunu and Elizabeth carefully carried out a tray of drink for everyone. "We have a can of tomato juice for Okasan," Elizabeth said as she handed the can of tomato juice to Mocha. "Thank you, Elizabeth," Mocha said as she took the can from her daughter. "Fresh jasmine tea for you, Okasan," Kuno said as she handed Yusaka a cup of hot tea. "Thank you, Kunu," Yusaka complimented. "Water for Yuzuo Basin and Karano Basin," Kunu and Elizabeth said in unison as they handed them their water. "Thank you, Kunu and Elizabeth." Yuzu and Karen. The little girls turned to Ben, Thorn, Luna, and Dusk. "I'm okay," Ben said. "I'll take a glass of water," Thorn said. "Same with me," Dusk said. "A cup of tea for me," Luna said. Kunu and Elizabeth handed Thorn, Dusk, and Luna their drinks. Tusan said food should be ready in 20 minutes. They said as they returned to the kitchen. While they waited, the Hex Girls signed all of everyone's souvenirs. Slowly everyone could smell something amazing from the kitchen. Kunu and Elizabeth ran out to the living room. Tusan said to get situated in the dining room. They said. Everyone got up and walked over to the dining room. The dining room was set up and had 11 plates. There were small pieces of paper with everyone's name on it. Ichigo walked out with 13 different plates, 11 of which were floating around him. The floating plates landed in front of everyone. "You're using magic," Ben shouted. The Hex Girls quickly looking around, as if they expected something to happen. "Worried about something?" Mocha asked. "Why isn't the Aurors here?" Dusk blurted out. I don't want them here, but usually, they would swarm down on their brooms to force us to obey the rules. It appears that the Makusa isn't able to detect my air manipulation," Ichigo said as he placed the last 2 plates, which were more than double the size of the regular plates, on the table. "How did you avoid being logged into their systems?" Ben asked. Huh? Ichigo looked confused. You have to have your powers logged into the Makusa's database before gaining entrance to the country, Thorn said. Ichigo and his group looked at Thorn in confusion. You see, the United States and Canada have suffered multiple terrorist attacks done by terrorist organizations with the help of allied wizards and witches who were in the country beforehand. When the Makusa discovered this, they enacted a registration policy as an attempt to capture future terrorist witches or wizards. Ben explained. Has this policy worked? Ichigo asked. It has been reported that the policy worked, Dusk asked. Bureaucracy, Yasaka said. I used my own method to get into the United States undetected, Ichigo said as he sat down. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Itadokimasu. Ichigo and his group said in unison. Ben and the Hex girls looked confused. It means thanks for the food. We traditionally say it before we eat. Ichigo explained. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Thanks for the food. Ben, Thorn, Luna, and Dusk said. Everyone pulled the plate cover off to reveal a nice large cut of steak with mashed potatoes and gravy on the side. The large plates revealed fried tofu. Fried tofu. Yasaka and Kunu shouted. No fried tofu until you eat half your dinner. Ichigo reprimanded. Both Yasaka and Kunu pouted at Ichigo, trying to convince him otherwise. Ichigo ignored them and began to dig into his steak. Why the huge reaction to fried tofu? Thorn asked. Kitsunes love fried tofu. It's their favorite snack. Mocha explained as she cut into her steak. Her steak was cooked rare, hemoglobin began to leak out of it. Mocha turned to Ichigo. You remembered that I like my steak rare. I do, Ichigo said. The fried tofu was free for everyone else, Ichigo said. Everyone enjoyed their dinner. After a wonderful dinner, Ben collected all the dishes and took them to the kitchen. He forbid Ichigo or any of his guests from cleaning the dishes. Everyone returned to the living room to talk more. Kunu and Elizabeth let out a big yawn. Looks like it's bedtime, Ichigo said. Kunu and Elizabeth nodded their heads. It is getting pretty late, Thorn said as all the Hex girls stood up. Thank you for the wonderful meal, they said as they left. Everyone went to their respective rooms and went to bed. Chapter 54, Arc 12. Ichigo opened his eyes. He let out a yawn as he sat up from his bed without any resistance. It's been a while since I've woken up alone, Ichigo thought. He stepped out of bed and changed into a set of workout clothes. He walked out of his room. He was greeted by Mocha, Yuzu, and Karen all dressed in their workout clothes. They all stepped outside and did some light stretches. They all ran on a dirt trail around the town. They could see the town as it truly is, a quiet village hidden in the countryside. They soon returned to the Ravenscroft Manor. They began to do cool-down stretches outside the manor. After that, everyone took turns sparing Ichigo, due to him being more experienced, more skilled, and tougher to injure. Ichigo took off his shirt, showing off his muscular and scared upper body. Yasaka, Konu, Elizabeth, and Ben woke up during Ichigo's and Mocha's sparring match. They all walked down and sat with the tired Yuzu and Karen. Go, Papa. Kunu suddenly cheered. Elizabeth turned to her partner in crime. Go, Kaa-san. Elizabeth cheered. The two children glared at each other. Beat Mocha-san's butt. Kunu shouted. Kaa-san win. Elizabeth cheered. Yasaka chuckled as the two children waged into a cheering battle. Will they be safe? Ben asked as he continued to hear the loud smack from their attacks. Don't worry, they aren't trying. They're just sparring. Yasaka casually said. This is sparring? Ben questioned. Trust me, they're not using any of their powers, besides reinforcing their limbs, Yasaka said. Ichi-nii is still stronger than ever, Yuzu said. Karen nodded her head. But he also learned new techniques in fighting styles, Karen said. When he dodges attacks, he would usually take a step back or to the side. This time he dodged by swerving his body to the side or blocked the attack. He would continue to do either one of those until he found a mistake and attack there. Karen said. Hey, what's going on? Someone asked. They turned to see the Hex girls walking towards them. Oh, hey ladies, Ben said. Ichigo and Mocha are sparring right now, Yasaka said. And Papa is going to win. Kunu shouted. No, Ka-san is going to win. Elizabeth shouted back. Mocha used her right leg to do a roundhouse. Ichigo leaned back, causing the roundhouse to fly past him. Mocha dropped her right leg and followed up by a backhook kick with her left leg. Ichigo leaned back again, causing Mocha to miss the kick. Ichigo saw Mocha was off-balanced by Ichigo's dodge. Before she could respond, Ichigo swept her right leg, causing her to fall. Mocha fell to the ground. Before Mocha could react, Ichigo followed up his attack with a low side kick, aimed at her neck. He stopped the kick near her chin. I think this is my win, Ichigo said. Mocha sighed. You win again, Ichigo, Mocha said. Ichigo moved his leg away from Mocha's chin. He presented his hand to her, to help her get up. Mocha grabbed his hand and was pulled up by Ichigo. She lunged forward and hugged him. Ah, that nice, Ben said. Suddenly Mocha's hand wrapped tightly around Ichigo's back. She suddenly widened her stance and flipped Ichigo over. Mocha's back was bent in a C shape while Ichigo landed on his back. Did she just suplex him? Ben asked, astonished at the unexpected move. She did, Ben, Thorn said. Mocha jumped back on her feet and looked at Ichigo. Do you admit defeat, Ichigo? Mocha asked. Ichigo jumped back to his feet. That was a weak hug, Mocha, Ichigo said as he pretended to dust off some dirt on his body. Let me show you a real hug, Ichigo said with a smirk. Ichigo charged towards Mocha. Mocha was prepared for the incoming attack. Ichigo smirked as he swerved to the side and began to tickle Mocha on her waist. "Aye, Ichigo!" Mocha cried out, trying to fight off Ichigo's tickling. Mocha fell on the floor as Ichigo continued his assault on her. "Do you want to end the fight now?" Ichigo asked as he continued to tickle her. No, Mocha said as she tried to resist the attack. "Stop it!" Mocha shouted. "Just say it," Ichigo said. I learn at my PLAs." Mocha shouted. Ichigo stopped tickling her. Mocha laid on the ground, exhausted. Ichigo turned to see everyone else joined Yuzu and Karen at the patio. "Hello everyone," Ichigo said. "Good morning, Ichigo." Ben and the Hex girls said. "You should hit the shower, Ichi, Karen said. "I guess I will," Ichigo said. "Take your time, I got breakfast," Ben said. "Sure," Ichigo said. He looked at the tired Mocha. "Do you need help getting the bath ready?" Mocha groaned as she stood up. "I would be fine if I have some of your blood," Mocha asked. "Nope," Ichigo said. "Punishment for cheating." "What?" Mocha shouted. Ichigo ignored her as he walked into the house. "Ichigo!" Mocha shouted as she chased after him. "Are they always like that?" Luna asked. "Kind of." Yuzu said. Mocha loves drinking Ichigo's blood. "There are times where it's like a healthy drug for her." Karen said. "I noticed that she could eat normal food at dinner." "In our textbooks, it mentions that vampires only drink human blood." Ben said. "Depends on the vampire's heritage and how they were raised," Yusaka said. "Some vampires, that used to be human, become addicted to human blood, and can't survive without it. While those that are born as vampires are raised on human food for a time before drinking blood." "I see, why isn't that information written in books? Maybe to further dehumanize the vampires or continue to spread the fear of vampires?" Yuzu suggested. With that, Yuzu and Karen headed upstairs to shower. "To think that was a spar," Thorn said. Indeed. For a second, I thought they were seriously fighting. Ben said. I wonder what Ichigo is, Dusk said. They all turned to her. We know that Mocha is a vampire, a monster that is powerful, and Ichigo easily overpowered her in that spar. Maybe a werewolf? Luna suggested. No, werewolf and vampires are usually seen as enemies. Thorn countered. Maybe not in Japan? Luna said. Maybe, Dusk said. Maybe a demigod? Ben suggested. Either way, let's impress these Japanese with a delicious homemade American breakfast, Thorn said. With that, they went to the kitchen, leaving Kunu, Elizabeth, and Yasaka alone outside. What should we do? Kuno asked. The two children turned to Yasaka for guidance. Let's go to the living room and wait for the others, Yasaka suggested. Okay, Okasan, Kuno said. They went to the living room and waited for the others. Ichigo, Mocha, Yuzu, and Karen walked downstairs to see Kunu and Elizabeth playing with their dolls while Yasaka was reading a scroll. Yasaka, is that work-related? Ichigo asked. No? Yasaka said as the scroll disappeared. They could smell something delicious coming from the kitchen. Dusk walked out of the kitchen. Breakfast is almost ready, please head to the dining room, she said before returning to the kitchen. Everyone moved from the living room to the dining room. They all took the same seats as last night. Dusk and Luna carried giant plates of pancakes, waffles, bacon, and sausage. Ben carried a large pitcher of orange juice and milk. Thorn carried containers full of different syrups and fruit toppings. It was placed on a side table, creating a buffet setup. Dig in, Ben said. Ichigo and his group were forced to be first, then the Hex girls and finally Ben. The kids enjoyed the colorful and messy breakfast. Kunu and Elizabeth would take a single pancake and try every different combination possible with all the condiments that were on the table. All the adults chuckled at Kunu's and Elizabeth's different reactions. So, what are you planning to do now? Ben asked. I originally planned to visit Ilvermorny, but, when you mentioned the logging process, I decided it would be a bad idea, Ichigo said. That's a good call, Ben said. If Professor Fontaine is still the headmaster of Ilvermorny, he would have called the DLME immediately and have you and your entire group arrested. You would have then been stuck in bureaucracy hell. Mocha and Yasaka smacked Ben on the head. Ow, Ben said. No swearing in front of the kids. The mothers said. Sorry, Ben said. So, what are you planning to do now? Mocha asked. I'm planning to drive west, Ichigo said. Good idea. The Makusa pays more attention to the East Coast. Ben said. Soon breakfast ended. Ichigo and his group packed up their bags. They soon were outside the Ravencroft estate. They all turned to Ben and the Hex girls. Thank you for having us. They all said as they bowed to them. No problem. Visit us in the future. Ben said. Let us know if you end up going to Japan, Mocha shouted. Sure, Thorn said. They all entered Ichigo's car and drove off. So, what are you planning to do? Mocha asked. I'm planning to take all of you back to Japan, Ichigo said. What? Everyone shouted. Allow me to explain, Ichigo said. First off, it's about 10 p.m. in Japan right now. All of you have school tomorrow. Ichigo said. What about me? Yasaka asked. Unlike everyone else in the car, she doesn't have school to deal with. You could keep me company, Ichigo said. If you are willing to let someone else take care of Kunu. Yasaka's eyes widened with realization. I hate you so much right now. She said. Ichigo smirked as he found it an empty road with no cameras. Ichigo opened a Garganta and drove in it. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo drove his car out of the Garganta. Despite being nighttime, they could see the lights in the manor were one. He parked his car at the entrance of the estate. The main door opened as Sakuya stepped out. Hello, master, she greeted. Everyone stepped out of the car. "Hello Sakuya," Ichigo replied. Ichigo pulled the sleeping potion and handed it to her. "Make sure everyone takes the potion and wakes up at their normal time." "Yes, master," Sakuya said. "Good night, Papa." "Thank you for the fun experience," Kunu said. Ichigo smiled as he hugged her. "To-san," Elizabeth said as she ran to Ichigo. He opened his arms and hugged Elizabeth as well. "It's good that you enjoyed it," Ichigo said as he let go of them. They ran into the estate. Ichigo turned to Yuzu and Karen. "Good night Ichi-nii," Yuzu said. "Night Ichi-nii," Karen said. "Good night you too. Keep on training, I can tell both of you have gotten much stronger since Pandemonium," Ichigo said. Yuzu and Karen walked to the estate, both of them with smiles on their face. Ichigo turned to Mocha and Yasaka. "I hate you sometimes," Mocha said. "And I know the key to make you stop hating me," Ichigo said as he turned his neck to the side. Mocha glared at him as she walked to his neck. She bit down and drank his blood. Ichigo could hear Mocha let out a delighted moan as she drank his blood. She soon let go of his neck. She licked his neck as the wound closes. She looked at Ichigo. "See you later," Mocha said as she walked upstairs. Yasaka looked at Ichigo. "It's getting late, doesn't the princess need her beauty sleep?" Ichigo joked. "No, this princess isn't working tomorrow," Yasaka said. "But this princess isn't ready for the day to be over," she said. "Oh? Follow me," Yasaka said. Ichigo followed her towards the nearby forest. She suddenly stopped walking. She tapped Ichigo's arm. "Tag, you're it." She smirked as she transformed into her fox form and ran into the forest. Ichigo smirked. He transformed into a fox with orange fur and 9 tails. He chased after her. The two foxes played a game of tag. They lost themselves in their moment of joy. Soon they transformed back into their human form. "I didn't know you could transform into a fox," Yasaka said. It was due to Ophis. A part of her blessing was the ability to shapeshift. Ichigo explained. "Oh? Indeed," Ichigo said. The two looked up to the full moon. "That was nice," Yasaka said. "We should do that again with Kunu." "Sure. Some more family bonding time," Yasaka said. Ichigo stood up. He looked at Yasaka. "Let's get you back to the estate," Ichigo said as he held his arm out to her. Yasaka grabbed his arm. He pulled her up. She dusted her clothes off. Where are we?" Yasaka asked. "Let me guess, you don't know where the estate is," Ichigo said with a chuckle. "Shut it," Yasaka replied. She crossed her arms and looked away. Ichigo continued to chuckle. "Does the princess wish for this servant to take her home?" Ichigo said. "You shall," she replied. Ichigo smirked. In one swift movement, Ichigo grabbed Yasaka and lifted her in a princess carry. "Eep!" Yasaka squealed. "Put me down." "No can do, princess," Ichigo said as he began to use low-power Shuunpa, purposely holding Yasaka tightly. She leaned on Ichigo's muscular body. She could feel how hard they were. She suddenly remembered seeing Ichigo shirtless. Yasaka blushed and buried her face into his chest, trying to hide her embarrassment. Ichigo smirked as he continued to head back to the manor. Soon they were back at the manor. Ichigo gently placed Yasaka down on the ground. "Thank you," she said as she ran into the manor. Ichigo chuckled as he entered the manor. Ichigo found Jean's and Joan's rooms, which were next to each other. Ichigo knocked on both doors. "Coming," Jean gently answered. "Coming," Joan grumbled. Their doors opened up. Ichigo could see Jean was dressed in a white nightgown. Joan was dressed in an oversized black t-shirt. "Hello Ichigo," they said. Jean and Joan looked at each other. Jean gave her a friendly smile. Joan rolled her eyes. Evening, ladies. I was wondering if you two would like to join me in America. Ichigo said. Really? They asked. Yes, Ichigo said. Sure. They said as they closed their door. Ichigo stood there for a few moments. The doors opened up to see both Jean and Joan in casual clothes. Ichigo nodded his head. Let's go, Ichigo said. They all walked outside of his car. So, who is sitting in front? Joan asked. You could. Jean offered. Sure, Joan said. Everyone entered the car and drove into the Garganta. Scene change, New York City. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan arrived in an empty alleyway. Ichigo stopped the car. Where are we? Joan asked. New York City in America, Ichigo said. A small map of America appeared behind his headrest. They could see a little image of a car on the map. This shows us where we are. Jean asked. Correct, Ichigo said. That's America? How big is it compared to France? Jean asked. Ichigo said as he pulled out his phone and did the calculations. Right now, comparing the current size of France to America. It's 18 times bigger compared to France. What? The French maidens yelled in shock. Yep, Ichigo said. He activated the camouflage function. The car now appears invisible through magical and non-magical methods. Ichigo created an invisible erasure path and drove on it. Jean and Joan could see how big New York City was. They could see so many people and cars below them. Just how many people live here? Joan asked. Almost 8 million people, Ichigo said. That many? Joan yelled. Yep. Just in this one city. Just how many people live in America? Jean asked. About 300 million, Ichigo said. Oh Lord, Jean said. Also, an interesting fact, it is predicted that the world population in the 15th century would be about 300 million. I'm going to regret this. Joan said. The current world population is about 6.7 billion, with a B. That's just too much, Joan said. It's all right. Just sit down and enjoy the ride. Ichigo said as they continued to drive invisibly in the air. So where are we heading? Jean asked. To a small town in Indiana, Ichigo said. The map highlighted the mentioned state. Why? Joan asked. According to the local newspaper, ghosts have appeared and began to terrorize the town. So you're going there to stop them? Jean asked. And spend some time with both of you, Ichigo said. Suddenly something large red flew by them. What was that? Joan asked. Ichigo did a U-turn and drove in the same direction as the red object. They could see a tall, muscular, red dragon. Ichigo drove behind the dragon. The dragon flew towards Chinatown. The dragon landed on the roof of Canal Street Electronics. The red dragon was enveloped by fire before turning into a teenage boy. He has semi-long black, spiky hair with green highlights, a red jacket, blue cargo shorts, and gray shoes. Ichigo parked the car on the roof. Nice powers, kid, Ichigo said as he deactivated the camouflage function. What the? The teenager yelled in shock. Dragon up! The teenage boy yelled. He transformed into his dragon form and got into a fighting stance. Relax, Ichigo ordered in Parseltongue. The dragon dropped his fighting stance. What did you do? The dragon questioned. Jake! Someone yelled. They turned to see an elderly man and a dog. Gramps, he did something to me. The newly dubbed Jake warned. Relax, Jake. The old man said. He turned to Ichigo. Hello, Soul Reaper and companions. Come inside for some tea. Sure, Ichigo said as Joan and Jean stepped out of the car. Gramps! Jake yelled. Kid turned back to normal. The dog said. The red dragon sighed as he turned back to normal. Ichigo sent his car back to his mindscape. They all followed the old man downstairs. I got the tea. The dog said. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan sat on one side of the couch while the old man and Jake sat on the other side. Gramps, who are they? Jake asked. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. I'm Jean. Joan. This is my grandson Jake Long and I am Lao Shi Luong. Lao Shi said. We were driving when your grandson flew right past my car, surprising us. We turned around and followed him. How were you able to stay invisible from my eyes? Jake asked. Secret, Ichigo replied with a smirk. How were you able to order me? Jake asked. I spoke in Parseltongue, a magical language that allowed me to communicate and command all snakes and dragons. Jake's eyes widened. He turned to his grandfather. Gramps, is that true? Lao Shi closed his eyes. Normal Parseltongue would only be effective on snakes, not a dragon. Lao Shi said. Unless you were blessed with the ability by someone powerful. Indeed, Ichigo said. I received a blessing from Ophis. Lao Shi's eyes widened in shock. I see. Jake never saw his grandfather act like that. Who is O-? Suddenly Jake's mouth was covered by Lao Shi. Don't mention the name. Lao Shi warned. Who is - Jake started. One of the strongest beings in existence. It is known as the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon. Lao Shi explained. You are smaller than a speck of dust in its eye. I see. Jake said. How come I've never heard about it? Because you weren't ready to know the truth. Lao Shi said. The truth? Jake asked. Luong. Lao Shi sighed. The dog returned, carrying a pot of tea and enough cups for everyone. He poured one and handed it to Lao Shi, who gladly took it and took a sip. Thank you, old friend. No problem. The dog replied as he poured a cup of tea for everyone. Remember when I told you I was the Chinese dragon and the magical protector of China? Jake nodded his head. There were parts that I left out. Huh? Jake said. You see, the Tei Xianzai, which means magical protector of China, belonged to the Luong bloodline. A curse was placed on the bloodline, preventing twins from being born. Somehow this curse was broken when my sister and I were born. As we grew older, the powers from our bloodline manifested in both of us. I gained the ability to transform into a dragon, but my human body didn't gain any superpowers. While my sister suddenly became proficient in magic, an expert in hand-to-hand combat, and an expert in using the wushu staff, but she didn't gain the ability to transform into a dragon. But you are proficient in magic and an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Jack countered. At that time, I wasn't. It took years before I became an expert in those fields. Lao Shi explained. Both of us trained in our inherited abilities. Soon our father, the current Tei Xianzai, had to step down from his position. The Luong elders decided that we both must fight for the honor of being Tei Xianzai. My sister and I, we were a little older than you, agreed to the fight. We fought long and hard. In the end, I won the fight and I became the Tei Xianzai. My sister accepted her defeat but vowed her heir shall return and become the Tei Xianzai. I see. Who is your sister's heir? Jake asked. Her name is Juniper Lee. Lao Shi explained. What if neither one of us wants to fight? Jake asked. Lao Shi let out a long sigh. Then the Luong elders will force both of you to marry to reunite the two halves together. He said. Jake's eyes widened. Wait, what? Jake yelled. He looked at his grandfather. Don't they care for either of our opinions? Lao Shi shook his head. The Luong elders only care for the greater good for China. Then why don't we FAHOH? Jake suddenly screamed in pain. Jean and Joan were startled by his screams. Jake, you foolish boy. Lao Shi berated. Gee Gramps, what was that? Jake asked. That was your Luong magic. It lashed out at you for your thoughts. Lao Shi said. Changing topics here, so who is he? Jake asked again. He is from Japan, which follows different rules compared to China. Lao Shi started. Many of the intelligent magical creatures, such as vampires, werewolves, foxes, witches, and wizards, establish their own government which works to protect themselves while hiding from the non-magical. Why haven't the intelligent magical creatures established their own government here? Jake asked. Who said they haven't? Lao Shi said. When I moved here, the American magical government was made aware of me and the importance of Tei Xianzai. We agreed that I and my apprentice will watch over the magical creatures that live in New York City. How come I've not seen them here? Jake asked. They're good at avoiding us. Lao Shi said. Anyways, what about him? Jake asked. I am a soul reaper, a group of people who protect the world of the living from the corrupted souls of the dead, Ichigo explained. I see. Jake said. Gramps, I think I need some time alone, Jake said as he grabbed his skateboard and ran out. Lao Shi Luong let out another long sigh as he grabbed his phone. I'll keep an eye on the kid. The dog said as he chased behind Jake. I'm sorry that we forced your hand. Ichigo apologized. It's not your fault. Lao Shi said as he dialed a number. Susan, please call the school and tell them Jake has a family emergency. Lao Shi said. Dad. What happened to Jake? Susan asked. I was forced to tell him the truth. Oh no, Susan replied. Where's Jake? He needs some alone time. Foo Dog is keeping an eye on him. Very well. Susan sighed. Please keep me informed of his situation. Do you want my help? Ichigo asked. Thank you for the offer, but we'll handle it. Lao Shi said. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan stood up and walked back up to the roof. Ichigo summoned the car. They got inside the car. Jean and Joan swapped places. Ichigo activated the camouflage function and flew in the air. Shouldn't we try and help them? Jean asked. No. That told us that they will take care of it. Joan said. Jean turned to Ichigo. I agree with Joan, Ichigo said. Jean looked at Ichigo. Our actions forced Lao Shi to reveal the truth to Jake, which they plan to reveal to him when he's older, Ichigo said. The car was silent as Ichigo navigated the car through New York City, making sure to avoid any flying creatures. Soon they got out of the city and into empty streets. Ichigo lowered the car back to the ground. Ichigo drove the car through the empty highway, over 100 miles per hour. Ichigo, do you think we could meet angels? Jean suddenly asked. Why? Ichigo asked. I've always wanted to meet an angel, Jean replied, blushed a little. Well, I see an angel every time I see you. Ichigo said. Jean's face turned redder. She quickly turned away. Oh? What about me? Joan asked. Do you see a monster or the devil? Ichigo turned to Joan. First off, devils actually have a human-like appearance. They also have bat-like wings on their backs. Ichigo said. And second, I also see the most human devil I've ever seen. Someone whose beauty is inhumanly possible but also acts just like a human. Joan smacked him in the arm and turned to the side. Ichigo's grin stayed there as he drove out of New York, briefly entered New Jersey, and entered Pennsylvania. To answer your question, Jean. Ichigo started. I will talk with Michael and Gabriel to see if they're able to visit. Michael? Jean nervously repeated. And G. Gabriel? Joan said. Two of the archangels? They said in unison. Yep, Ichigo said as continued to drive. He soon heard absolute silence. Ichigo turned to see both Jean and Joan passed out. I guess telling them that they'll meet two archangels was too much for them. Ichigo thought. According to legend, Michael was one of the angels that spoke to her, Azazel commented. Oh, Azazel. I forgot you were in my mind. Ichigo said. It's fine, Azazel said. Joan might question him if he indeed was the one who spoke to her and demanded why he didn't intervene to save her. Ichigo sighed. I'll deal with the reproductions when it comes to it, Ichigo said. He continued to drive. Time skip, 3 hours later. Ichigo noticed he was approaching something very strange. He could see a normal RV driving in front of him. The strange thing was on top of the RV. There was a trucker's rest stop on top of the RV. There were a few trucks parked beside the truck stop. The sign read "No Stop Truck Stop." Either the owner an insane engineer or magical. Ichigo thought. He saw one of the trucks drove out of the truck stop. Ichigo drove up the ramp and parked his car there. Ichigo turned to Joan, who looked very peaceful sleeping. Ichigo turned around and noticed Jean was also asleep. Ichigo pulled out his phone and took a few photos of the sleeping girls. After that, he gently shook Joan awake. Wadash, she said as she slowly woke up. Good morning, Ichigo said. Morning, Joan replied. Ichigo turned to Jean. He gently shook her knee with his hands. Wake up, Jean. Jean's eyes slowly opened up. Morning, Jean replied. Where are we? That's a good question. We're at a rest stop, Ichigo said. A good time to get some food and a break from driving, Ichigo explained as he got out of the car. He began to do a few simple stretches. His back began to crack. Jean and Joan joined him. That's when Jean and Joan noticed that they were moving, despite them physically not moving. Ichigo, why are we still moving? Because this is the no-stop truck stop. Someone said. Ichigo turned to a young boy with red hair. Can I get a table for 3? Ichigo asked. Sure. He said. He points at an empty booth. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan sat in the booth. They saw menus on the table. They grabbed the menus and looked at it. Hey, Candace. Welcome to the no-stop truck stop. It's like a little bit of home, on the road. The boy with the red hair said. Phineas, my last peaceful hours of vacation, and you build this? Candace yelled. More coffee, miss? One of the customers asked. Candace grabbed the coffee pot. This is unbelievable. Candace yelled as she poured the coffee for the customer. When Mom sees this one, she's gonna completely flip. Miss, I'd like the breakfast special, Ichigo said. Candace pulled out a notebook and wrote Ichigo's order down. Honestly, you can't close your eyes for 1 second around you boys, Candace said as she wrote Ichigo's order down. Hash browns or fruit? Hash browns, Ichigo answered. Candace wrote his order down. What about you two? She asked. Can I get biscuit and gravy? Jean asked. Candace wrote her order down. I'll get the breakfast special with hash browns, Joan said. Drinks? 3 glasses of water, Ichigo said. Candace finished writing their order down and ripped the order sheet out. Candace looked at Phineas. You are so busted, she said. Candace walked away and began to argue with her brother. Soon they began to sing a song. The song is kind of catchy, Ichigo commented. Ichigo, how are you calm about this? Jean asked. What's the problem? Joan said as she drank her water. She's talking about the magic that the boys are placing around everyone, Ichigo said. Wait, what magic? Joan questioned. Everyone but us and the 3 siblings are magical, Ichigo said. I suspect the brothers are wandlessly apply compulsions on everyone, making them think this is normal. But their sister isn't affected by the compulsion, Jean said. She may have built resistance to it. Ichigo theorized. Soon their food arrived. They devoured it. Ichigo turned to the cook. Ichigo gave him the thumbs up. The cook replied with his own thumbs up. After 10 more minutes, Phineas walked by. So, how's the food? Phineas asked. It's delicious, Ichigo said. Could we get 3 slices of apple pies? Jean asked. Sure, Phineas said as he ran into the kitchen. Phineas walked back out with 3 slices of apple pie with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. He placed the plates down on the table. Thank you, Ichigo said. Here's the bill, Phineas said as he walked away from the table. They soon finished their dessert. Ichigo placed a $100 bill and left. They all sat back in the car. Ready to go? Ichigo asked. Yes, Jean said. Yep, Joan replied. Ichigo turned the car back on and raced out of no-stop truck stop. In a few minutes, they're alone on the highway again. This time, Jean and Joan sat in the back. These are the files that I found, Ichigo said as he handed them his laptop. We'll look into this, Jean said as she took the laptop from him. Time skip, 3 hours later. We just cross into Indiana, Ichigo said. How much farther until we reach the town? Joan asked. Maybe in an hour. It's a small town called Amity Park. Ichigo said. So, are these ghosts the same as souls? Jean asked. From what I've read, it appears so, Ichigo said. News articles say that these ghosts can shoot lasers, phase through physical things, and possess people or objects, Ichigo said. Ryatsu-based energy blasts would explain the lasers. Souls normally phase through physical things. But the possession is something interesting. Ichigo said. How so? Jean asked. I've dealt with possession before. But the victim was also spiritually aware. Ichigo said. So, either these ghosts are different from the souls you encountered or everyone in the town is spiritually aware, Joan concluded. That's what I've also concluded, Ichigo said. They soon spotted a giant sign. Amity Park, a nice place to live. Guess we're here, Joan said. Ichigo closed his eyes and focused on the Ryatsu around the city. There is a lot of Ryatsu around here, Ichigo admitted. How much of the people are spiritually aware? Jean asked. It appears everyone in the city is spiritually aware, Ichigo said. Anyone powerful? Joan asked. The strongest I could sense is maybe someone who is at a regular Fukutecho Ryatsu level and someone slightly higher than that, Ichigo said. Everyone else barely spiritually aware. Ichigo drove his car around, trying to find his targets. I think I just found the source of the regular Fukutecho Ryatsu level, Ichigo said as he parked his car. They could see a maroon color house with a giant mechanical contraption attached from the roof. Suddenly a large surge of ghosts shot out of the house. Ichigo could see all kinds of ghosts there. Many of these ghosts are recurring ghosts that attack this city, Jean said as she pulled up photos of some of the news articles. The large surge of ghosts surrounded a boy. The boy appeared male with snow-white hair, glowing green eyes, and tan skin. He wears a black suit with white boots, collar, belt, and forearm-length gloves. On his chest was a white D with ghost trails and the negative space inside it forming a P on his chest. The ghosts began to attack the boy at once. In a few moments, the boy was slammed into the ground. He transformed again. He now has black hair and blue eyes. He wears a white t-shirt with a thin red collar, red cuffs, and a red oval in the middle, light blue jeans, and red and white sneakers. Ichigo stepped out from his car. Ichigo snapped his fingers. Red portals began to appear around Ichigo. The chains of hell shot out and began to attack the ghost, stabling them in the chest. In a few moments, the chains of hell trapped all the ghosts. I'll see you soon, Ichigo said. The chains of hell pulled all the captured ghosts into hell. Ichigo turned to the ghost boy. A girl ran out of the house. She has fair skin, violet eyes, and short black hair with a small ponytail at the top and the back of her head held by a green hair tie. She also wears purple lipstick. She's dressed in a black choker around her neck, black tank top exposing her midriff with a purple oval in the center, black striped skirt with a green crosshatch design, purple leggings, and black combat boots. She also wears a pair of black bracelets around both of her wrists. Danny! She cried, running to the boy. Are you all right? I am, Danny said. He turned to Ichigo. He saved me and captured all the ghosts. Ichigo Kurosaki, and this is Jean and Joan, he said as Jean and Joan stepped out of the car. I'm Danny and this is Sam. So, let's see what scared all these ghosts, Ichigo said. Where did you send them? Danny asked. To hell. Ichigo casually said. You mean the place for eternal suffering, hell? Indeed, Ichigo said as he snapped his fingers. The hell portal appeared, pulling one of the ghosts out. Skulker, Danny said. Skulker, is your name, I assume? Ichigo asked. Indeed. And you are? Skulker questioned. It doesn't matter who I am, Ichigo said. Skulker, why did all the ghosts rush out of the ghost zone? Pariah Dark, the king of the ghost zone, has awakened, Skulker explained. He was a tyrant that ruled the ghost zone with a ghostly iron fist. He had access to limitless power due to the Ring of Rage and Crown of Fire. Anything else I should know? Ichigo asked. He is planning to invade your realm with his ghost army. I see. Ichigo said. He sent the Skulker back to hell. Is that a good place to keep them? Danny asked. It will be for now, Ichigo said. How did all these ghosts escape? Ichigo asked. They used the Fenton portal to escape, Danny said. So, you have a portal to the ghost zone in your house, Ichigo asked. We do, Danny said. Pariah Dark will invade using your portal, Ichigo said. He walked towards the house. Are you going to sit there? Danny and Sam stood up. What are you planning to do? Sam asked. Simple. Defeat the invading army before they're ready. Ichigo casually explained. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan left their human bodies. Your ghosts? Danny questioned. Part soul. Ichigo clarified. I'm a part of a Japanese organization that protects the world of the living from corrupted souls. I see. Danny said. The three phased into the house. Sam looked at Danny. Are you planning to follow them? Sam asked. Danny sighed. I'm going ghost, Danny answered as he transformed into his ghost form. He phased into the house. Danny could see them standing in front of the portal. Glad to see Amity Park's ghost boy is willing to help out. Ichigo joked. Come on, Danny said. All of them entered the portal. Scene change, ghost zone. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan were floating, as if there wasn't any gravity present. They could see the entire dimension was green. All kinds of doors floated around them. All of them flew deeper into the ghost zone. I'm curious who is supposed to manage this place. Ichigo said. What do you mean? Danny asked. When people die, do you expect everyone's soul is supposed to go here? Now that you mentioned it, no. Most of the ghosts I've seen usually are vengeful. Danny said. I believe that the ghost zone is a form of limbo, Ichigo theorized. A place for ghosts that haven't sorted their business yet remain. But who would have placed them here? Danny asked. I don't know, Ichigo said. In the distance, they spotted a large floating castle. The nearby boulders have green skeleton ghosts with armor and suits that come from many different time periods. Everyone landed in front of the army. The skeleton army drew their weapons. Ichigo calmly walked towards the castle. The skeleton army charged at the invaders. Danny was about to attack them his ghost rays when Ichigo calmly raised his right arm, his palm facing the charging army. Heido number 88 Hiryo Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Ichigo calmly cast. A gigantic blue electrical beam shot out of his palm. His attack incinerated the entire army and slammed a hole through the castle. Danny's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The dust settled to see burned rock all around them. Where are we going? Danny asked as he followed behind Ichigo. To meet the King of Ghosts Zone, Ichigo replied. You shall not pass. Someone yelled. They could see a figure leap out of the large hole in the castle. The figure landed a few feet away from them. The figure was a knight with extremely long purple hair and green eyes. He was dressed in black full-body armor, with gray shoulder guards, gray flaming gauntlets, and flaming boots. He also had a cape and hood which was on fire. He wears a white skull at the center of his waist. Fright Knight, Danny said. Ichigo turned to Joan. You want to take care of him? Sure, Joan answered as she walked towards the Fright Knight. Be prepared to fall against my blade. The Fright Knight said as he charged towards them. Joan laughed as she blocked the attack with her flagpole. Jean, make sure Joan wins this. Very well, Jean said as a giant alicorn with bat wings joined the battle. Ichigo and Danny flew to the castle. They entered the throne room. Ichigo and Danny cut a giant red throne which is currently occupied. He is a large well-built ghost. He has a white face with a red outline, long green hair, and a braided green beard. He has green eyes, with a black scar on his right eye and a black eye patch over his left eye. He has 2 gray horns on the sides of his head, the left of which is broken in half. Above his head is a small crown engulfed in green flames. His outfit consists of black full-body armor, with gray shoulder guards and boots. He also wears gray gauntlets with green spikes on the cuffs and knuckles. He wears a green belt, which has a metallic circular buckle with a green center and a gray cloth hanging down from it. He has a sword that is fastened to his belt, and he has a green shoulder strap that crosses over his right shoulder. He also has a cape, which is black on the outside and red on the inside and is fastened to his armor by 2 green skulls. Are you the one who dares attack me? He yelled. His voice bellowed through the empty ghost zone. I do, Ichigo said as he stepped forward. I assume you are Pariah Dark. He glared at Ichigo as he slowly stood up from his throne. You invade my castle and don't even know who I am. Pariah yelled as he stood up from his throne. He drew his sword. Die! He yelled as he charged at Ichigo. Danny quickly fired his ghost rays at Pariah Dark. He ignored Danny's attacks as he swung his sword at Ichigo. Ichigo raised his right finger, stopping Pariah Dark's slash. Impossible! Pariah yelled. He continued to attack Ichigo with his sword. Ichigo casually blocked all the attacks with his hand. Ichigo covers his mouth as he let out a yawn. Rah! Pariah raised his left hand and fired his own ghost ray. Ichigo used his left hand and swatted the attack away. My turn, Ichigo said. He punched Pariah in the gut, sending him flying. Pariah crashed into his throne. Gore, Pariah growled as he tried to stand up. Ichigo appeared in front of Pariah and stepped on his throat, beginning to choke him. Pariah growled as he tried to stand up. 4 red portals appeared beside Pariah. Chains of hell shot out and wrapped around his limbs. Tell me, why are you invading the world of the living? Ichigo asked. Pariah stayed silent as he growled at Ichigo. Ichigo sighed as he snapped his fingers. The chains began to pull Pariah's limbs. Gore! Pariah growled as his arms were forced behind his head. What are you doing? Danny asked. Wait for it, Ichigo said. Suddenly Pariah began to scream in pain. Pariah, tell us what we want to know. Wait, you're torturing him. Danny yelled. I am, Ichigo said. He looked back at Pariah. Ready to talk. A tear began to form around Pariah's remaining eye. Fine. Pariah yelled. Ichigo snapped his fingers, the chains of hell stopped moving but remained in place. Ichigo lightened the pressure on Pariah's neck. So tell me, why did you decide to invade the world of the living? Ichigo asked. To get back my ring of rage, Pariah answered. Who took it? Ichigo asked. Some ghost with blue skin and dressed in a white outfit. Pariah described. Wait. I think I know who the culprit could be. Danny said. Who? Ichigo asked. His name Vlad Masters. He is like me, half human and half ghost. Danny said. He unexpectedly showed up at my house this morning. I believe he stole the Ring of Rage and was attacked by Pariah, forcing him to escape through your portal. Ichigo theorized. Jean and Joan returned. Jean dragged the unconscious Fright Knight while Joan held his sword. Figured out the situation yet? Joan asked. Yep, Ichigo said. One of Danny's enemies freed Pariah and stole one of his weapons. Now Pariah planned to attack the world of the living to retrieve that weapon. I see. Joan replied. What does the Ring of Rage do? Ichigo asked. It gives the wearer access to manipulate rage and anger. The angrier the wearer, the more powerful the wearer becomes. Pariah answered. What about the Crown of Fire? Ichigo asked as he took the crown from Pariah's forehead. Pariah said. Everyone could feel Pariah grow weaker. The Crown of Fire grants me the power of the Phoenix. He explained. Ichigo summoned Kokugitsu to his hand. He walked over to Pariah and tapped him with the Kokugitsu, performing Kanso. The kanji glowed red as the chains of hell dragged him to hell. Enjoy your time in hell, Ichigo said. Danny stared at the Crown of Fire in Ichigo's hand. What are you planning to do with that? Ichigo crushed the Crown of Fire in his hands. There was an explosion of fire around him. Ichigo could hear a bird's cry before the fire was absorbed by Scrift T, the Teo. Ichigo turned to the unconscious Fright Knight. What about him? Jean asked. I'll deal with you later, Ichigo said as the chains of hell dragged him in hell with the other ghosts. Everyone walked out of the throne room. So are we destroying this? Danny asked. I got this, Ichigo said. All of you get a good 50 feet away, Ichigo said. They nodded their heads. Jean, have your noble phantasm ready. Yes, master, Jean replied. Heido number 99 Goryu Tenmitsu. Ichigo cast. The ground began to shake as a large amount of Ryatsu flowed underground. Suddenly the ground ruptured as the Ryatsu began to rise. Pillars of stones rose around them. The Ryatsu rose higher than the stone pillars. The Ryatsu formed into 5 enormous, black, and red dragons. The dragons dove back into the ground, destroying the entire stone island of Pariah's Keep. Rocks and debris flew all over the ghost zone. Luckily none of the debris flew towards Jean, Joan, or Danny. Ichigo calmly floated to them. What about the other ghosts? Danny asked. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The ghost zone rumbled as the gates of hell appeared in its demonic glory. The gates of hell opened. Danny could see all the ghosts were individually bounded by the chains of hell. It's like Walker's prison but worse. Danny thought. It's time for all of you to enter the cycle of reincarnation, Ichigo said. No. The ghosts yelled. The cycle of reincarnation? Danny asked. It where the soul is wiped clean of its memories and sent back to the world of the living as a baby, Ichigo said. What if we don't want to? One of the ghosts asked. Will you peacefully stay in the ghost zone or will you attack the world of the living? Many of you are recurring guests of Amity Park. None of the ghosts could reply to Ichigo's question. I take your silence as your answer, Ichigo said as Zangetsu, Kyoka, Shirayuki, Suzumabachi, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu appeared with their blades in their hands. It's time for all of you to finally rest and move on, Ichigo said as he summoned Kokugitsu to his hand. They all began to perform Kanso on the various ghosts. Many of the souls disappeared in rainbow sparkles. A few souls were pulled back into hell. In a few minutes, they were alone again. Zangetsu, Kyoka, Shirayuki, Suzumabachi, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu returned to Ichigo's mindscape. So all the ghosts in the ghost zone are gone, Danny said. Ichigo closed his eyes, allowing his senses to expand throughout the ghost zone. Ichigo opened his eyes. Not all the ghosts are gone. Some are near the very end of the ghost zone, observing everything that is going on and purposely choosing to ignore everything. Ichigo, Jean, Joan, and Danny flew away, towards the Fenton portal. Scene change, Fenton Lab. The lab was full of people. "Mom, you can't close the portal yet," a girl said. She has aqua blue eyes and hip-length auburn hair. She's dressed in a black long-sleeve V-neck shirt, aqua pants, and a pair of simple black flats. She has a matching aqua headband on her head. "Jazz, we need to close the portal so that no other ghosts escape," a woman replied. She was dressed in a blue rubber jumpsuit with long black gloves and boots. Her face is covered by her jumpsuit hoodie and black lab goggles with red lenses. "Honey, your mother is right," a large bulky man said. He has black hair with some white in the back and blue eyes. He always wears an orange jumpsuit with black gloves and boots. "But Mr. and Mrs. Fenton," Sam said. Suddenly Ichigo, Jean, Joan, and Danny flew out of the ghost portal. "Ghosts!" Mrs. Fenton yelled. Both Mr. and Mrs. Fenton pointed their guns at them and began to fire. Ichigo calmly blocked all their attacks with his hand. "I assume these are your parents?" Ichigo calmly asked. "Parents?" Mr. and Mrs. Fenton questioned. They stopped shooting at Ichigo. Everyone aware of Danny's secret looked at Ichigo in confusion. "You should show them the truth, it's easier this way," Ichigo said. Danny sighed as he transformed back to his human form. "D. Donnie?" Mr. Fenton asked. "You're the ghost boy?" Mrs. Fenton asked. "I am," Danny replied. "This can't be. My son a ghost?" Mr. Fenton yelled. Mrs. Fenton's eyes widened. She noticed everyone else wasn't surprised by this earth-shattering revelation. "All of you know," she concluded. "Yes, Mom," Jazz replied. "Yes, Mrs. Fenton," Sam replied. Why didn't you tell us?" she asked. "You and Dad kept on saying you'd threaten to perform experiments on me or kill me. I believed it would be a safer bet," Danny said. "Oh, Danny," Mrs. Fenton went to her son and hugged him. Jazz and Mr. Fenton joined the group hug. They soon ended the hug. "So, who are you?" Mr. Fenton asked. "My name is Ichigo and this is Jean and Joan. I'm a part of a Japanese organization that protects the world of the living from corrupted souls." Ichigo explained they also went back to their human forms. "Now you can close the ghost portal," Sam said. Mr. Fenton pressed a button. The ghost portal was closed by a metal door. "Let's talk about this upstairs," Danny suggested. With that, everyone walked upstairs. "Looks like we found the other source of Ryatsu," Ichigo said. "We'll keep an eye out," Jean replied. They walked upstairs and noticed someone sitting in the living room. He was an older man with white hair, tied in a ponytail, and a matching goatee. However, he has black eyebrows. He has midnight blue eyes. He is dressed in a black suit with a red handkerchief in his left breast pocket and a matching red bolo tie. "Vlad," Danny said with annoyance, something that both Mr. and Mrs. Fenton immediately noticed. "Hello, Daniel," Vlad replied, showing no signs of noticing Danny's annoyance. Mrs. Fenton walked upstairs. "Where are you going, Maddie?" Vlad asked. "I'm just using the restroom, Vlad," she replied. "Oh, okay," Vlad replied. "So, who are the new people, friends of yours, Jazz?" Vlad asked. "The name is Ichigo and this is Joan and Jean." Ichigo introduced as he extended his hand to Vlad. Vlad accepted the handshake. "Nice to meet you," Vlad replied. "I've heard so much about you from Mr. Pariah," Ichigo said. Vlad's eyes widened in fear. He tried to break free from Ichigo's grip. Vlad was shocked when he couldn't break free. Maddie soon returned with a device. "Warning, detecting 5 ghosts in range." The device said. "Vlad, you're a ghost?" Maddie concluded. "Preposterous. I'm not a ghost," Vlad said. "Give it up, Plasmius," Danny said as he transformed in front of his parents. "Damn. To think you would tell your family our secrets." Vlad said as he transformed into his ghost self. Vlad tried to phase his arm out of Ichigo's grip. You forgot something. How many ghosts did the detector say? Ichigo asked as Vlad continued to fail to escape Ichigo's grip. Vlad suddenly remembered what the device said. You're a ghost? Ichigo smiled. A soul, Ichigo said. While Vlad was distracted by Ichigo, Matty sneaked behind Vlad and placed a thick metallic silver belt on Vlad's belt. Everyone could hear a loud clink as Matty closed the belt. Suddenly the belt began to spark green electricity before shocking Vlad. Ah ha 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 ha! He screamed in pain. Ichigo calmly turned to Matty, who was still holding Vlad's hand. I think that this proves Danny's point, Ichigo said. Matty nodded her head as she unlocked the belt. Vlad's body was still jittery from the electricity. Thank why Vlad was interrupted by a slap from Matty. Vlad, what happened? Mr. Fenton asked. Vlad growled at Mr. Fenton. This all started back in college when you, Jack, gave me ectoacne, Vlad growled. He began to talk about how the ectoacne ruined his life and the start of Plasmius. After a few minutes of Vlad telling everyone his backstory, Ichigo grabbed Vlad and forced him to look at Ichigo. Where is the Ring of Rage? Why? Vlad questioned. Are you trying to get both artifacts for limitless power? Please, I already have that, Ichigo said. I'm preventing another pariah dark from appearing, Ichigo said. I'll never tell you. Vlad said. Legilimens. Ichigo mentally cast as he stared at Vlad's eyes. Ichigo delved into Vlad's mind. He was quickly able to find out what happened to the Ring of Rage. Ichigo left Vlad's mind. I found out what Vlad did with the ring, Ichigo said. Where is it? Do you know where Valerie Gray's house is? Ichigo asked. He placed it in her house? Danny asked. Worse. He handed the Ring of Rage and ghost hunting equipment to her. Ichigo said. Dang it, Danny said. Anyone knows where Valerie Gray lives? I don't, Danny admitted. Are you planning to confront her? Sam asked. I am. Hopefully, it will be peaceful. Ichigo said. I believe she is in the south part of the city, Sam said. Thank you, Ichigo said. He turned to Jack and Matty. I believe you two should shut down your portal. Huh? They replied. The presence of the portal acts like a magnet attracting the ghosts here, Ichigo said. Where is your proof? Matty asked. When did this town start having its ghost problem? Ichigo asked. Their eyes widened. Right when the Fenton portal connected with the ghost zone, Jack said. Exactly. The Fenton portal created a stable link between the world of the living and the ghost zone. But we have protections against ghosts from leaving the Fenton portal, Jack argued. Not that it worked, Danny commented. Even if you do have protections, stronger ghosts could break through. Ichigo looked at Vlad. Other ghosts could find weak points between the dimensions and slip through. Ichigo pointed out. I see. Jack said. It also makes the residents of Amity Park more susceptible to being possessed by the ghosts. But I've never had any real issues with possessing someone, Danny said. In Japan, a soul could only be seen or possessed by who are spiritually aware. Things like this shouldn't change based on countries. Ichigo started. Jack and Matty nodded their head, agreeing with Ichigo's logic. I believe the presence of a stable connection with the Fenton portal and constant interaction with any ghosts lead to many citizens of Amity Park being spiritually aware. Ichigo theorized. So how can we fix this? Jack asked. The first would be to close the connection between us and the ghost zone, Ichigo said. Very well, Matty said. The other thing is to reduce the interaction with ghosts, Ichigo said. So I just need to stop using my ghost powers, Danny concluded. Unless it's an emergency, Ichigo said. Remember Danny, emergencies, Sam said. Yes, emergencies, Danny replied. Shouldn't we deal with the ghosts that escaped from the ghost zone? Jack asked. Oh, all of them are taken care of, Ichigo said. Where? Maddie asked. I forced them to move on, Ichigo said. Move on? Maddie and Jack questioned. Move on. Enter the reincarnation cycle. Go to heaven. Ichigo said. Oh. Okay then. Jack said. They walked over to their various computers and began to depower them. A few minutes later, the Fenton portal stopped functioning. So what are we going to do with Vlad? Jack asked. Dad, where is the Fenton ghost catcher? Danny asked. Why do you want that? Jack asked. Maddie's eyes widen. He wants to use the Fenton ghost catcher to separate Vlad's human side with his ghost side, Maddie said. Great idea. Jack went to the weapon vault. A few minutes later, Jack returned carrying a giant contraption that looked like a net. Jack placed it down on the ground. Danny lifted Vlad and threw him into the Fenton ghost catcher. Vlad entered the Fenton ghost catcher on one end. 2 copies of Vlad came out of the other side, both were wrapped in the chains of hell. You separated us. Vlad Masters and Vlad Plasmius said. Plasmius, it is time for you to be judged, Ichigo said as he summoned Kokobetsu. No! No! Plasmius yelled in fear. He turned to Vlad Masters. Help me, my human half. To Plasmius's shock, his human side looked away. Goodbye, Vlad Plasmius. Vlad Masters said. Ichigo tapped Kokobetsu on Vlad Plasmius's forehead. The kanji burned red as the chains of hell tightened around him. Vlad Plasmius's eyes widened as hellfire exploded around him. Gahaga! He screamed in pain as the hellfire destroyed him, sending his soul into hell. What should we do with him? Danny asked. If you want, Ichigo started. I can cast a few spells, forcing him to speak the truth, Ichigo suggested. Sure, Maddie said. I want to see how much trouble he caused to our town. Ichigo summoned his wand and silently cast 3 compulsion charms, 1 to prevent him from stop talking, 2nd for him to speak the truth, and 3rd to prevent himself from controlling his words. He's good to go, Ichigo said. With that, the interrogation began. Vlad Masters was forced to reveal all his dirty secrets. After 10 long minutes, the interrogation was over. So, what should we do with this selfish man? Danny asked with utter disgust. Unfortunately, we don't have any evidence for the authorizes to arrest him, Sam said. Jack silently walked up to Vlad Masters. He grabbed him and carried him upstairs. Everyone followed Jack. Maddie quickly realized what Jack was about to do. She sneaked on ahead and opened the door for him. Thank you, honey, Jack said. He threw Vlad Masters into the nearby garbage. Vlad Masters! Jack yelled, his voice echoed through the neighborhood. At this moment, you are no longer welcomed here. Our friendship with you is over. With that, Jack slammed the door shut. Everyone soon sat down in the living room. What should we do now? We spent decades into our research. Maddie asked. She took off her hoodie and goggles. Maybe use your knowledge to create new inventions to help the world, Ichigo suggested. But who would want to invest in Fenton Works? Jack asked. Ichigo pulled out his checkbook and signed a check. This should help you get started, Ichigo said as he handed them a check. All their eyes saw the check. You're giving us $1 million? The Fenton family questioned. Investing $1 million to Fenton Works. Ichigo corrected. Thank you, young man, Jack yelled as he hugged him. Ichigo smiled as he hugged Jack back. Ow! He yelled as he let go of Ichigo. Ichigo handed them his phone number. Call me if you need any help. With that, Ichigo, Jean, and Joan walked out of the Fenton home and entered their car. So how are you going to track the Ring of Rage? Jean asked. As Ichigo drove off. I managed to trace the Ryatsu signature of the Ring of Rage, Ichigo said. How? Joan asked. The Ring of Rage has a unique Ryatsu signature that I noticed while looking through Vlad's memories. So we're following the trail that Vlad unknowingly made, Jean concluded. Exactly, Ichigo said. They soon arrived at the end of their trail. They were at an apartment complex. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan entered without any issues. So how are you going to do this? Jean asked. I'll try and use a compulsion to get her to give me the ring, Ichigo said. Wouldn't the Ring of Rage make it harder for you to do that? Joan asked. Normally it would, but I can counter it, Ichigo said. Ichigo cast an illusion on himself, making him look like Vlad Masters. Ichigo knocked on the door. Coming. Someone said. The door opened and Ichigo could see the current wearer of the Ring of Rage. She is a 14-year-old African-American girl with long curly hair and dark green eyes. She is dressed in a yellow sleeveless shirt and orange skirt and white tennis shoes. Mr. Masters. What can I do for you, sir? She asked. Hello, Miss Gray, Ichigo said. I need you to return the ring. He began to cast a compulsion on her. Why? You just gave it to me? She replied. Because I discovered that there was a powerful ghost was spying on us when I handed the ring to you, Ichigo said. How? My equipment didn't detect them. She asked. Ichigo sighed. This ghost is an intelligent and old ghost. It learned how to adapt to ghost hunters. It possessed ghost hunters to learn about their equipment, allowing him to know how to avoid being detected by ghost detection equipment. I see, Valerie said as she pulled off the ring and handed it to Ichigo. I'm sorry, Miss Gray. While I know that you are capable of protecting the ring from normal ghosts, this ghost isn't normal. I understand, Mr. Masters. She said. Anything else I can do for you? She asked. Not at this time, Miss Gray. Okay then. Have a good evening, Mr. Masters. The same dear, Ichigo said as she closed the door. He walked out of the apartment and returned to normal. Ichigo entered the car and drove off. So, what are you planning to do with the Ring of Rage? Jean asked. Ichigo held it in his hand and crushed the ring. Ichigo could feel the energy from the Ring of Rage merged with the Sin of Wrath. Ichigo slowly drove out of Amity Park. They could see the sun beginning to set as Ichigo opened a Garganta and drove on in. Chapter 55, Arc 12. It was about noon at the estate. Ophis and Tirju sat on the porch, holding their respective babies. They were enjoying the weather. A Garganta appeared in front of them. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. He stopped in front of the house. Ichigo, Jean, and Joan stepped out of the car. Hello Ophis and Tirju, Ichigo greeted. Hello Ichigo, Jean, and Joan, they said. Thank you for the trip. Jean thanked. It has been a while since I had a good fight, Joan said. They both walked upstairs. Ichigo looked to see both Nyx and Maya stared at Ichigo. Maya raised her arms towards Ichigo. Ichigo gently picked up Maya. How are both of you? Good, Tirju said. Bored, Ophis said. Great, Ichigo said. I'm currently touring parts of America. Do you two want to come? Ichigo asked. Will there be food? Ophis asked. Ichigo chuckled. I'll make sure to let you try out the local food there, Ichigo said. What about the girls? Tirju asked. You mean Eve, Isdeth, and Maya? Ichigo asked. Isdeth went to the Yukiana village to get more training for her powers, Tirju said. I see. Ichigo said. I'm not sure if Eve wants to come. Tirju said. Let's go ask her, Ichigo said. Tirju and Ophis carefully stood up. Maya raised her arm towards her mother. Maya was carefully moved from Ichigo's arms to Tirju's. She's usually in the library, Tirju said. Everyone walked to the library. Just as Tirja said, Eve was sitting on a couch reading a book about boxing. "Hello, Eve," Tirju said. "Hello, Mama, Miss Ophis, and Mr. Ichigo," Eve said. "Am I in trouble?" "No, dear," Tirju reassured. "I was wondering if you want to come with us to America," Ichigo said. "Really?" she asked. "Yes." She grabbed a piece of paper and showed Ichigo. "I want to go here." To a normal child, they would expect her to be showing an amusement park or a fictional place. But Eve wasn't an ordinary girl. The piece of paper was a flyer. Ichigo began to read the flyer. It was about a UFC fight in Springfield, Illinois. Ichigo continued to read the flyer. Ichigo realized who the fighters were. Ichigo began to chuckle. "You want to go here?" Ichigo asked. Eve nodded her head. "Well, it's not that far from one of the key spots I'm planning to investigate." "Does that mean?" "Yes, we can go and watch the fight," Ichigo said. "Yay!" Eve shouted as she hugged Ichigo with her hands and her hair arms. She let go of him. "Come on, Eve, we need to pack our bags for this trip," Tirju said. "Maybe for a day or two," Ichigo said. "Give us 10 minutes, Tirju said as she walked to her room, carrying Maya in her arm. Eve walked quietly behind her. Ichigo looked to see Ophis disappeared. Likely went back to her own room to prepare a bag for Nyx. Ichigo walked back outside. He noticed that Damison and the other maids were maintaining the farms. Ichigo walked over to the farming area. As soon as the maids spotted Ichigo, they all stood up in attention. Damison noticed this and followed them. "Good day, Master Ichigo." Damison and the maids said. "Good day to all of you and carry on." Ichigo greeted. He walked over to Damison. "How are you?" "Good," Damison said. "Everyone is treating me fine." "That's good to hear," Ichigo said. He noticed in the forest clearing was a well-built wooden cabin. "I assume the wooden cabin is yours?" "It is," Damison admitted. It felt good building with something besides dragon bones. "Well then, keep up the good work." "Yes, Master Ichigo," he replied. Ichigo walked back to the manor. He noticed that someone had washed, dried, and polished his car. "Sakuya," Ichigo said. "Yes, Master Ichigo?" Sakuya said as she appeared behind Ichigo. "I assume you washed, dried, and polished my car?" "I did," she said. "Were there any issues?" Ichigo smiled. "No, Sakuya. Good job as always." "Thank you, Master Ichigo. I live to serve," she said as she disappeared. The estate doors opened as Tirju, Eve, Maya, Ophis, and Nyx walked down towards Ichigo's car. "All of you ready?" Ichigo asked. Tirju, Eve, and Ophis nodded their heads. Suddenly Sakuya appeared with 2 baby chairs, a baby stroller for 2 babies, 2 bottles of milk, and 2 glasses of water. "Once again, Sakuya, thank you." Ichigo took the baby chairs and attached them to the back seat of the car. The baby stroller was placed in the trunk. Sakuya handed the milk bottle to Ophis, one of the glasses of water and the other milk bottle to Tirju, and the other glass of water to Eve. They all looked confused about the given drinks. The milk bottle and water contain a sleeping potion that will put you asleep for an hour. It helps you adjust to the different time zone in America. Ichigo explained. "I see," Tirju said. Everyone entered the car. Ichigo looked back. Everyone was properly buckled and drank the potion. Ichigo snapped his fingers. A garganta opened in front of the car. Ichigo drove straight in. Scene change, America, Indiana. The garganta opened in an empty highway. Ichigo drove out of the highway and carefully landed on the empty highway. "Where are we?" Ophis asked. The display on the headrest lit up, showing them their current location. "We're in Indiana, one of America's many states," Ichigo explained as he continued to drive. It took them 6 hours before they arrived in Springfield, Illinois. Normally it would take 3 hours to complete. But Ichigo was stuck with Office, who demanded to try out all the local cuisine on the way there. Luckily Ichigo managed to book the hotel room and buy the tickets to the fight on the way there. Ichigo arrived at President Abraham Lincoln Hotel. He parked the car in the hotel parking lot. Ichigo walked out of the car and get the baby stroller out. Tearju and Office began to free their babies from the baby seats. After that, they all went inside the hotel to check in. After that, they went to their hotel room, which was the penthouse suite. Tearju and Office took the time to clean up the babies. Ichigo and Eve were looking up the statistics of the match. One of the fighters is a former champion who is coming back for his redemption, while the other fighter is relatively unknown in America. Ichigo knew who this unknown fighter was. So who do you think is going to win? Eve asked. I believe our underdog is going to win, Ichigo said. Isham, the statistics say otherwise, Eve replied as she pointed at the fighter's states and the current bets on the fight. Let's make a deal, Ichigo said. Winner gets to order the loser one thing. Sure, Eve said. Soon Tearju and Office were ready. Maya and Nyx were placed in the baby stroller and Ichigo began to push them towards the Prairie Capital Convention Center. Their hotel and the convention center were connected by a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel were staff, checking tickets. Ichigo showed the staff his VIP tickets and was escorted to a private booth. There Ichigo saw a familiar face. Most of her Aztec's attire was replaced by normal casual clothes. She was wearing a shirt with 2 luchadors resting in the ring. Hola! She said as she hugged Ichigo. Hola quests, Ichigo replied. They soon ended their hug. Who is this? Tearju asked. Oh. I am Quetzalcoatl. Call me Quests for short. Wait, Quetzalcoatl as in the Aztec god? Eve asked. Exactly. She replied. And who are you? She asked. I am Tearju and these are my daughter Eve and Maya. Tearju introduced. Look at the cuties, Quest said. Office and this is Nyx, Office said. Cat's eyes widen. As in. Yes, Office said. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer yelled, interrupting her thoughts. Welcome to Springfield Stadium. They could someone standing in the middle of the ring. No doubt today we will see something amazing. He pointed at one side of the arena. The baby eagle has fallen once. Can this eagle soar again? Give it up for the former champion, Daniel Eagle. Loud American rock began to play as a man entered the stadium. He was a tall white man with neatly swept blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a large coat decorated with red, white and blue. The audience cheered as the slowly walked towards the arena. As he walked towards them, he began to perform a set combination of punches, further riling up the audience. He reached the edge of the arena. He casually shrugs off the overcoat, revealing his ripped muscular body. He was wearing a pair of blue shorts with the word Eagle on it. Someone handed him a pair of red gloves as he entered the arena. Play Invasion by Shiro Sajisu. On the other side. The announcer said as he pointed to the opposite side of the arena. The silent demon giant from Japan has arisen. Will this giant be able to rise above the eagle? Give it up for Sato Yasutora. Unlike Daniel Eagle's entrance, Chad calmly walked in. But the music was dramatic. Despite the Japanese name, he looked mostly Hispanic. He also had an overcoat. The coat was violet. On the left side of the coat had the words Brazo Izquierda del Diablo, left arm of the devil, in crimson and white with red accents. On the right side of the coat has the words Brazo derecha de Gigante, right arm of the giant. The audience was confused. They were told he was Japanese, but this man looked Hispanic. For those who aren't aware, Sato Yasutora is half Japanese and half Hispanic. The announcer added. Soon Chad arrived at the arena. He calmly untied his overcoat and handed it to his coat, Makinuchi Ippo. He handed Chad a pair of black gloves. Chad entered the arena. The announcer was soon replaced by the referee. Soon the match began. Chad did a few quick jabs at Daniel. Daniel easily blocked the quick jabs. Chad began to move around, continuing the quick jabs. Daniel followed Chad and blocked the quick jabs. Chad threw another quick jab. Daniel expected that and raised his side to block the jab. But it didn't happen. Chad used the quick jab as a feint and punched Daniel's unprotected side with a right hook. The blow disoriented Daniel. Chad continued to punch Daniel in the face and chest. Hands up! Daniel's coach yelled. Daniel tried to raise his hands up, but Chad's blows were too fast and hard for Daniel. Chad finished Daniel Eagle off with a devastating uppercut to his jaw. Daniel's body rose briefly before he collapsed in the ring. The referee walked over to Daniel. Everyone joined the referee as they began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Everyone shouted. The referee stood up and raised Chad's hand. The audience began to clap and cheer. Winner, by knockout, Sato Yasutora. The referee formally announced. The coaches of both fighters entered the ring, checking up on their fighters. There we have it, folks. The announcer yelled. The Demon Giant has silently crushed the Eagle. Will the Demon Giant continue his silent assault on the American front? Ichigo looked to see Eve, who was amazed by the fight. Ichigo turned to Quests. Where are you two staying at right now? Ichigo asked. I forgot the name of it, Quests admitted. Is it the hotel next to us? Ichigo asked. Actually, it is. She said. That's good because we're also staying there, Ichigo said. The door to their private booth opened as Chad walked in. He noticed that Quests wasn't alone. Hello, Chad, Ichigo greeted. Ichigo, Chad replied as they shook hands. Eve was shocked that Ichigo knew him. You know him? Eve asked. I did. We attended high school together. Ichigo said. Can I get your autograph? She asked, pulling out a notepad. Chad chuckled. And who are you? Chad asked. I'm Eve. She said. Chad took the notepad from Eve and signed the pad. He handed it back to her. To Eve, never forget your friends and family who stick with you from the beginning to the end. Sato Chad Yasutora. The message said in both English and Japanese. Eve blushed as she held it tightly. Ichigo pulled out a camera. Why don't you two take a photo together, Ichigo said. Eve turned to Chad. Can we? She asked. I can't say no to that face, Chad admitted as he took a knee. Eve sat on Chad's knee while holding up the sign. Ichigo took the photo of the scene. Ichigo looked to see Tirju was also happy. Hey, let's head back to the hotel, Ichigo said. What about the reporters? Chad asked. Ichigo smiled as he tapped his finger on Chad. He could feel something flow around him. What did you do? Chad asked. I cast an illusion on you, Ichigo said. I see. Chad said as they left the private booth. No one noticed Chad was there, walking back to his hotel, just as Ichigo said. Ichigo. I want food. Office said. Sure, Ichigo said. Ichigo turned to Chad and Quests. Want to join us for dinner? Sure, Chad said. They found a nearby buffet. 20 minutes, Chad, Quests, the other customers, and the staff were shocked at how much Office could eat. It was hilarious when they tried to stop Office from getting more food. One blare from Office made them fear for their lives. By the time they left the buffet, all the food that they had in stock was completely gone. Chad started. Yes. She can eat that much. Ichigo casually said as they walked back to their hotel. It turns out Chad's and Quest's room was next door to Ichigo's room. It's nice to see you all of you again, Chad said. Quests nodded her head. It's an honor to meet the apocalypse. Chad looked at her in confusion. Ophis silently nodded her head. Don't worry, Mestero. I will explain it to you later, she said. Thank you, Ophis replied. See you two later, Ichigo said as they entered their own room. I'm going to give Maya a bath, Tirja said as she held baby Maya in her arms. Same with me, Ophis said with baby Nyx in her arms. Okay, Ichigo said. They walked to the bathroom and began to wash the babies. Ichigo turned to see Eve, still holding her notebook. Thank you for taking me to see the fight and for allowing me to meet with Yasutora-san. Ichigo cracked a smile. No problem, Eve, Ichigo said. So what are you going to do to me? Eve asked. Huh? Ichigo replied. I mean, from the bet. Ah, Ichigo said, remembering what they were talking about earlier. I want you to tell me what you would have asked me to do if I lost the bet. Eve's face suddenly blushed red in embarrassment. What? I want to know what you would have asked me to do if you won the bet. I wanted you to adopt me, she whispered. Ichigo could clearly hear her, but he pretended to not hear her. Huh? What was that? I couldn't hear you, Ichigo replied. Eve pouted. I want to adopt your last name. I see, have you talked with your mother about this? Eve mumbled. As your mother. She might give you her blessing, Ichigo said. Okay, Eve said. How do you know Yasutora-san? She asked. Ah. Ichigo said it all began a few years ago. Ichigo began to tell her about Chad. Why do you call Yasutora-san Chad instead of his name? Eve asked. When I first met Chad, I misread his name tag and called him Chad. Chad never corrected me, so I still call him Chad to this day, even though I know his name is Sato Yasutora. Ichigo said. Oh. Soon Tirju and Maya came out of the bath. I'm going to go next. Eve has something she wants to ask you, Ichigo said as he ran to the bathroom, abandoning Eve to her mother. Yes, honey? Tirju asked. I wanted to change my last name from Lunatique to Kurosaki. Just like Maya. Eve admitted. I see. Tirju said. Then. I guess I need to marry Ichigo then. Tirju said. Huh? Eve shouted. Eve, you're going to startle Maya. Tirju scolded. Sorry, Eve said. Anyways, that was a joke, Tirju said. Yes, you can change your last name to Kurosaki, she said. Really? Really? Though I do ask if you can move Lunatique as your middle name, she said. Okay, Eve said. Ichigo walked out of the bathroom when something hit his leg. He looked down to see it was Eve. Yes, Eve? Mama said I can, Eve said. Great, Ichigo said as he picked Eve up. He walked over to Tirju. Does Eve have the proper paperwork filed? Ichigo said. No, not yet, Tirju said. After all, I was kidnapped from my home in France, Tirju said. Let me ask someone, Ichigo said. Hana? Can you hear me? Ichigo asked. 1 second. Finishing up a video recording. Hana replied. Ichigo turned to Tirju. Do you have family or anyone that connects you with France? Ichigo asked. No, Tirju said with a sad smile. I was an orphan. According to the orphanage, my parents asked them to keep my first name but allowed them to choose my second name. Eventually, I was named Lunatique for me being very moody as a kid. Yes, Ichigo? Hana replied. Can you see if you can access France's database to find Tirju Lunatique? Sure, Hana said. Found her. The French have that she died in a gas line explosion. I see. Can you create a replica of Tirju's profile in Japan and include both Eve and Maya on there? Sure, Hana replied. Make sure that their last names are Kurosaki and middle name is Lunatique. Why? Hana asked. Eve wanted to have my last name. Tirju allowed it but requested her last name be her middle name. I managed to have it where all three are official citizens of Japan and that both Eve and Maya have the respective name changes. Great. Thanks. No problem. Are you planning to go to California? I am. Great. I'll talk to you about it in a few days. Oh, okay then. Ichigo ended the call after that. Tirju looked at Ichigo. As of this moment, Tirju Lunatique, Eve Lunatique Kurosaki, and Maya Lunatique Kurosaki are official Japanese citizens. Yay! Eve shouted. Eve's shouting startled baby Maya and began to cry. Eve! Tirju scolded. She quickly turned her attention to Maya and began to calm her down. Allow me, Ichigo said as he gently took Maya from Tirju. He began to gently rub her back and released a calming aura. Maya quickly calmed down and went back to sleep. Wow! It usually takes me a while to get her to calm down. Tirju said as Ichigo handed her back. Anyways, it's getting late, Ichigo said as he stood up. Ichigo went to the master bedroom alone. Eve, Tirju, and Maya shared a room while Ophis and Nyx already occupied another room. Time skip, midnight. Ichigo wake up. Something supernatural entered the city. Kyoka said. Ichigo grumbled as he opened his eyes. Ichigo got out of bed. It is currently driving down towards us. Got it, Ichigo replied as he shifted into his Shinigami form. He phased through the wall and into the streets. Ichigo could see his target on the streets. He was dressed in black clothing and riding a black motorcycle covered in hellfire. His head was a white skill that was on fire. Ichigo could feel hell's Ryatsu float out of this being. Ichigo appeared in front of him. The rider didn't change course, driving straight towards Ichigo. Ichigo raised his right foot and stopped the motorcycle. The rider revved the bike. The motorcycle let out a loud roar as it tried to move. Ichigo stood his ground, stopping the bike. You dare stop the Ghost Rider! He yelled. How do you have hell's energy? Ichigo asked. I am the spirit of vengeance. He yelled as he summoned a set of steel chains, which was engulfed in hellfire. He flung the chains at Ichigo, like a whip. Ichigo grabbed the chains. Ghost Rider was shocked when the hellfire didn't harm him. Who are you? Ghost Rider asked. I am the Emperor of Hell, Ichigo said as he summoned the Jigaku no Yoroi. He looked at Ghost Rider. And you dare steal powers from hell? The eye sockets of the skulls on the Jigaku no Yoroi glowed crimson as hellfire leaked out of the sockets. Rebellion appeared in his hands. Ichigo swung Rebellion at the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider used his chains and blocked the attack. Rebellion easily shattered the chains. Ichigo lunged towards the Ghost Rider. He opened his mouth and began to spew hellfire at Ichigo. Ichigo ignored the hellfire as he stabbed the Ghost Rider in the chest. Gah! He screamed in pain. Ichigo pulled Rebellion out of the Ghost Rider's chest. Help me! The Ghost Rider said. Ichigo could a different voice from the Ghost Rider. Someone is possessed? Ichigo thought. Regain control of your body, Ichigo ordered as he charged at the Ghost Rider. Die mortal! The Ghost Rider yelled. As he summoned another set of chains. Ichigo spent the next 10 minutes attacking the Ghost Rider, slowly weakening him. Suddenly the Ghost Rider stopped moving. The hellfire around his skull was extinguished. The skull began to regain its human features. A few minutes later, Ichigo could see a Caucasian man, maybe Ichigo's age. Thank you, he said. The name is Johnny Blaze. Ichigo. Ichigo introduced. Nice meeting you, he said. I have a few questions for you, Ichigo said. Sure, he said. How did you get this power? Ichigo asked. I made a deal with the devil. Oh? Indeed. His name was Mephisto, Johnny said. During our short battle, I noticed that there appears to be another personality inside you. Indeed, Johnny said. Ichigo summoned his black gloves. I want you to concentrate on that other personality, Ichigo instructed. Sure. Johnny closed his eyes and concentrated. Ichigo pushed his arm into Johnny's body and pushed out another spirit. This spirit appeared male with dark red skin. His head and arms were on fire. He was dressed in a purple suit with a blush mantle, cape, and boots. Who are you? Ichigo asked. The being tried to attack Ichigo. Ichigo snapped his fingers as the chains of hell bounded the being's limbs. Who are you? I am Zarathos, he said. Where is Mephisto? Ichigo asked. So you're the one interfering, someone said. Ichigo turned to see a muscular red-skinned man in a business suit. I assume you are Mephisto? Indeed, and you are? Ichigo turned to face them, allowing them to see the Jigaku no Yoroi. Mephisto's and Zarathos' eyes widen in shock and fear. Ichigo snapped his fingers as the chains of hell bounded themselves around Mephisto and Zarathos. Both of you are coming with me to see Surzex, Ichigo said. Johnny looked confused. Who is Surzex? Unlike Johnny, Mephisto and Zarathos recognized that name. No. Mephisto and Zarathos yelled in fear. Thanks for the help, Ichigo said as he ripped open a red garganta. Ichigo walked inside the garganta with the captured devils. Scene change, Surzex's office. Surzex was down in his office, taking a break from competing for his paperwork. Besides him was Grafia, who was making sure he went back to work when he was done with his break. A red garganta opened up as Ichigo walked out with Zarathos and Mephisto being dragged behind him. Ichigo could tell that Surzex and Grafia recognized who Ichigo brought with him. Surzex's smiled like a kid who just got his favorite toy for Christmas. Ichigo, you shouldn't have, Surzex said as he stood up from his office. Found them in America. They both stole a fragment of the Emperor of Hell's powers. I see, Surzex said. He looked at them. This is a treasonable offense due to the current contract we have with the Emperor of Hell. Zarathos and Mephisto looked nervous. I will make sure my investigation goes well so that these criminals receive the punishment that they deserve, Surzex said. Very well, Ichigo said as he left through a red garganta. Grafia walked to Surzex. Why did we have this discussion in English? She asked. He was in America for the last week. He might have forgotten to speak Japanese, Surzex reasoned. They turned to the bounded prisoners. Oh, we're going to have so much fun with both of you, Surzex said with a smile that screamed pain and suffering. Scene change, Springfield, Illinois. Johnny Blaze could feel it. The invader in his soul was finally gone. A red garganta appeared beside him. Ichigo calmly walked out of it. So they're gone? Yes. Both of them will be punished for their crimes. I see. Ichigo allowed his armor to disappear. Have a good rest of your life, Ichigo said. Thank you. You too, Johnny said as he got back on his bike and rode off under the moonlight. Ichigo returned to his hotel room and went to bed, alone. Time skip, morning. Ichigo opened his eyes, once again alone in bed. Man, it still feels weird sleeping alone after all this time sharing a bed. Well, Ichigo, if you are feeling lonely, we could join you in bed, Shiroyuki said. I agree, Kyoka said. Ichigo chuckled as he slowly stood up. He walked out of his room to see everyone was up. Morning. Ichigo greeted. Morning. Everyone replied, except for Nix and Maya. Ichigo grabbed the hotel menu and began to order breakfast for everyone. As they waited for their food, Eve turned the TV on. As she was flipping the channel, she stumbled on a local news channel. Reports of a stranger in biker gang motif with his head on fire. The reporter paused as he turned to his co-host. Is this a joke? A few local stores and restaurants managed to record this stranger. She said. Local churches reported that the spirit of vengeance has returned to punish all the non-believers and the sinners. Eve turned to Ichigo. Are you here to investigate that? She asked. I plan to. Ichigo started. But he decided to come here last night. Really? Eve asked. Yep, Ichigo said as he picked up the telephone in the room and called room service. So was he powerful? Eve asked. Yes, for anyone else but me. Ichigo said. That sounds arrogant, Eve said. Normally, yes it does, Ichigo admitted. But he stole powers that belonged to me and he tried to use that power against me. That being said, it didn't work. I see. Soon there was a knock on their door. Ichigo opened it to see it was their breakfast. Come on in and place it on the table, Ichigo said. They pushed a large cart into the room and unloaded all the food on the table. Ichigo handed them their tip. Thank you, sir. Have a good morning. The hotel employee said as they left. Tearju and Ophis joined them for breakfast. So what's the plan right now? Tearju asked. I'm planning to take all of you back to Japan, Ichigo admitted. I see. Tearju said. Tearju, now that you don't need to stay at home now, what do you want to do? Ichigo asked. Maybe a science teacher? But I don't have the teaching credentials. If you want to be a teacher, let me talk with Surzex. Who? Rias's older brother, the leader of the Devil's Fractions, and the true headmaster to Kuo Academy, Ichigo explained. I don't want to be of inconvenience. It's no problem, Ichigo said as he pulled out his phone and called Surzex. Hello Ichigo, Graphia said in Japanese. Hello, Graphia. I assume Surzex is having fun with those two? Ichigo replied in Japanese. Oh, he is. She said. Ichigo could scream of pain in the background. Anyways, what do you need? I have someone in my house, Lunatique Tearju, she's looking for a job as a science teacher. Oh, that's convenient. One of our science teachers is planning to retire soon. She said. She'll be at my house later afternoon, Ichigo said. Okay, I will interview her then, Graphia said. Graphia, they fainted again, Surzex yelled in the background. Coming Surzex-sama, Graphia replied. Goodbye Ichigo-sama, Graphia said. Goodbye, Ichigo replied as he hung up. He turned to Tearju. I assumed you heard it all. I will not let you down, Tearju said. Soon they finished with breakfast. Ichigo checked out of the hotel. They entered their car and drove out of the hotel. Ichigo found it an empty alleyway and drove in. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Back to Japanese. It was around midnight when a Garganta appeared. Ichigo's car rolled out of the Garganta. Ichigo stopped the car in front of the estate. Sakuya appeared beside Ichigo's car and opened the door. Thank you, Sakuya. Tearju thanked. Thank you, Sakuya-san, Eve said. Ophis nodded her head to Sakuya. She turned to Ichigo. Who will you be grabbing next? She asked. Maybe Scat Hack and Nell. Ichigo said. About time. Someone said. Ichigo looked to see someone leaped off the roof of the estate. The person landed to reveal it was Scat Hack. I guess you're ready? Ichigo asked. Scat Hack replied by walking over to the passenger side of the car. She opened the door and sat in the car. She closed the door and looked at Ichigo. I'm ready. She replied. Ichigo opened the Garganta and drove in. Scene change, Hueco Mundo. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. He quickly activated the camouflage feature. Scat Hack could see the eternal night sky. Where are we? Scat Hack asked. Hueco Mundo, the land of the hollows, Ichigo said as he drove lightly above the sand. Is it always dark here? Yes, Ichigo said. Reminds me of the land of shadows, she said as they drove on the sand. Do you see the white castle in the distance? I do. That's Las Noches, the current home for the king of Hueco Mundo and his espada. Nell and Tyr said that you were the king of Hueco Mundo. I am. Why didn't you teleport us straight there? Scat Hack asked. For one, I wanted to show you Hueco Mundo and Las Noches from an outside perspective, Ichigo said. Scat Hack nodded her head. Another thing is that I want to see how my espada normally operate. I see, allowing your people the freedom to self-govern themselves despite under your reign. Scat Hack said. Exactly, Ichigo said. They got closer to Las Noches. Scat Hack was able to see plants growing around. Ichigo parked the car in front of Las Noches. Ichigo could two hollows standing guard. Ichigo noticed both guards were sitting down, watching a small monitor. Ichigo looked at them for a minute. To his dismay, they didn't look up from their small monitor. Ichigo moved his car to the side and turned off the camouflage. They still haven't looked up from their monitor. Ichigo pulled out his phone and took a photo of the guards. Ichigo turned to Scat Hack. Want to do some espionage? Ichigo asked. Sure, Scat Hack replied. They both drew the runes to hide themselves, their energies, their smell, and their footprint. They sneaked out of their car and into Las Noches. Ichigo gave Scat Hack a tour of Las Noches. Every time they found a security guard not doing their job, Ichigo would take a photo of them. After 20 minutes of espionage and touring Las Noches, they arrived at the stadium. A new addition to Las Noches. It is designed to facilitate duels, fights, and challenges. They could hear cheering from the spectators. Must be a big fight. If most of the residents of Las Noches are here. Ichigo said to Scat Hack, purposely blocking the connection to Tyr and Nell. Indeed, Scat Hack replied. They managed inside the arena. Ichigo soon found Tyr sitting in a private booth. There were 3 thrones there, one large and 2 slightly smaller ones. Tyr sat in one of the smaller ones. Ichigo and Scat Hack looked down to see Nell was fighting in the arena. Her opponent was a tall muscular man with light blue spiky hair and matching light blue eyes. His remaining hollow mask consists of the right jawbone. He was dressed in a partially zipped black shirt with a ragged white jacket with an upturned collar and rolled sleeves. This left his chest exposed, his muscular chest, and revealing his hollow hole at his abdomen and a large scar on his torso. He also has on a pair of black pants with black boots. He has 2B. LTS wrapped around his waist, with a Zanpakuto sheathed on his left side. Grimmjow, Ichigo said, accidentally breaking the runes. Ichigo, Tyr said as she noticed Ichigo's sudden appearance. Why is Grimmjow fighting Nell? Ichigo asked. He demanded to fight you. So, we decided to fight him. If he defeats us, then we would have called you. Tyr said. Grind Pantera. Grimmjow yelled. He was enveloped in wind. It died down, revealing him in his resurrection state. Die! He yelled as she charged at Nell. You remind me so much of Neutra, Nell calmly said as blocked all Grimmjow's attacks. I'm nothing like that dead fucker. Grimmjow yelled as he continued his assault. You use your anger and rage to attack others with a reckless assault. Nell calmly answered. Nell's lack of reaction infuriated Grimmjow even more than before. Fight back, damn it! Grimmjow yelled as he continued to attack. Ichigo and Tyr could tell Nell could easily defeat Grimmjow, but she chose not to. Ichigo silently walked to the edge of the private booth. Nellil tuo delschwank! Ichigo yelled. His voice echoed through the arena. Everyone looked at Ichigo. Ichigo! Grimmjow yelled, turning to him. Yes, master? Nell replied. Give him a taste of your true power. Show him how far below he is compared to me. Ichigo said. As you wish, master. She replied. She looked back at Grimmjow. Declare Gamuza. She said as she entered her Resurrection form. She raised her double-sided lance. Lanzador Verde. She said as she launched her lance. Her lance glowed pink as it soared in the air towards Grimmjow. Descoron. He yelled as he slashed his hands forward. 10 long, blue, sharp blades shot towards the green lance. The two attacks slammed together. Nell's lance easily broke through Grimmjow's attack and slammed into Grimmjow. Aha! Grimmjow yelled as Nell's spear pushed Grimmjow further back. Gah! Nell's spear pierced into Grimmjow's body. The lance stopped spinning. Nell flicked her hand, sending the lance back to her hand. She trotted over to the fallen Grimmjow. Her spear tore a hole into Grimmjow's chest. Blood began to leak out of the hole. She pointed her spear at Grimmjow. He glared at her. His eyes screamed rage and vengeance. You think this is over? Grimmjow growled. He slowly stood up. Blue Ryatsu began to surround him. He remembered this goal. His purpose in life. I am Grimmjow Jagerjax. I swore that I will destroy everything in my way to be king. He yelled as a large pillar of blue Ryatsu shot straight up, blowing Nell a few feet away. A small marble-like object appeared in Grimmjow's hollow hole. Ichigo, Tear, and Nell recognized what it was. Impossible. Why is that there? They asked. Oh no. 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 Hogyoku shouted in dismay. What is that, Hogyoku? Kill him before he completes his transformation. She screamed. Nell heard Hogyoku's hysteric screams from the peerage connection. Lanzador Verde. Nell yelled as she threw her lance at Grimmjow. Her lance soared towards Grimmjow. Nell's lance hit Grimmjow's Ryatsu, causing a massive explosion. The dust settled to see someone standing in the dust. Grimmjow no longer has his hollow mask. His blue hair has lengthened, becoming vibrantly white, blending down in a patterned blue and black gradient near the end of his hair. At the crest of his head, the white blends to black, and his eyebrows are set aflame, burning black with a vivid blue outline. Grimmjow's chest is covered in black tribal tattoos that circled around his body to his back, while his scar is cracked open and filled with blue Ryatsu. From his torso to his calves, Grimmjow is covered in white fur that is both striped with black and speckled with black. The white fur itself blends into black near his feet, which stretch into feline paws with vicious claws, as well as a sickle-like appendage on both ankles. Both arms are covered in similar fur, with his hands being covered in black fur and the same horrible claws as his feet. His former single tail has split into two and is ablaze with flame in the same way as his forehead. The Hogyoku floats in his hollow hole, which now glows blue. Resurrection. Segunda etapa, Grimmjow growled. He charged towards Nell. He began to attack Nell with a barrage of kicks and punches. Nell gritted her teeth as she tried her best to defend against Grimmjow's attacks. Hogyoku, what is going on? Ichigo asked. I agree. What just happened? Tear asked. It is a side effect of Aizen using me to create his Arankars, Hogyoku said. What do you mean? Even during my sleeping state, I wanted to be freed. Every time Aizen used me I would try to escape, but each time I tried, I failed. Those failures caused a small fragment of myself to be contained in all of Aizen's Arankars. What? Ichigo questioned. I didn't realize it until this moment when I saw that in Grimmjow's hollow hole. Does this mean that Nell and I have this Hogyoku fragment in us as well? Tear asked. Indeed. But I'm not sure how you can tap into that. But Ulquiorra's Resurrection Segunda Etapa didn't have a fragment of you on his body. It's possible that the Hogyoku fragment in Ulquiorra's body could sense his desire to hit his power. It decided to give him a weaker version of his true Resurrection Segunda Etapa. I don't like doing this, but should we interfere? Scat Hack asked. No, Ichigo said. Tyr and Nell in charge of Hueco Mundo in my absence. If I interfere now, it may imply that I don't trust Nell to win or I admit Grimjow is a viable threat to me. I agree, Tyr said. It crushes the honor aspect of these duels and sows destruct to the espada. Nell was mildly injured by Grimjow's fast and powerful attacks. Nell tried to Sonido away, creating distance between her and Grimjow. But Grimjow quickly Sonido towards her. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, your king command you, to defeat Grimjow with everything you have. Ichigo yelled. His voice echoed through the stadium. Just give up. Grimjow yelled. His claws glowed blue as swung them at Nell. You're not going to be able to win. You'll die as useless, just like the rest of your fraction. Nell blocked the attack with her lance. What did you just say? Nell whispered. Did you become deaf? You're as useless as your fraction. Shut up. Nell yelled. Pink Ryatsu began to surround her. Unlike you Grimjow, I care about my fraction. Nell remembered all the times her fraction took care of her when she was stuck in her child state. I regret the burden that I placed on them for all this time. Even to their dying breath, they protected me from the Quincy's. More pink Ryatsu flowed around her. Nell glared at Grimjow. Their sacrifice is what allowed me to be with the man I love. Ichigo could feel Nell beginning to pull Ryatsu from him, causing a pillar of pink Ryatsu to shoot up. I will not all you to spit on their sacrifice. Nell yelled as she was enveloped in her pink Ryatsu. No, you don't. Grimjow roared as he charged at Nell. Soon there was a large explosion of pink Ryatsu, blowing Grimjow away. The dust settled to see Nell standing there. All traces of Nell's hollow mask vanish and were replaced by 4 curling black and white horns that jut upward from her head. She retained her equine lower body, though the fur is now darker in areas and extends to cover her upper body, arms, and hands. Glowing pink markings extend from her torso to her chest and shoulders. Fur identical in color to her hair forms on her back and her tail, the end of which blazes with pink Ryatsu. Nell's eyes become darker and her pupils turn slit-shaped. Her weapon changes from a dual-ended jousting lance to a stylized spear blazed in pink Ryatsu. Resurrección. Segunda etapa, Nell said as she glared at Grimjow. Grimjow charged at Nell. Even with the power boost, don't think you can defeat me. Grimjow yelled as he charged towards Nell with his elongated blue claws. He began to slash her with them. Nell blocked his attack with her lance. Nell kicked Grimjow in the chest with her front legs, pushing him away. Lanza di Tormenta, Lance of Storm, Nell said as she stabbed her lance towards Grimjow. Her lance began to spin, sending a tornado of pink Ryatsu at Grimjow. Lanza di Tormenta slammed Grimjow into the arena walls. Gah! Grimjow coughed from the impact. Some of his blood landed on his hand. Grimjow clenched his fist, getting his blood all over his hand. He pointed his blood-covered hand at Nell. Navy blue Ryatsu began to form. Gran Rey Zero. He yelled as he fired his attack. It soared towards Nell. She raised her bare left hand and caught Grimjow's Gran Rey Zero. Nell opened her mouth wide and began to swallow Grimjow's Gran Rey Zero. Shit, Grimjow said as he realized what Nell has done. Nell finished swallowing Grimjow's Gran Rey Zero. Zero Doble. Nell screamed as she shot her Zero. It was pink, like her Ryatsu. It was much bigger and powerful compared to Grimjow's Gran Rey Zero. Gra! Grimjow roared. His twin tails lit up with his blue flames. Pantera Destruction. Grimjow did a front flip into the air while releasing a barrage of Descarons towards the Zero Doble. The two attacks crashed into each other, causing a massive explosion of pink and blue Ryatsu. The entire stadium was covered in dust from the massive explosion. Suddenly something shot through the dust, parting all the dust in the process and stabbed into Grimjow's chest. Gah! He screamed. He looked to see Nell standing before him. Her spear firmly pierced through his chest. His resurrection finally failed, turning him back to his normal state. Admit defeat, Nell ordered. The pink Ryatsu that covered the lance began to spin, inflicting even more pain to Grimmjow. And never, Grimmjow said as he coughed up more blood. Enough, Ichigo said. All the hollows looked at Ichigo. He jumped from his platform, landed beside the two fighters. Nell, please pull your lance out of Grimmjow's body. As you wish, master. She replied as she yanked her lance out. Ichigo looked at Grimmjow. Despite the heavily injured state Grimmjow was in, he still glared at Ichigo. Despite being this injured and in this sorry state, you still have that ferocious determination in your eyes, Ichigo said. Ichigo grabbed Grimmjow's collar with one hand and lifted him to his face. Grimmjow. Congratulations on being the second Espada to achieve Segunda Etapa. Ichigo whispered. What? Ulquiorra was the first one who achieved Segunda Etapa, even if it wasn't the true version, Ichigo said. Anyways, in return for pushing me to grow stronger. I'm returning the favor. What are you talking about? Grow stronger, Grimmjow. Master your Segunda Etapa and come back and challenge us again. Ichigo said as he turned to the side and slightly lowered Grimmjow. His eyes widened as he realized what Ichigo was about to do. You! Grimmjow yelled as Ichigo threw him. He was sent flying out of Las Noches. Everyone in Hueco Mundo could hear Grimmjow. Was that a good idea? Nell asked. Suddenly she was forced back to her normal state as she fell unconscious. Ichigo quickly caught her in a princess carry. Ichigo shunpei'd to his private quarters. Tear and Scathach quickly followed behind them. Ichigo placed the unconscious Nell on the bed. Ichigo noticed Jack suddenly appeared. Jack laid down with Nell, hugging her arm. How is she? Scathach asked. She exhausted all of her Ryatsu, Ichigo said. I'm currently sending her my Ryatsu to help her recover faster, Ichigo said. How long should that take? Scathach asked. I don't know. Ichigo admitted. You're on a schedule? Tear asked. Kind of, Ichigo replied. I'm currently touring across the United States with a few peerage members. And Ichigo is taking me and Nell right now, Scathach said. I see. Tear said. Don't worry, I remembered a few things you said during your introduction, Ichigo said. Tear looked at him. You did? She asked. I know where you came from, Ichigo said. He ignored Tear's blushing as he looked at Nell. Are you going to wake up now, Nell? Ichigo asked. Didn't you just say that she was unconscious? Scathach asked. I know. But I also know that her body just stopped draining me of my Ryatsu. Ichigo said. Nell woke up. Don't you know a woman needs her beauty sleep? She said with a pout on her face. First off, you are a hollow, and sleep isn't something you need, Ichigo said. He leaned in closer to Nell, his mouth was beside her ear. Second, you are already beautiful, Ichigo whispered to her. Nell's face lit up bright red. Ichigo quickly moved away from the blushing Arrancar. Now that Nell's awake, should we get ready to go? Scathach asked. Huh? Go where? Nell asked. I am currently touring parts of America right now and taking a few members to different locations, Ichigo explained. Oh, Nell replied. Nell casually got out of bed. Jack was still hugged her entire right arm like a body pillow. Let's go! Nell shouted. Before we do that, I got something to show you. Ichigo pulled out his phone. Before I showed up to the stadium, I did a surprise investigation of Las Noches. Oh no. Nell and Tear thought. Oh yes, Ichigo replied. I want you to fix this situation. Very well, Tear said. In their defense, they were watching the match, Nell said. Tear nodded her head. It was the first match that someone challenged you for your kingship, Tear added. Very well. I leave reprimanding them to you. Ichigo said. Very well, Tear said. With that done, let's go. Nell shouted. Jack wants to come too. Jack shouted. Sure, Ichigo said. Yay! Thank you, master. Jack shouted in joy. They all began to walk back to the front of Las Noches. As they were walking, they passed a few guards they caught slacking off earlier. Now they're standing attention, doing their jobs. They all greeted Ichigo as Your Highness. Ichigo nodded to each guard as they walked past. They soon arrived back to the front of Las Noches. Hello, Your Highness, the front guards said. Hello, guards. Seen anything strange while on your post? Ichigo casually asked. No, Your Highness, they replied. I see. Ichigo said as he deactivated the camouflage feature on his car. Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack walked to his car. Bye Tear, Nell said. Bye Miss Tear, Jack said. Goodbye you too, Tear said. Ichigo opened a Garganta and drove in. Tear looked at the current guards. Inform everyone that was on this rotation in all positions to meet me in the throne room. King Ichigo saw all of you slacking off and he took pictures of it. Tear said as she walked away. The front guards gulped in fear as they relayed the order to the rest of the guards. Soon all of them dreaded the impending meeting. Scene change, America, Springfield, Illinois. The Garganta opened up on an empty highway as Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. Jack looked out of the window. Wow! Jack sees so many things. Jack said in amazement. So where are we heading? Nell asked. St. Paul, Minnesota, Ichigo said as he raced down the highway. Why? Scathach asked. There are rumors that another pantheon resides in America, Ichigo said. Which one? Nell asked. The Norse, Ichigo said. Nell gasped in shock while Scathach groaned. They looked at each other. You don't like them? Nell asked. I hate them very much, Scathach said. Why? Nell asked. It's due to Scotty, Scathach said. Why her? Due to Norse Viking invading Ireland and renaming a lot of things, it causes my land and her land to overlap. This caused us to have a connection despite being to separate deities. Scathach said. This doesn't explain why you hate them. Nell said. I met Scotty once on the Throne of Heroes. She looked exactly like me but acts more royalty and loves ice cream. I see. Nell said. Why do you look excited? Ichigo asked. You may not realize it, Ichigo, but I'm of Germania descent. Germania, you mean German? Ichigo asked. No. Germania was the Roman they gave for those who lived around the northern region of Europe. Oh. I didn't know that. Ichigo said. When I was alive, I worshipped the Norse pantheon, Nell said. When were you alive? Scathach asked. I'm not sure, Nell said. According to research, the term Germania is from about 2006 years ago. Ichigo said. What? Scathach and Nell shouted. I'm that old? Nell mumbled. It's not that bad, Scathach said. Office, EU, and most of the servants are about that age if not longer. No, but Tyr is much younger than me. Nell, Ichigo said. Age is just a number. If you feel like you are 2,000 years old, then you are 2,000 years old. If you feel like you are 20, then you are 20. Ichigo said. Thank you, Ichigo. Nell shouted as she lunged at Ichigo and hugs him. Nell, he's driving. Scathach scolded. Nell quickly let go. Sorry, Nell said. Jack began to laugh at Nell's expense. Ichigo and Scathach joined Jack. Nell began to pout. Hey, stop it. She said. Soon they stopped laughing. So, you're excited because it's like meeting your idols, Ichigo said. Yep, Nell said. Why do you think the Norse pantheon has a base here? Scathach asked. From my research, there is a lot of Norwegian descendants in Minnesota, Ichigo said as he handed them his laptop, with the current statistics of Minnesota's population. Nell and Scathach nodded their head, agreeing with Ichigo's conclusion. How much longer till we get there? Scathach asked. Maybe an hour or two, Ichigo said. Scathach and Nell spent the time shared stories with each other. Jack spent her time either looking outside or listening to their stories. A few stops later, they arrived at St. Paul, Minnesota. As they drove around the city, Ichigo tried to detect any unusual energy. Found it, Ichigo said. He stopped his car in front of a 15-foot-tall limestone wall. Why did you stop here? Scathach asked. The source of the energy is behind this wall, Ichigo said as he stepped out of his car. Scathach, Nell, and Jack quickly followed behind him. Ichigo tapped the wall. Ichigo stabbed his hands into the wall. Ichigo ripped the limestone wall apart, creating an opening for them. They all enter the hole. Ichigo turned around and closed the hole. They could see large birch trees with pure white bark and golden leaves. As they walked past the trees, they could see an 8-story mansion of white and gray stone. The double front doors are made from dark heavy wood bound with iron. Mounted in the middle of each door was a doorknocker in the shape of a life-size wolf head. Those doors were pulled open as women dressed in armor rushed out. They were all wearing a white breastplate with golden and pale blue accents and matching, fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. One of the girls stepped forward and looked at them. She is a tall, burly 18-year-old with pale blue eyes, and snow-blonde hair braided down her shoulders. She is dressed in similar armor like the other women. But her armor also has a bandolier of ball-peen hammers over her armor attire and a golden hammer pendant around her neck. Invader. This is your first and only warning. She said. Leave now or face our wrath. I assume you are the Valkyries, Ichigo asked. We are. She replied. While I wouldn't mind a fight. I was wondering if Odin is available to talk. Ichigo said. It's Lord Odin to you. One of the other Valkyries said. The leader glared at the Valkyries who just spoke. She looked away from the leader. The leader looked back at Ichigo. Lord Odin will not speak to an invader. She said. I insist. Tell him my name. Ichigo said. Very well. She said. What is your name, invader? Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo said. In respect, I shall introduce myself. She said. I am Gunilla, daughter of Thor, captain of the Valkyries. She said. She looked at one of the other Valkyries. With a slight nod, she ran back to the hotel. While we wait, would you mind answering a few questions of mine? I can choose to not reply, Gunilla said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. I wasn't aware that the Norse pantheon had a base in America. Lord Odin realized that his descendants will not remain in the homeland, so he decided to build a base here, where most of them chose to live, Gunilla answered. That makes sense, Ichigo commented. Thank you. She could hear the Valkyrie return to them. Lord Odin ordered us to welcome them. She said, still shocked at what she had to announce. She wasn't alone. All the other Valkyries looked shocked. Gunilla quickly regained her bearing. Follow me. She said as she walked inside the hotel. Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack follow behind the leader. The other Valkyries followed behind them. They entered the lobby to see hardwood floors covered with exotic animal skins. Columns made from rough-hewn tree trunks with spears for the rafter. They stood in front of a hearth, the size of a bedroom. For many of the residences of Hotel Valhalla, there are certain floors that they can't access without special permission. But this elevator doesn't have that restriction. Gunilla explained as she placed her hand on the side of the hearth. The fire parted, revealing an elevator. The elevator opened its doors. Gunilla, Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack entered the elevator. The doors closed up behind him. Ichigo noticed a small screen on top of the right of the elevator. It has the number 1 lit up in red. The elevator began to move. The number quickly began to increase. Soon they were past 50. Ichigo turned to the remaining Valkyries. How many floors are there? Ichigo asked. 540 floors with 540 rooms. She answered. Why so many rooms and floors? Scat Hack asked. Hotel Valhalla is designed to be a paradise for the fallen warriors in the service of Lord Odin. They live here and train for Ragnarok. Gunilla explained. I apologize for my ignorance, but what is Ragnarok? Ichigo asked. I assume you are not aware of Norse mythology? She asked. I am, Nell said. Okay then. Go explain to him what Ragnarok is. Gunilla said. Ragnarok, a series of predicted events foretold to bring the death of the major Norse gods, the burning of the 9 worlds, and the subsequent submersion of the world in water. She explained. The 9 worlds? Jack thought there was 1 world? Jack chimed in. No. Norse mythology has 9 worlds: Asgard, the home of the Aesir; Vanaheim, the home of the Vanir; Alfheim, the home of the Light Elves; Midgard, the home of the humans; Jotunheim, the home of the giants; Nidavellir, the home of the dwarves; Nibelheim, the world of cold; Muspelheim, the home of the fire giants and demons; and Helheim, the home of Hela and the dishonorable dead, Gunilla said. They soon heard a ping. Ichigo looked to see the number 540. We're here, Gunilla said as the elevator doors opened up. They all stepped out. They could see the hallway was decorated with various statues and artifacts, no doubt from Norse mythology. They arrived in front of a large door. They could see a pair of wolf statues standing guard in front of the door. Near the frame of the door were 2 crows watching them. Gunilla stepped forward. Lord Odin is expecting you. One of the crows said. The wolves moved aside, allowing them passage. Thank you, Hugin, Gunilla said. They walked to the door and pushed it open. Amazing performance as always. Someone said. I am always in your service, Lord Odin. Someone else replied. They looked to see Odin was lying half naked on a massage table, with a towel wrapped around his waist. The other person was a woman tall, with bright blue eyes, and brown blonde hair braided down her back. Ortlind, Gunilla growled. Oh Gunilla, how are you? Ortlind replied with a small smile before walking away. Gunilla took a deep breath, regaining her bearing before turning to Odin. I am sorry, Lord Odin, for my lack of bearing. She said. It is no problem, Odin replied as he snapped his fingers. He was now dressed in a set of robes and sitting on a chair. You are good now, Gunilla, Odin said. Very well, Lord Odin. She replied as she about-faced and walked out of the room. He turned to Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack. His eye widened when he noticed Scathach. Scotty? He asked. I am Scathach, not that ice cream princess, Scathach growled. Ah, of course. Sorry about that. It's just because we look similar. Scathach finished. Exactly, Odin said. I didn't expect to see you here. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. I heard from the Greek gods that you made a headquarters here, Ichigo said. I was curious and wanted to check it out. I see. Odin said. How is Loki right now? Ichigo asked. Odin let out a long sigh. He is doing well. He no longer has a desire for Ragnarok. Odin said. Isn't that good? Ichigo asked. It is, Odin admitted. But the issue is that he no longer capable of leading. I see. Ichigo said as he remembered Odin's desire. What about Thor? Don't even get me started with that reckless idiot, Odin complained. I assume he is a frontline warrior who recklessly charges in headfirst into battle? Ichigo guessed. Exactly, Odin said. Do you have any other candidates? Ichigo asked. I don't have much, to begin with, but Hela might be possible. Hela? Nell asked. They looked at her. Sorry for interrupting. It's fine, Nell, Ichigo said. Child. What is your full name? Neliel Tuo Delschwank, she answered. Ah, Odin said. To think a child from the age of gods still remain. Ichigo stared at him. Sorry. Odelschwank is a very old Germanic name. One I haven't heard of since the age of gods. Please stop reminding me of my age, Nell said. Sorry, child. Odin apologized. Sorry, what were we talking about? Hela, your other child. Ichigo reminded. Oh right. She is my eldest child. But none of the legends ever mentioned her, Nell said. I was forced to erase her from history and legends, Odin admitted. She was from an era when we were in constant war with the other 9 worlds. I was forced to banish her from Asgard to Helheim. I covered up her existence from all history and legends. She reminds me of Yuichiro Unohana. Ichigo thought. Have you tried to force her to control herself? Ichigo asked. I've tried, Odin admitted. But it will force her to defy her written legend. Defy her legend? Ichigo questioned. All divine beings are governed by their legend, even if it is forgotten. Such as Zeus being a playboy and dick. He can't help himself because that's what his followers and legend depict him as. What if he defies his legend? Then he begins to get weaker, Odin said. What if someone else forces him to defy his legend? Ichigo asked. What did you do? I forced him to swear an oath to be loyal to Hera. Did he willingly accept it? Odin asked. No. I had to beat him in combat to force him to accept the oath. Then it should be fine since he didn't personally defy his oath but was forced to by a third party, Odin said. His eye widened with realization. Do you think you can help Hela? I can try, Ichigo replied. Odin began to tell the true history of Asgard, that's not written in history. The story of when the 9 worlds were against each other. Eventually, Odin and Hela forced peace upon the 9 worlds. Despite the peace, Hela desired for world domination. She eventually tried to kill Odin to take the throne. Odin defended against Hela's rebellion. Odin was finally forced to seal her in Helheim, where she took over the world and ruled. I see. Ichigo said after hearing what happened between Odin and Hela. How come you haven't reconciled with her? Nell asked. I've tried. She would come at me with absolute rage. Odin admitted. I wouldn't be surprised if she wants your head, Ichigo commented. Odin sighed. If she swears the oath I've written and allowed me to teach her what I've learned during my reign, I am willing to allow her to be my executioner, Odin said. If you do this act for me, I will reward each of you when you return, Odin said. What do you think? Ichigo asked Scathach and Nell. You should help them, Nell replied. I agree. From what I've heard, you indirectly caused the problem. Scathach said. Do you want to come with me? Ichigo asked. Sure, Scathach replied. I will stand with you if you allow me to, Nell said. But will Jack be fine with us? Don't worry, Mama. Jack will be fine. Jack said. Jack's sudden appearance and their mental conversation startled them. Jack. How did you join the conversation? Nell asked. When Mama mentioned Jack, Jack could feel something that connects Jack with Mama, Jack replied. I think a bond formed between Nell and Jack, similar to a familiar bond. Ichigo theorized. So, what is your answer? Odin asked. Ichigo looked at Odin. We accept. Great, Odin said. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and began to write the contract out. As soon as he finished writing it, he handed it to Ichigo. I can't read Norse, Ichigo said. I see. Odin said. Can any of you read Norse? He asked. They all shook his head. I see. Odin said. He drew a few Norse runes around them. The runes glowed. Ichigo, Scathach, Nell, and Jack could feel the magic from the runes entered their mind. That should allow you to read Norse, he said. Ichigo looked at the parchment. Wow. You are being literal about this, Ichigo said. Indeed, Odin said as he stood up. He began to transform. Odin now looks like a barrel-chested man with massive arms. He now has close-cropped gray hair, while his beard is cut square. He now has a black patch to cover his eye. He is dressed in a short-sleeve polo shirt with the words Hotel Valhalla on it. Let's go, Odin said as he walked out of the room. They all followed him. They entered the elevator. Floor 1, Odin said. The elevator quickly shot down. The number on the screen quickly decreased. Soon the elevator stopped. They all walked out of the elevator. Odin stepped out first. Everyone quickly followed behind him. They soon arrived to see a man standing there. He had dark skin and orange-yellow eyes. He was dressed in golden armor, a golden helmet, and had a golden sword sheathed in a golden sheath. All-Father, he greeted. Hello Heimdall, Odin replied. Heimdall turned to Ichigo. Thank you for assisting the All-Father with his plan. No problem, I guess? Ichigo replied. He is Heimdall. He can see all and hear all across the 9 realms. Odin said. All 9 realms? Ichigo questioned. The limits of my sights are other countries not influenced by Norse mythology or dimensions made with magic, Heimdall admitted. Makes more sense, Ichigo replied. Follow me, Heimdall said. They all followed Heimdall into a dome. This is the Bifrost Bridge. This allows me to send others across all 9 realms. Heimdall said as he walked to the middle of the room and pulled out his sword. He stabbed his sword into the middle. Magical energy began to spark around them. The dome began to spin. They noticed the opening they entered closed behind them. They could see the top of the dome began to move. They could see an opening began to form to the side of them. Enter that portal and it will send you to Helheim. How will we get back? Nell asked. Call me, Heimdall said. Ready? Ichigo asked. Ready. Everyone replied. With that everyone stepped into the opening. They were shot into space in a green beam. Soon they were gone. Heimdall pulled his sword out, deactivating the Bifrost. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.